Chapter 1. Jessica. I stare at my boss and wonder if the time has finally come to find a sharp instrument to stab him to death with. You're not serious. My mind runs through options. A fishing spear could work. I've never used one, don't know how to use one, and don't know where to obtain one. But I've never let a lack of knowledge deter me. If a fishing spear is what it will take to get the job done, I will make it my mission to learn everything I need to know about them. I'm deadly serious, he says, in the way only Ashton Scott says things. No, maybe not a fishing spear. I'm more feeling a frying pan. And yes, I know that's not the kind of weapon an intelligent murderer would use, but it's the kind of weapon that would give me great satisfaction. I could really take my time with a frying pan. Ooh, maybe an iron. Make him burn while beating him to death. Jessica, he snaps. Make it happen. Definitely an iron, and a frying pan, and then a fishing spear. And maybe a gun to finish him off, just to ensure the job is completed. I never like to leave a job unfinished. So, let me get this straight. You think I can single-handedly organize a gathering in another country between you and two other men like you, and when I say like you, I don't mean assholes, I mean men who are far too busy to take even an hour out of their schedule to meet and discuss a new business idea, let alone take 2 days out of their schedule to do that. You also think I can do this in the space of a day. And on top of that, you think it's not unreasonable to ask me to also organize 2 days of whatever their partners would like to do, by the close of business tomorrow, along with completing all my other jobs. This man has no idea how hard it is to align schedules between busy people. He's also a little clueless as to my standard workload. Not to mention the attention required to organize everything from Australia. Honestly, I should school him. He rises from his chair behind that desk of his, the desk that's currently keeping him alive. Do I need to hire you an assistant to help you get this job done? I cock my head and narrow my eyes at him. Is it Monday today? His lips press together. You're wasting time. I uncock my head and nod. We're definitely in the middle of a Monday rerun. That's the only excuse I can come up with for your attitude. And let me just say, once again, in case you've forgotten, I'm not a fan of Asshole Mondays. Asshole Monday. The day during which Ashton Scott unleashes his worst asshole tendencies after a bad weekend. I thought we were done with Asshole Mondays now that Ashton has Lorelei in his life. It turns out I was wrong. And boy, will I be sorting this out fast, because if I have to endure another round of Asshole Mondays, I will most definitely learn everything there is to know about fishing spears. Is that what they're called? That's something to add to my to-do list at the very least. Learn the correct name for the weapon Ashton may die from. He scowls before dragging his fingers through his hair. For God's sake, Jessica, enough with the Monday bullshit. If you must have it, take an extra day to organize everything. I shoot him a look. The look that lets him know this conversation may be over for now, but it will be revisited. I'm meeting Lorelei for lunch. I'll be sure to pass on the news that Asshole Monday has now morphed into Testicular Tuesday. At his slight frown, I elaborate. As in, it's balls and I've had enough. With one last arch of my brows to convey my absolute dislike of his mood today and my insistence that he pay attention to everything I've said, I exit his office and make my way to mine. Preposterous. That's what he is. Unfucking believable, in-fucking possible, and over-fucking bearing. And yet, here I am, still working with him after 6 years. He's lucky I have feelings for him other than murderous ones. Feelings that involve care and concern and friendship. Feelings I don't bother with when it comes to most people. No, most people are too much work for me, especially when the few I've gathered in close are already a ton of hard work. They leave me little time to spread my love to others, which I am perfectly good with. The fewer humans in my life, the better. My phone buzzes with a text as I frown at the parcel sitting on my desk, the parcel that wasn't there earlier. Mike, you free tonight? We could get a drink. We could also not get a drink. I place my phone on the desk without replying. The fact I'm not inclined to text him straight back tells me everything I need to know. I'm done with seeing him. This is a fact I already knew, but since he hasn't texted me in over a week, I haven't had to deal with it. Mike was fun. A fun fling in a long line of them, but lately I've been feeling done with fun. I can't explain it, and certainly don't understand it, but I can't muster up the energy to get excited for a date, let alone go on one. If I didn't know better, I'd say I was going through a midlife crisis. Since I'm 3 months shy of 30, I can't attribute it to that, so for now I'm refraining from thinking about it. Another text comes through as I inspect the parcel on my desk. It has no sender information on it, which always makes me suspicious. Lorelei. I'm going to be late for lunch. Sorry. Can we push it half an hour? Jessica. Sure. It'll give me longer to stew over Ashton's return to Asshole Monday. You should prepare yourself to hear all about it. Lorelei. Oh, God. He was a little moody this morning. Please work that out of him by tonight. Jessica. I'll add it to my long to-do list. Lorelei. You know what's causing it, right? Jessica. No earthly idea. You should enlighten me. Lorelei. Shit, I have to go. I'll catch you up at lunch. XX. Jesus. Way to leave a girl hanging. Distracting myself from that, I stare at Mike's text for a minute before making the decision to own my current mood on dating. Jessica. Hey, I'm taking a break from drinks for a while. Mike. And when you say drinks, you mean dating? Jessica. Yeah. Mike. All good. Hit me up when you finish your break. I place my phone on my desk and suck in a long breath. I close my eyes as I let it out. Whatever is running through me these days needs to move on. This isn't new territory just this week or this month. This has been going on for a good 5 months. The last thing I want is to blow off some good sex, but that's exactly what I've been doing. I don't do relationships. I do fun. With Mike, with Melanie, with Lisa, with whoever I find that offers me a no-strings-attached good time. However, I've slowly pushed them all away. Mike's the last one, and the fact I'd rather head home after my gym session tonight and paint my nails while watching the latest episode of Ted Lasso tells me there's something very wrong with me. Needing to not think about this right now, I open the parcel and roll my eyes when I discover what's inside. A fucking compass. The note with it reads, you know, because sometimes phones die. I grab my phone and shoot off a text. Jessica. Smartass. He texts straight back. Will. I see you received my gift. Jessica. I'm guessing this will be worthy of inclusion in the Johnson Calvary family album of Shit We Never Let You Forget. Will. I've already documented it. This entry occupies 4 pages. Jessica. And you still have a wife? Will. You know Mira adores me almost as much as she adores you. Jessica. I need to work on that and make sure you can never reach the same level of adoration. Will. You do not need to work on that. Jessica. Oh, I've already added the task to my to-do list. Will. I wouldn't expect any less from you. Jessica. I hope this compass cost you a small fortune. Will. I love you too, cousin. Jessica. Go away. I have 10 years' worth of work to do today. Will. I'll take that as, I love you more, Will. Jessica. You should not. Will. You should skip the gym tonight and come over for dinner. Jessica. What's Mira cooking? Will. No idea, but we both know it'll be worth skipping the gym for. He's right, but I'm nothing if not routine-oriented. Tuesday nights are reserved for one of my 4 weekly gym sessions, and I never skip any of them. Jessica. I'd come over after gym, but you guys will be passed out in bed by then. Will. We'll likely be passed out in bed before you even get to the gym. Kids are no fucking joke. Do yourself a favour and never have any. Jessica. Noted. I just added never have kids to my bucket list. Will. Gotta go. Don't lose that compass. I'd hate for you and my wife to get lost on one of your hikes when both your phones die again. Jessica. I don't love you. Will. Yeah, you do. Almost as much as I love you. He's wrong, but he knows that because he knows me better than I know myself some days. I love Will just as much as he loves me. He's one of the 7 people I'd do anything for. Anything being lie, steal, cheat, kill. Jessica! Ashton's voice booms from his office. I need you for a minute. Maybe I'll reconsider that list and the people on it. Ashton is one of my 7 people, but seriously, if he keeps going with his new testicular Tuesdays, I may shorten my list. I head into his office, crossing my arms and leading with, Right, before we go any further, let's get to the bottom of this mood of yours. Lorelei has informed me there's a reason, so out with it. That slows him down. Causes him to falter momentarily. I'm not in a mood. Oh, there's a mood. Trust me on that. And if history is anything to go by, it's caused by one of 3 things. Your father, your sister, or Jack. My mouth snaps closed. Shit. How did I miss this? Of course. I stare at him, my heart rate speeding up. Is he okay? What's happened? Ashton reaches for his tie and roughly loosens it like he's trying to create space in his lungs for air. He's okay. For now. You say that like you expect this won't last long. Because I don't expect this to last long. What's going on? Jack, Ashton's best friend, has bipolar disorder and experienced the worst manic episode he's ever experienced towards the end of last year. It caused him to finally start looking after himself. He quit the drugs and alcohol he's always refused to give up and became disciplined with taking his medication and having regular therapy. The last I knew, he was doing well. But then again, I've buried my head in the sand a little over Jack since this all happened. After all, he is the man who tore my heart to shreds 6 years ago. I can't afford to get too invested in him again. Ashton's gaze turns pained. He doesn't like discussing Jack with me because he's more than aware of how much Jack affects me. Ashton was the one who helped me pick up the pieces when I ended things with Jack. He's also the one who warned Jack off from trying to get closure with me last year. Not that Ashton told me that, but I know he put himself in the middle of us. He might inflict Asshole Monday on me at times, but Ashton would do many things for me that he would never do for anyone else. His manager is working him too hard, having him do a round of publicity he's not ready for yet. And he starts filming his new movie next week. The movie, his new manager believes, will fix his career. Jack is Hollywood elite, has been for 9 years. However, his addictions and resulting bad behavior have finally caught up with him, and his career has taken a dive. You're concerned he'll go backwards. It's a statement, not a question, because we've both lived through Jack's episodes. I know exactly what Ashton's going through. We're conditioned to worry. And if I'm completely honest with myself, I've been more than low-key worrying too, even with my head in the sand. I'm not just concerned, I'm convinced. He lets out a worried, frustrated breath. Jack's not ready for Hollywood parties and all that bullshit yet. His manager needs to be fired. She doesn't give a shit about Jack. All she cares about is building her own career, and she'll step all over him to get what she wants. I agree with him on this. Belinda Shan swooped in when Jack had no one in his corner and sold him a pack of promises that are nothing more than beautifully packaged lies. Between trashing a restaurant, punching a director, brawling with one of his ex's boyfriends, and boozing and snorting his way around town, Jack found himself with no manager, no publicist, and an agent who has pretty much wiped his hands of his client. Jack's no idiot. He must be aware of his new manager's motives. However, I know how much his career means to him, so I'm guessing he's doing what Jack does well and is ignoring that in order to get his career back on track. Jack won't listen to you about her? I don't have to ask if he's discussed his concerns with Jack. Ashton is a man who cuts to the chase at all times. Jack has his head in the fucking clouds. Some days, I wonder how Ashton and Jack have been friends since high school. They're opposites in many ways. Where Jack is playful, Ashton is serious. Where Jack is sensitive, Ashton can be hard as nails. And while Jack can be an idealist, Ashton is a hardcore realist. But in other ways, they're very similar. Both men are ambitious risk-takers whose curiosity can, at times, drive me insane. Not to mention those risks they both love to take. I'm often the one pointing out all the things that could possibly go wrong. That they usually don't listen to me is also something that drives me insane. What does Josephine say about it all? One of Jack's closest friends. One of Ashton's too. Me? I'm not her biggest fan, but that's got more to do with the feelings I have about the relationship she shared with Jack at one point in their lives, and the ongoing relationship they now have. And no, I'm not classifying it as jealousy. I am so far done with that emotion, it isn't funny. It just doesn't exist in my life anymore. Josephine irritates me. She hurt Jack, and as far as I'm concerned, she still hurts him by remaining in his life. You can't stay friends with your ex, especially not after they hurt you. You just can't. It's messy and cluttered and confusing. I should know. Jack and I aren't what I would classify as friends. We don't call each other, or check in with each other, or see each other intentionally. And yet, it's messy because sometimes I do have to see him and call him on Ashton's behalf. The fact he thought he needed to spend time with me last year getting closure just proves I'm right. When you break up with someone, move the fuck on. Don't linger. That only blurs the lines that should have been drawn in the sand. Josephine has also tried to convince him to fire Belinda, but he's not listening to her either, Ashton says, forcing my thoughts back to our conversation. Josephine lives in LA, near Jack, and has met Belinda many times. If she doesn't like her either, after getting a feel for her in person, that says something. So, what's the plan? When the trademark Ashton Scott confidence disappears from his eyes, I make wide eyes at him. This is so unlike Ashton. You don't have a plan? More loosening of that tie. I'm about to get my ass on a plane to LA. That's the plan. I've mentally started making plans to organise the company jet for him. When do you want to leave? I've got meetings, Jessica. Frustration laces its way through every syllable he utters. That's never stopped you before, not when it comes to Jack. He stares at me for a long minute before finally getting to the heart of the matter. I'm trying like fuck to give him the space he needs. And it all clicks into place. Ashton wants Jack to succeed. Desperately. He also wants to be proven wrong, to be shown that he doesn't have to worry so much about his friend anymore. This is actually the longest stretch Jack has gone without booze and drugs. Perhaps this will be the time he does succeed. And that's the space Ashton wants to give him. You don't want to show up there in case he is okay. You showing up will send a message that you don't think he can do this. Ashton nods, his eyes filling with an ocean of emotions that most never get to see from him. People think my boss is just an asshole, an arrogant man who bulldozes his way into getting what he wants. And sure, he can be those things, but he's also so much more than those things. If he weren't, I wouldn't have him on my list of 7. That's for damn sure. Okay, I say, stepping up to help him even though that sand is beckoning me to come back and continue burying my head in it. Here's what we're going to do. I'll have the jet and the crew on standby, ready to leave whenever you need. I'll take over liaising with Josephine so you can remove this task from your list and free up brain space for work. There will be an update on your desk every morning and every night as to how Jack is. If you want a more regular update, that can be arranged too. I'll also keep on top of what's reported about him and let you know anything I think you need to be aware of. And I'll call his mother and report back with anything she has to say. I pause, gathering my thoughts. Have I missed anything? Ashton knows what doing this costs me. That's clear in his eyes. He also knows that I know. It's an unspoken communication between us. I know the things he does for me, and he knows the things I do for him, and the beauty of us is that we never have to discuss it. You haven't missed anything. Good. Now, what did you need me for? I need the schedule for the meetings Lorelei and I have coming up for the resort development. And I'm sending you an email with a list of meetings I need you to organise for the Japan development. I'm on it. With that, I exit his office, and I sense an end to Testicular Tuesday. I also sense that things with Jack are shifting and changing in ways I can't imagine. Maybe in ways that will cause me to regret taking on some of Ashton's worry. But even as I think that, I know any regret I may have will disappear like it always does. That's what Jack does to me. That's what Jack's always done to me. He causes me to throw caution to the wind and embrace life in a whole other way to how I would normally embrace it. And damn if I don't like it. That sensation deep down that always flutters whenever Jack is in the picture. The one that's fluttering to life right now at the thought of checking in on him. Jesus, what have I just done?
Chapter 2. Jack. Why the fuck am I here? If I knew the real, honest answer to that question, my life would be a lot easier. Hell, it'd probably be a lot different too. I surveyed the party I've been at for a total of 8 minutes and wish like fuck I was anywhere but here. But this is what I do, and do it I must. 33 is too young for me to have peaked, and without my work, I don't know who I am. Get in, do your thing, and get the fuck out. Those were my manager's words 10 minutes ago when she called to ensure I was here. She also told me not to touch the booze, the blow, or the boobs. Her standard order whenever I attended one of these parties. Belinda is a ball breaker who throws out orders like she was born doing it. She came on board as my manager 3 months ago and hasn't taken a day off from busting my balls. Her determination to get my career back on track, combined with her ability to create opportunities for me to do that, are the only reasons I'm still working with her. Fuck knows. Everyone close to me thinks I need to fire her. And while I understand their concern, that she's pushing me too hard, too soon, before I'm ready to deal with everything Hollywood will throw at me, none of them understand my career the way I do. I fucked it up. More than once. And coming back from the mess I created this time is proving harder than ever. I might be Jack Kingsley, and I might have been at the top of my game, but that's the thing about being at the top. There's a long way to fall, and I fucking fell. Fuck. Did I fall? Belinda took her job as my manager and ran with it. She ran so fucking fast and so fucking well that I'd be a fool not to maximize the opportunities coming my way. People want to see me at these parties. They want to see for themselves that I've dealt with my shit. That they can consider me for roles again. That I won't fuck them over and screw their schedules and reputations up like I have in the past. So, while Ashton and Josephine have spent time trying to convince me to avoid Hollywood events, I attend all of them. I started a month ago, and so far, so good. I haven't succumbed to my addictions. Ashton doesn't think I have it in me to withstand the things that are my weakness. I think I do. And I'm fucking determined to prove that I can. To him, to the world, but mostly to myself. I've reached the point in my journey where I understand I need the success under my belt. Every time I've stumbled and fallen in the past, it's taken a chunk of self-belief from me. I can't fall again. I fucking refuse to, because I know it'll be the last time I do. Regardless of what my therapist tells me about relapse being the rule, not the exception, I know there won't be any coming back from it again. Not this time. My mind is a fucked up mess that I'm only starting to sort through and put together in a better way. If I crash again, I fear that mess won't ever untangle like I need it to. Jack! I've missed you! I turn in time to see Shona McElroy moving into my space. She slides her arm around my waist with ease, like it's the most natural thing for her to do, and brushes her lips over mine. How are you? Shona and I hung out for a short time 1.5 years ago after working on a film with each other. We spent a few weeks together, maybe 4. I can't be entirely sure because we indulged in enough alcohol and coke to wipe most of the memories from my brain. I'd work with her again, but that's the extent of the time I'd give her. I certainly don't want her arm around my waist the way it is. Extricating myself, I say, I'm good. You? She blasts a sexy smile my way, moving into me even though I just signaled my disinterest. I am great, my friend. And the good news for you is that I have everything at my place that you'll need for some fun before you start filming next week. She throws a glance around the party before looking back at me. How about we give it another 15 minutes and then get out of here? That should allow you enough time to show your face and convince everyone you're on the straight and narrow. I am on the straight and narrow, Shona. She cocks her head and shoots me a wink and a smile. Right. But for reals, we both know what you're craving. And I have it for you. She spots someone behind me and her attention easily diverts there as she waves and gushes.
Darling, you are looking fabulous. I need the name of your stylist.
How the hell did I manage weeks with this woman? That voice, along with all that fake, is too much for me. I'm unsure how I even managed an hour with her. But then, that's what I did for years. Fake and plastic, and whoever wanted a piece of me. That's what the drugs and alcohol did for me. They helped me filter out the shallowness of it all, so I could get through my days. Shona's attention comes back to me, right as a text hits my phone. I hold it up. I have to deal with this. She nods.
Of course. I'll just go and say hi to Barry while you do that. Come get me when you're finished.
Jesus. I blow out a long breath. Get in. Do your thing. Get the fuck out. A waiter comes by, holding a tray of drinks, and offers me one. I eye the alcohol. It would be a lie to say I don't feel the pull, but I draw on the months of therapy I've done and decline, letting him pass. I then walk in the opposite direction. Away from him, but mostly away from Shona and all the shit she has for me back at her place. The truth is, I don't act on my desire to drink, but I fucking feel that desire deep in my soul. It claws at me some days. Hell, some days the seconds stretch into minutes and then hours, while I think about just one more taste. Learn to sit with the discomfort, Jack. My therapist's advice. I'd tell her where to shove that advice if I didn't know that she'd had to learn to sit with her own discomfort, if I didn't know she'd had to battle her own demons with the bottle and came out the other side. Her words, not mine. I don't think you ever come out the other side. No. I think the other side is a mystical, fucking place addicts talk about, while hoping and fucking praying it's a place that does, in fact, exist. I think we just live in this never-fucking-ending tunnel, crawling, inching, treading air in our quest to pull these demons off our back. Some days, we move further through that tunnel. Some days, we mark time. And some days, some fucking days, we go backwards. But every day we fight and argue and wrestle with ourselves in this war we'll never stop waging. It's far easier to numb the discomfort than sit with it. That's for damn sure. But I've numbed myself enough and destroyed too many good things in my life to know that easy isn't all it's cracked up to be. I might think the other side doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see if I'm wrong. I've always been a man willing to open my mind to the possibility I'm wrong about something. And fuck, I'd really like to be proven wrong on this one. So I do my best these days to sit with that damn discomfort. And spending my time with people like Shona, who want to supply me with all my favourite things, won't help me sit for very long. I'm willing to attend a party in order to help my career, but I have boundaries and tools in place now. An hour, max. Walk away from the enablers. Do not accept a drink under any circumstance, not even water. Do not accept food either. Or any of my other favourite things. And FaceTime Belinda the minute I get home, showing her I am actually home and I'm sober. And if that call doesn't come through on time, I know to expect her to engage in bull-busting. I also know to expect her to drop me as a client if I don't stick to the agreed-upon rules. Boundaries and tools. They're in. The alcohol and drugs are out. And I'm learning to live with this. The fact I want to live with this is the difference this time around. And this is what I mostly spend my days hoping remains a constant in my life. I check my phone as I make my way out to the pool. Mum. Jessica called me this week. Those 5 words caused my legs to stop moving, and my gut to tighten. Jessica is the only woman I've ever truly loved. Also, the only woman I've ever truly fucked shit up with. Jack. Why? Mum. She asked me how I was doing and made out like the call was to check in on me, but that girl was checking on you, Jack. I read her text again. 4 times. Jack, get your ass over here, my man! I vaguely hear Dave call out to me, one of my booze buddies. He and I always indulge when we meet up. Yeah, we're tight when it comes to the booze. A 5-day bender for us is lightweight. I ignore him and read the text one more time. That girl was checking on you, Jack. Fuck. There's no one who can read a person better than my mother. If she believes Jessica was checking on me, then Jessica was checking on me. Jack, are you good, Mum? Mum. Pfft. That's not the question to ask me, Jack. I scrub my hand over my face, trying like fuck to stop myself from texting her all the questions I want to ask. My mind, though, I can't stop that fucker from taking those 5 words of my mother's and running with them, racing in the direction it should not be racing. Mum, okay, since you seem intent on not asking, let me tell you that I've been right all these years. Jessica still loves you. Jesus. There's a difference between loving a person and being in love with them. And while I'm aware Jessica still cares for me, I killed any chance of her ever being in love with me again 6 years ago. Jack, dude, Dave says, coming to stand with me. I lift my head to look at him right as he takes my hand and shoves a drink in it. Grinning, he says, "Drink up, mate. It's been too long between drinks for us." The world and everything in it screeches to a halt as my gaze shifts to the glass in my hand. Natural instinct kicks in, and I watch as my arm moves, bringing that glass closer to my face. It would be so easy to just let that amber liquid slide down my throat, to just let it ease its way into my body, to just let it wipe away all the thoughts jammed in a bottleneck in my mind. Still grinning at me, Dave chugs his drink, watching me, waiting for me to give him what he wants. He and I, we like having a drinking buddy. We're not solitary drinkers, unless we have to be. Jack fucking Kingsley! A slap on my back accompanies this greeting, as Sully James steps next to me, shoving another fucking grin in my face. He clinks his glass to mine. Drink up, man! My hand goes clammy. My veins buzz with anticipation. I want that fucking drink. Fuck. Do I ever? I stare at the glass in my hand, conflicted. It would be so easy. Fucking hell. No. The last time I recall being this conflicted was 6 years ago, when I came to the realization I could save Jessica from my demons and from Hollywood. What the hell are you waiting for, Jack? Dave asks, eyeing me with confusion. It's a good fucking question. It seems my life is filled with questions these days. Questions I either can't or don't want to answer. This one falls in the latter category. I can answer it, but I'd rather not. I'd rather just drink. The last 7 months roll through my mind like a slideshow of memories. Coming to in that godforsaken hospital after the crash of a manic episode. Ashton sitting by my bed, wanting to fix me, doing every fucking thing to fix me. The come down and dark depression that followed. The appointments, the therapy, the medication, the fucking routine I've had to adopt. The micromanaging done by Ashton, Josephine and Belinda. The boundaries and tools. Fuck. I don't want a fucking thing to do with any of this. But the alternative is worse. That, I know for sure. Jesus, how I fucking know that. Sit with the discomfort, Jack. Get in, do your thing, and get the fuck out. And there's the rub. My thing isn't fucking healthy. Not for anyone, but certainly not for me. That's the answer to all my current questions. I can't do my thing at the moment. Hell, I don't know if I can ever do it again. As I stare at that fucking glass in my hand, processing this mindfuck of thoughts, my phone comes alive with a succession of texts. My hand holding the phone jolts up so I can read those texts. I suspect my mind knows it needs the distraction. Mum, are you ignoring me or are you busy? Mum, I'm going to go with ignoring me.
It is your specialty after all. Mum. And as such, I'm going to give you my opinion on this. I promise it will be the last time I speak of it. Mum. You need the love of that girl in your life, Jack. Mum. I have never seen you happier or healthier than when Jessica was by your side. Mum. I know you think you did her a favour by giving her an out all those years ago, but have you ever stopped to consider that maybe she could have handled you and your life? Mum. That maybe she needed you just as much as you needed her. Mum. She's not happy, Jack. I can assure you of that. I see it in her eyes every time she visits me. She plays a good game, but she's as lost as you are. Mum. Please tell me you'll think about this. A mother wants to see her child happy before she dies. And then another text comes through. Belinda, I just got sent a photo of you holding a drink. I'm about to call you. Do not ignore my call. That's exactly what I do when a call comes through. I ignore it. There's no way I can't. Not when my mind is stuck on unraveling the mess of thoughts Mum has triggered. She's not happy, Jack. She's as lost as you are. The Jessica I know is bold, sure of herself, content with her life. She knows what she wants and strides through her days going after it. She's sure as shit not lost. But is she? That flawed, bruised organ in my chest falters at the thought. My phone stops ringing, only to start again. And again. And then another string of texts come through. Belinda, if you drink that drink, Jack, we are done. Belinda, the kind of done that means no more, ever. Belinda, I hope I am clear. I switch my phone to silent and slip it in my pocket before looking at Dave, who's talking and laughing with Sully. For the first time since meeting him 4 years ago, I see him. Really see him. We've been friends for 4 years. Have spent many nights together, drinking, talking, laughing. Just like he's doing with Sully right now. And yet, I know nothing of any substance about him. Not one fucking thing. I glance around the party at the people who fill my world and let the knowledge sink in that I don't know anything worth knowing about any of them either. Sure, I know stuff. Surface stuff. Stuff that anyone who can check social media knows. What I don't know are the things I actually want to know. And right there is the churning sensation in my chest that's reared its ugly head numerous times over the last few years. I'm fucking numbing myself because it hurts. This world I've chosen for myself fucking kills me. Is fucking killing me. And I'm not ready to die. My thoughts crawl and climb all the fuck over me, choking me. I yank at my shirt, ripping the top few buttons open. I'm not ready to die, but fuck, I want to chug this drink down. And then another, and another. Fuck! I turn and throw the drink at the wall. Glass shatters. A hush blankets the party. Phones are pulled out, held up, in my face. It's just another fucking day in this world. The same old shit, recycled. And I finally admit to myself that I can't keep doing the same old shit and expect a different result. Something has to change. And fuck it if I don't know exactly what I have to do now.
Chapter 3. Jessica. It's my new favourite t-shirt of yours, Mira says to me on Friday night as she finds room in her fridge for the food I had a catering company deliver tonight. It's for the party we're throwing Will tomorrow to celebrate his MBA. I glance at the t-shirt she's just mentioned. The one she bought me today that says, "Having a vagina doesn't stop me from believing my balls are bigger than yours." I have an entire collection of t-shirts that Mira has built up over the 10 years she's been in our lives. She takes great pride in adding to the collection every few months. Will joins us, eyeing me. I wasn't even aware you had a vagina. I always thought you were just a pretty boy. Maybe I'll wear it tomorrow. To Will's graduation ceremony for his MBA. He doesn't even blink. You should. The hot pink vagina shirt will help me find you guys in the crowd. God, I love this guy and his laid-back ways. Nothing much phases him. Mira and I finish filling her fridge. When we're done, I say, "Okay, that's everything ready for tomorrow." I point at Will. "If you eat any of this food before I say you can, there will be hell to pay." He grins and says, "I wouldn't dare," before tipping back some beer. Yeah, you would. I narrow my eyes at him, taking in the lines around his eyes. You look tired. Is work kicking your ass? Will's an accountant and works far too many hours. He shrugs. Work, kids, life, take your pick. Also, I don't look half as tired as you do. Mira looks over at me. I agree. Ashton needs to hire another assistant to help you. No, what he needs to do, Will says, giving me the look he reserves for when he's being deadly serious, is just make you COO already and hire an actual assistant to do all the things you don't have time for anymore. He pauses before adding, It's been a 6-year deviation that needs to come to an end. The deviation he's talking about is the one I made after I broke up with Jack. I'd just finished my business degree when we met, and I spent the 2 years we were together rising in my career. My goal was CEO of a Fortune 100 company one day. I screwed up a lot at work after the breakup and lost my job. Ashton helped me through the devastation of losing Jack and my job. He also offered me a temporary job as his assistant. I was never meant to stay, but here I am, still managing Ashton and his business. He's been training me for the COO role, and Will has been on my case for months to push for it to happen soon. Ignoring him, because this is a bone of contention between us, I look at Mira. I've got to go. Don't let him eat that food. Will's brows arch, but he doesn't force the point. He'll give me a couple of weeks before nudging me again. That's what we do for each other. And I love him for it while also being mildly exasperated at times that I keep him around. Being called out on my shit isn't something I love. I much prefer to be the one calling others out on theirs. Mira says her goodbyes, and Will walks me outside. What's going on, Jess? I meant it when I said you looked more tired than me. Will's the only person who calls me Jess and gets away with it. Mira could if she tried, but she knows I'm not a fan, so she doesn't even go there. It's only because Will has been calling me that for 20 years that I'm good with him doing it. It's been a bitch of a week. I search for my car keys as we exit his yard. What else? I contemplate trying to bullshit him, but discard that idea before it even fully forms. Will always knows when something's going on with me. He's been my person since the day my father died when I was 10. As I turn to look up at him and tell him about my week, my phone goes crazy with notifications. Shit, I mutter, reaching into my bag for it. Sorry, let me just check what this is. I'm waiting on some important information for Ashton. I locate my phone, frowning at the 10 notifications on the screen. Jesus. The word slides through my lips slowly as I scroll the emails with the Google alerts I signed up for this week. The alerts on Jack. What is it? Will asks. I look at him again. I think Jack's in trouble. How? Will isn't Jack's biggest fan anymore. Actually, he's not a fan at all. Not since the day Jack broke my heart. I don't know yet, but if these alerts are anything to go by, he's drinking again. I don't have to elaborate any further. Will knows Jack's story. You think that's likely? I smile. Do you know something I really love about you? What? That you don't have a judgmental bone in your body. Actually, I do. You know this. What? Because you judged Mr. Roberts last week? His neighbour, a cranky old man who is mean to everyone, strode down the street last Wednesday in a cow print dressing gown. Will texted me while he watched him strut his stuff. That, and the fact I've judged many other people. There's a difference between thinking random thoughts about a person and actual judging. You don't have any time for Jack, and yet I heard no judgment just now. You're right that I don't have any time for the guy, but I'm fully invested in his success if it means you'll sleep easier at night. And that right there is why Will is my person. I don't know what I think about Jack's likelihood of success with this. I don't know his mind anymore. But Ashton is worried. Why are you getting notifications on this? I took over keeping watch this week. And before you tell me what you think of that, the alternative is coping with Ashton's moods while he tries to keep abreast of the situation. This is the lesser of two evils. Will searches my eyes, a knowing look in his. I'm not so sure of that. He nods at my phone. What's the plan now? And if any part of it has you involving yourself in Jack's affairs, we'll be going back inside my house and spending as long as it takes for me to talk you off that ledge. I love it when you go all bossy alpha on me, Will Johnson. You'll be pleased to hear that no part of the plan involves me doing any more than checking these alerts and checking in with his mum on how he's doing. Good. Keep it that way. He opens my door for me after I unlock my car. I slide into the driver's seat and turn on the car. Will closes my door and taps the roof before stepping back and watching as I pull away from the curb. I'm barely at the end of his street when a call comes through from Ashton. You've heard, I say when I answer, guessing this call is about Jack. He called me. That's unexpected, and it slows my thoughts down. From the photos I saw of Jack at a party with a drink in his hand, and from what I read about him throwing a glass at a wall, I would have thought the last thing he'd be doing is calling Ashton. What happened? He's coming home. Also, totally unexpected, leading to more slowing down. Here to Sydney? I pull my car over. I can't drive and focus on this conversation. My thoughts are far messier than usual. Usually, I'm good at keeping all my thoughts in a straight line, but that's never been the case when Jack is anywhere near them, and even more so right now. No, to Nimboida, Jack's property near Grafton. He'll be on a plane within the hour. He pauses, and I process that. He then says with some hesitation in his voice, I need you to go and stay with him for a week. Thank God I pulled the car over. I might have crashed it if I hadn't. I can't stay with Jack for a week. That I know for sure. No. I've told Ashton no many times over the years, but not once did I mean it like I mean it now. Fuck. The curse falls softly from his lips in a very un-Ashton-like way. He doesn't do soft. I don't want to ask this of you, but I'm all out of options. The anguish and regret and exhaustion I hear in him reaches me on a deep level. I want to give him this because I know he means every word he's saying. But giving this will require a price I don't think I can afford. I stare through the windscreen of my BMW at the house on the corner of Will Street. It's a double-story house I've always struggled with. Old and dilapidated, it needs someone to come and apply some tender loving care. Every other house on this street has been renovated, but for some reason, no one wants this house. It bugs me. Every damn time I drive past it. Why are some houses ignored and left unloved? And why do I always notice them? Because I do. That's what I do. I notice houses that need attention, and I want to rush in and fix them. In the exact same way, I want to rush in and fix people. I'm a fixer, even when I try not to be. I can't let something or someone be less than they could be. Jack was different. I never wanted to fix him or change him. He was exactly how he should have been, even when he annoyed me, frustrated me, or downright pissed me the hell off. I loved him wild. I loved everything about his wild, and I had an overwhelming desire to protect his wild. Still to this day, I have that overwhelming desire. The world wants their piece of Jack. All I want is to help him save all his pieces for himself. But I'll have to give so many of my own to do that, and the truth is that mine are still in a wreck after I shared them with him last time. Jessica? I blink my gaze away from that old house and rejoin the conversation. Tell me the plan. I'll get through all the meetings I can't push next week while you stay with him. Then I'll take over from you. We'll play it by ear after that. He blows out a long breath. He's fighting me on this, but I refuse to take no for an answer. He didn't drink tonight, but he came too fucking close. He didn't drink tonight. Relief floods me. It's a tidal wave that washes over me. I feel it in my chest, in my limbs, in my soul, over every inch of my skin. He didn't drink tonight. I'll go, I say, unable to stop myself. Thank you, he says, softly again. I don't miss his gratitude. Shit, I mutter, remembering what I've got on tomorrow. I can't get there till Sunday morning. I know. Those two words are telling. They remind me of just how much Ashton respects me. He knows I have an important family day tomorrow and refuses to ask me to give it up to do something for him. Most importantly, though, they tell me he's putting his faith in Jack. He's choosing not to assume control in the way he prefers. I'll fly out first thing Sunday morning, I say. We end the call and I sit staring at the house on the corner. Maybe I'll buy that damn house and fix it. But first, Jack. 1 week. 7 days. I can do this. I can help Jack save his pieces. I only hope I can keep all mine in the process.
Chapter 4. Jack. I exit my Land Cruiser and pull my sunglasses off as I stare at the woman resting her ass against the red convertible parked near my front door. My eyes go to her legs first, starting at the heels that have no place out here in the bush. But Jessica has never given a fuck about what has a place in her life and what doesn't. She's always made up her own rules as she goes. This place is tiny, she says, as I run my gaze up her body. I barely process her words because I'm too busy processing her beauty. All 5'3" of it. Long brown hair that's cascading over her shoulders in waves. Beautiful hazel eyes that have always had me spellbound. Full lips painted in her signature red. Sinful curves built for my ruin. Physically, Jessica is perfection. But it's not her physical beauty that draws me in. It's the beauty I found in her heart 8 years ago that does that. Jessica's heart is exquisite. Rare. Unique. There isn't another heart on this planet I want as much as hers. Jack. I meet her gaze and close the distance between us, smiling for the first time in days. Fuck. She's a sight for sore eyes. I should have known he'd send you. I should have known he wouldn't tell you he was sending me. She narrows her eyes at me. How are you? That's a question with no good answer. Not one that I like, anyway. I'm sober, I say. Let's not go any deeper than that for now. I eye her rental car. How many suitcases have you got in there? Jessica isn't usually a light traveller. Hell, the last trip we took together years ago involved 3 suitcases, far too many carry-on bags, and a fucker of an argument that ended with me sleeping on the couch for the first night. Popping the boot, she says, I made sure to pack enough for you to have to make multiple trips inside. Knock yourself out. I grin. Fuck, I love this woman. I hand her my house keys. Go choose a room. She glances at my house and then arrows her brows at me. You've got more than one for me to choose from? When I pulled up and saw how small this place is, I assumed I'd be in your bed while you're on the couch. My bed is all yours, if you want it. She turns on her heel, and my eyes are instantly glued to her arse. I stopped wanting your bed a long time ago, Jack. She takes a few steps towards the front door. And stop looking at my arse. You've got a boot to empty. I kept my eyes right where they are. The boot can wait. Gorgeous. The last thing I see as she enters my house is the shake of her head at what I've said. Suddenly, my time here figuring out my shit is looking up. Jessica's presence alone makes any day I have to get through a little easier. I pull out my phone and call Ashton. He answers on the second ring. I take it she's arrived. She has. And I thank you, my friend. You sent the exact right person for the job. I sent the only person I trust to get the job done. She's okay with this? She is far from okay with this. But that woman will do anything for you. Don't take advantage of that. How long is she here for? A week. She'll work from there. I'll be up next week. I turn silent for a moment, thinking about what he's sacrificing here. Ashton and I have been friends for 18 years, and he would also do anything for me. The problem is, lately, he's done far more for me than I would prefer. I fucking hate being a burden to those I love, and that's what it feels like I am right now. Thank you, I say, feeling those words deeply, while also regretting the need for them. I have to go, but I'm aiming to get up there sooner if I can. We're good here, Ashton. You don't need to drop everything to race up here to see me. I know my friend, though, and his need to see for himself that those he loves are okay. He'd have met me here yesterday, if he could have. It'll probably just be me. Lorelei's busy with work. He stops talking before muttering, Fuck, I have to go. With that, he ends the call, and I slip my phone back into my pocket. My attention shifts to Jessica as she exits the house and comes my way. As hard as I try, I can't take my eyes off her. That black pantsuit of hers with those heels is sexy as hell. It screams power and confidence. Two things Jessica wears better than anyone. Seriously, Jack, she says, you have all this land, and this tiny shack is the best you can do to fill it? I chuckle. Jessica always did like the finer things in life, including space and luxury. Sweetheart, this isn't a shack. It is. I start pulling her suitcases out of the boot. I love it when you talk dirty to me. Let's keep this up for your entire visit. Jessica is my favourite sparring partner. She never gives me an inch.
She shoots me one of her bored looks, the one I'm almost certain she reserves for me. Let's not. Jesus, I say, as I struggle with the last suitcase in her car. What the hell have you got in here? It weighs a ton. A girl needs supplies if she's going to stay in the middle of nowhere, Jack. What could a girl possibly need out here? My property is on 20 acres of land overlooking the Nimboida River, about 40 minutes out of Grafton. We're surrounded by trees, and more trees. She'll be lucky to see another human the entire time she's here. Whatever she has in that suitcase is shit she's not going to need. With a sigh and a shake of that beautiful head of hers, she says, "You have no idea about women." With that, she takes one of her bags and leaves me to go inside. Again, I track her ass every step of the way. I might be here to work on my addictions, but my addiction for Jessica isn't one I'm even close to walking away from. I'd happily get high on her for the rest of my life, if I could. A text sounds from my phone, and I pull it from my pocket to check the message. Josephine.
Tell me you fired that bitch of a manager of yours?
Jack. Yes. Why? Josephine.
She's responsible for this.
She sends me the link to a news article that I open. Jack Kingsley screws and snorts his way to career suicide, is the heading. I don't bother to read the article. It's a pile of shit I don't need to ingest, and I'm surprised Josephine sent it, because she usually doesn't read this kind of garbage. Jack. I'm not reading that, Joe. Josephine.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sent it, but I was so worked up over it that I couldn't think straight.
Josephine.
How are you? Is Ashton with you?
Jack. Not Ashton. He sent Jessica. Josephine.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
She knows how I feel about Jessica. She also knows that Jessica is the one person who has the power to wreck me. Besides myself, that is. Jack. You don't need to worry about me. I'm good. Josephine.
I hope you are, Jack. And FYI, I will always worry about you.
Jack. I've got to go. Talk soon. Josephine.
XX.
The thing about that gossip headline? I did snort my way to career suicide. I also drank my way there. I also drank my way here. And now I have to deal with the fallout of that. Not to mention the fallout of the choice I made 2 days ago. I walked away from the movie I was due to start filming next week. I fired Belinda after she lost her shit at me. My agent Rodney also lost his shit. He hasn't quit on me. Yet. My publicist. Well, let's just say I haven't had a publicist for months now, and that doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon. I'm not sure I've got a career to go back to. And for the first time in my life, that thought doesn't send me into a cold sweat. I make the first trip inside with half of Jessica's bags, and after depositing them in the bedroom she chose, I go in search of her. She's in the bathroom, bent over, inspecting the vanity cupboard. I rest my shoulder against the door jamb and cross my arms, letting my eyes roam her body. She doesn't move. Are your eyes going to be on my ass this entire visit? Currently, they're not on your ass. They're getting lost in the tattoo running down her arm. The thin line of text she got inked while we were in Scotland years ago. The text that I also have in the exact same position on my body. Straightening and turning to face me, her gaze meets mine as I bring it back to her face. I know from the look flashing in her eyes that she's aware of where mine have been. She shakes her head and says in a very Jessica bossy way, "You need to stop whatever thoughts are running through your mind right now. I'm here to make sure you stay sober. That's it." Keeping my shoulder right where it is and my arms right where they are, I let my mouth curl up into the grin it wants. You know I've never been good at stopping any of my thoughts. I don't see that changing anytime soon. "Jack," she starts, a warning in her tone. I cut her off. "If we're done like you think we are, my thoughts won't change a thing. So you do your thing and let me enjoy my thoughts. Fuck knows. They're the only good thing in my head these days." Her eyes search mine for a long moment. "You need to find new thoughts, Jack. Ones that don't involve me.
With that, she moves past me and exits the bathroom. I watch her walk down the short hallway and into her bedroom before making my way back outside to collect the rest of her bags. When I return to her bedroom with them, she's standing in front of the window, surveying the property. Without turning to me, she says, "How long have you had this place now?" 4 years. "Do you get here much?" 2 or 3 times a year. Not as much as I'd prefer. She turns and gives me those beautiful eyes that never fail to mesmerize me. You have that power, you know, to choose how often you visit your own home. I nod slowly. She's right. I do. And yet, I've chosen to live my life at full throttle, working month in, month out, barely resting between projects. That's something I'm figuring out. I never was quick at figuring out my own shit, was I? That's some bullshit if ever I've heard bullshit. The only thing you're not quick at is pulling your head out of your ass. She pauses and gives me another one of her trademark pointed looks that I'm convinced she keeps exclusively for me. It's time to get out of your own way. I smile. I'm unfucking able not to. She's right, but even more, I like the way she never fails to call me out. Yeah, gorgeous. It is. She shoos her hands at me. Go. I need to unpack. And I suspect with the minimal closet space in this tiny shack, it may require great concentration to make my things fit. My smile morphs into a full-blown grin as I exit the room. I don't own a shack, but it is small. And right now, I'm thanking myself for choosing this 3-bedroom house over the impressive property I could have bought. There's no way Jessica can avoid me in this place.
Chapter 5. Jessica. Will. You good? Jessica. I haven't killed him yet, so there is that. Will. Not what I asked. Jessica. I'm good. Will. Olivia is on the countdown for next weekend. A heads up, she's already made 5 paintings for you. Expect her to double that by Saturday. Jessica. I love you, Will. I'll be there. Will. I'll come and get you myself if you're not. I place my phone on the table and lean back against my chair as I bring my gaze to the row of glass doors in front of me that open onto the back deck of Jack's home. Beyond that, on the sprawling grass, Jack is sitting at a long 8-seater outdoor table, reading. Surprisingly, I like his shack. It doesn't look like much from the outside, but the inside is all natural light, white, open plan, and glossy. The bathroom that I'll be using needs work, though. Lots of work. It's the only room not renovated. I may have to shower with my eyes closed. The kitchen is my favourite room. He's got all the best appliances in there, and I see myself cooking a lot during my visit. God knows, I'm going to need that time. Cooking is my go-to stress relief. Will's concerned my week here will be extended. I'm concerned I won't last the week. Jack wasn't here when I arrived this morning, and I spent 20 minutes sitting in my rental car talking myself out of not speeding home to Sydney. It's all very unlike me, and that's just as confusing as my feelings about being here with him. It took me an hour to unpack, not because I had trouble finding space for my belongings, but because it took me 45 minutes to decide how to approach the rest of this day. In the end, Ashton made the decision for me. He emailed me some work that needed urgent attention. I set myself up at Jack's dining table and told him to go outside and leave me to work in peace. I've been working for 2 hours now, and he hasn't moved from his spot out in the sun. Good God, he's a distraction. Sitting out there with that tousled brown hair my fingers have never forgotten, Jack's hair is famous worldwide, as are his cocky grin, his sexy brown eyes, and that easygoing charm no woman can resist. Not to mention that beard he seems intent on keeping. Sharing him with the world wasn't my favourite part of our relationship, but I did it, and I did it well. Or so I thought. I thought we were strong, solid, indestructible. I was wrong. And oh, so naive. I thought the only thing I had to share with others was my time with him. It never occurred to me he'd choose to share parts of himself with someone else that should have only ever been mine. It ruined me when I discovered he cheated. I tried to forget him after that. Fuck, have I tried. But he is unforgettable in too many ways. Jack is one of a kind. His special brand of love is hard to put into words. He has the ability to win over every person he meets, even those who can't usually be won. And if he then goes on to love you, you better be ready for it. You better be ready to just hand your heart over and let him have it. The first 6 months after we broke up were the hardest 6 months of my life. I found it within myself to hate Jack, something I never thought possible. But it was the only way I could get through those months. Everywhere I looked, there he was. The biggest movie of his career released in that time. I would have had to disappear off the face of the earth to avoid him. So, hate him, I did. And I slowly made my way through the fog and the heartbreak. The trouble with Jack's way of loving a person is that hating him for long is impossible, even after he's betrayed you. It's in the way he owns his shortcomings without reserve, in the way he accepts yours completely, absolutely, and never tries to change you. In the way he gives you space while slowly moving into it without you knowing. He's a master of his craft because his deep sensitivity allows him to read people perfectly and bring characters to life with exquisite precision. It's that ability that captures you. He brings it to every relationship he has. He always knows what his loved ones need, and he selflessly gives it, every time. Jack is a beautifully flawed human who breathes love. To say I'm doing everything in my power to guard my heart is an understatement. I can't allow Jack to take possession again. I just can't. My phone sounds with another text. Jack. There's a little cafe in Grafton that makes coffee you would kill for. Want to take a drive with me? Jessica. No. And since I'm not going, you can't either. Jack. I see. Jessica. What do you see? Jack. That I should come inside and locate my handcuffs so you can restrain me. Jessica. I've changed my mind. Jack. Good. Jessica. We're not going for coffee. Come inside and put your running gear on. We're going for a run. Jack. You're forgetting I don't enjoy running. Jessica. You like golfing, though. Jack. Fuck. I've missed conversations with you. I have no fucking idea where you're going with this, and I'm hanging with bated breath to see where we end up. Jessica. Just think of running as speed golfing, without the sticks you hit the ball with, and without the wanky attire you golfers wear. We leave in 10 minutes. I head into my bedroom and change into my running tights, tank and shoes, pull my hair up into a ponytail, and inhale some of my asthma medication. Jack's waiting for me when I exit the house. I skipped the wanky attire, he says, although it should be noted that I think you'd like my new golf shorts and polo shirt. I run my eyes over his clothes. Black Nike shorts and a plain white t-shirt. So much better than any golfing clothes he might have tucked away in his closet. I actually shudder at the thought. There's just something about golfers and their outfits that I've never clicked with. That could also be because it's golf we're talking about. It's beyond me why anyone thinks whacking a ball into little holes while taking a stroll is fun. The fact Jack enjoys it is also beyond me. But it's not really his clothes I'm checking out. I barely notice them because his body has every ounce of my attention. Jack's more built than I've ever seen him. Usually, the only time he sports these kinds of muscles is when he's preparing for or filming an action movie that requires them. He dislikes the gym more than he dislikes running. I think that has more to do with the fact he avoids any kind of routine or real structure in his life. The discipline required for his work is the only discipline he's okay with. Everything else can fuck off. His words, not mine. Although, I remind myself, I don't know the Jack of today, so maybe he's changed his stance on this. Eyeing his muscles, I wonder if maybe I am wrong. He's not prepping for a movie, and he hasn't worked on one for over a year. You like my new shorts? He asks when I don't respond to what he said, and I swear his voice has the ability to smirk. I settle my cap in place and ignore all the cockiness assaulting me. Taking off down the driveway, I throw over my shoulder. Those shorts better make you run fast. His chuckle is his only response, but he easily catches up to me, making me wonder again about whether he's embraced regular exercise. Jack surprises me by not uttering a word during our run. He's always been as good with silence as I am, but still, I expected something. The man does like to torture me with his witty banter. We run for an hour and a half, down and back the long stretch of road Jack lives on. I'm a city girl through and through, but there's something about the peace and quiet out here. There's something about the trees, the birds, and even the red dirt and dry grass. Or maybe I just appreciate that Jack doesn't force me into conversation. He keeps up with me, never falling behind, and when we arrive back at his place, I finally break the silence. I thought you didn't enjoy running. I don't. And yet you just did it for an hour and a half without complaint. He reaches behind and pulls his foot up to stretch his squad. I do a lot of things without complaint that I don't enjoy, Jessica. There's the contemplative, serious side of Jack I've been waiting for. The side I fell in love with all those years ago. I follow suit and stretch my quads too. You've taken up running? He takes his time answering, watching me for a few moments before glancing past me. When he gives me his eyes again, my chest squeezes at what I see in them. When he speaks, it only continues to press in on itself. Yeah, it helps when not much else does. After decades of fighting against dealing with his addictions, Jack has surrendered. And damn if I don't feel how that's affecting him. There's no serenity in this for him. I didn't expect there to be, but I'm not sure I was prepared to experience this with him. I should have been. I know how this addiction goes. I watched my father grapple with it, and while I may have been young, I understood what I witnessed. I grasped the pain, the carnage, the way it ravages a person's soul. I move on to stretching my calves as I say softly, "Yes, it does." We don't talk again while finishing our stretches. When we're done, Jack leaves me to go into his bedroom while I head into mine. I turn to face him when I reach my door, not sure of exactly what I want to say, but feeling the need to check on him. I miss my chance, though, catching his door closing behind him. I stall, hesitant to go to him, to knock on his door and open a can of worms. I came here simply to ensure he stays sober. I didn't come here for long discussions about how he's coping. Shit. When I hear his shower running, I exhale the breath trapped in my lungs and turn to go into my room. I'm here for 1 week, and I'm here for one purpose. I do not need to go deep with him in this time. I will not go deep with him in this time.
Chapter 6. Jack. I know you have muscles, Jack, but I can help carry those, Jessica says late Sunday afternoon when we get back from a trip into Grafton to pick up groceries. I grin, laying my best smile on her. You notice them? She rolls her eyes. It's hard not to when you insist on wearing that shirt. How old is it anyway? You need to hire a better assistant who takes their job seriously and orders you new clothes when you need them. I look down at my grey t-shirt. She's right. It's old. But it's not the age of the shirt she's muttering about. It's the fact it struggles to fit itself over my muscles. The ones I've come across since swapping booze and coke for running and weights. I fucking love the effect these muscles have on her. I don't have an assistant, I say, as I carry the shopping bags into my kitchen. Wait. She comes to a stop, staring at me with disbelief. Why not? What happened to the one you had? The one I sent all that information to that Ashton requested I send last month. I shrug, dumping the groceries on the kitchen counter. I have no need for her these days. She frowns as she joins me at the counter. When did you let her go? And why do you have no need for her? You're not planning on staying here forever, are you? Jesus, Jack, what's going on in that head of yours? Jessica is cool and detached most of the time. With me, at least. She's been like that since we broke up. Seeing her like this, a little bewildered and attached, makes my day. I let her go yesterday. And let me tell you, it was a fucking painful conversation. Jilly was, to put it mildly, not the best fit for me. Her lips twitch with amusement before curling up into a laugh. I would have paid good money to listen in on that conversation. It's not often we see Jack Kingsley muddle his way through anything. I shake my head, reaching into one of the bags to transfer the cold food into the fridge. Trust me, I muddle my way through many things, sweetheart. But if I never have to muddle my way through firing a staff member again, it will make me a happy man. Still laughing, she helps me with the groceries. This might be my favourite part of today so far. It feels familiar, comfortable, like old times. Shopping together, arguing with her over the fact I don't have any security with me here for occasions like shopping, allowing her to take charge of my disguise for said shopping expedition so we weren't accosted by fans. And now this. I'd muddle my way through hell to have this kind of time with her every day for the rest of my life. Have you never had to fire anyone before? Only Belinda, but that wasn't hard. Not like this. I don't think I'll ever hire anyone again. It'll save me a lot of heartache. You are such a pussy. Baby, I'm a lover, not a fighter. You know this. I pass the meat to her. Tell me again what you're making with all these ingredients. She shakes her head at me, fully aware of my game here. The one where I'm pretending to have a shitty memory so I can keep her talking. We need safe topics, or I fear she'll banish me outside again like she did this morning. She humours me, regardless of the fact she knows what I'm doing. It's a beef curry, and that's all I'm telling you this time since your memory has disappeared along with your balls. Maybe you could help me find them. More rolling of her eyes in the exact way I like. It means I've affected her, and I'll take that over the indifference she usually tries to show me. I'm a busy girl, Jack, and that job feels like a long-term one. It looks like you're going to have to hire a new assistant after all. We finish unpacking, and not wanting to leave her, I say, "Okay, what's first?" No. She takes hold of my shoulders to turn me around and herd me out of the kitchen. I never share my cooking time with anyone, and I'm not about to start with you now. Go read your book, or do some push-ups, or play dress-ups with your golfing attire. As she's trying to force me out, a knock on the front door sounds before a voice I know well calls out. "Jack, you in there?" "Who's that?" Jessica asks, dropping her hands from my shoulders. "Bob, my neighbour." "Of course," she says dryly. "Even though you barely spend any time here, you know your neighbour." I don't need to be facing her to see the eye roll she's giving me. She used to grow frustrated at my inability to not make friends everywhere I went. We always had to factor in extra time for everything we did. Not because my fame attracted people, but because I'm a friendly fucker. "I know them all," I tell her, before calling out, "In the kitchen, Bob!" A few moments later, my 75-year-old neighbour ambles in, a plate of cookies in one hand, a beer in the other. "Jack," he says, before laying eyes on Jessica. "Ah, sorry, mate. I didn't realise you had company." Jessica waves him off. "Don't mind me, Bob. I'm just the hired help." Confusion wrinkles Bob's forehead as he glances between Jessica and me. I've never brought anyone here, and certainly not hired help. Hell, Bob barely knows what I do for a living, which is how I like it. We have an easy friendship that I value the fuck out of because of that fact. Nodding at the plate of cookies, I say, "They for me?" His wife always bakes my favourite choc chip cookies when I'm here. "Yeah." He hands me the plate, still looking confused over Jessica. "Mavis got a bee in her bonnet the minute she saw you go out this morning. Can't recall the last time she baked my favourite biscuits." "Jack tends to have that effect on women," Jessica says. "It's the oddest thing. I can't see the appeal myself." While Bob's confusion grows, I look at her. "I'm more than happy to show you." "If a man has to help a woman see something, he's doing it very wrong," she says. "There's a cure for blindness, sweetheart." She cocks her head. "Really? Last I heard, it was a permanent thing. Also, men tend to misdiagnose situations. It's a condition called head up your ass." Bob glances between us. "She's right, Jack. You can't cure blindness." "Finally," Jessica says, looking at Bob. "A man who listens to me." My lips twitch as I watch Bob trying to figure Jessica out. I want to tell him not to even bother trying. I want to tell him the magic of her is in the not knowing what'll come next. He takes a good few moments contemplating her, and in the end he looks at me and says, "You want to have a beer?" I thought I knew what the hard parts of recovery would look like, and I did, to a point. What I never factored in was that the people who loved my willingness to always have a beer don't like my unavailability now. I've discovered that many of them will try hard to get me to change my mind. Recovery shows a man who is truly in his corner. "I don't drink anymore, Bob," I say. Those 4 words have become the 4 hardest words of my life. He stares at me, and I wait for it. Wait for him to say something like, "Come on, mate, have a drink with me." But he doesn't. He nods slowly and says, "Mavis will be glad to hear that." Yeah, I agree. Because Mavis has tried on a couple of occasions to encourage me to drink less. "Hey, you up for some fishing while I'm here?" "I haven't wet a line for a while. How's Tuesday for you?" "Sounds good." Bob nods before saying, "Well, I'd best be letting you two get back to it." "Oh, we've got nothing to get back to, Bob," Jessica says. "You stay as long as you want." Bob eyes her, looking like he's trying to get a read on her. Then, to me, he says, "How long are you planning on staying, Jack?" "I think it'll be a while this time," I say. "Good. I'll let Mavis know. She'll want you over for dinner." "Thanks, mate. I'd like that." With one last nod at both of us, he leaves. I see him out, and when I come back into the kitchen, I find Jessica staring out the window, deep in thought. "You sure you don't want help cooking dinner?" I say, running my gaze over her, my mind bursting with thoughts that range from how beautiful she is to how fucking grateful I am that she's here. She turns to me, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "That must be hard," she says softly. I don't need to ask her what she's referring to. We may not have been in each other's lives the last 6 years, but I know her heart, and she knows mine. She's referring to the conversation I just had with Bob. Yeah, people don't like it when you stop drinking with them. I remember Dad doing that to his best friend when he quit. Dad was always trying to get him to have just one more drink. The way her voice wavers pulls at the invisible threads between us. The threads I've never found a way to sever. The threads I've never wanted to sever. I would do anything for this woman. And when she lowers her guard like this and lets me see her, it's like she's touched every part of my soul at once. There's not another person on this planet who makes me feel like this. I move closer to her. Their friendship didn't last, did it? I know Jessica's family story like the back of my hand, but I want both a refresher and the time talking with her. I'd happily listen to her tell me every single thing she's ever told me all over again. 10 times. No, it didn't. She pauses, the emotion in her eyes flickering into something else entirely. It looks like she's gathering thoughts she felt strongly about. Thoughts she desperately wants me to hear. You can't stay friends with the people who don't support your recovery, Jack. Those threads between us pull and tug. It's like they can hear what I hear. Her heart. She might have locked it away, frozen and cold when it comes to me, but fuck if she can ever stop it talking to me. That's something I'm learning, sweetheart. She doesn't say anything further. She simply watches me for another few moments before shooing me out of the kitchen again, telling me to not even think about stepping foot in here until she tells me I can. Yeah, her heart is talking loud and clear, and I'm listening harder than I ever have.
Chapter 7. Jessica. Will. I'm apologising now for what you will endure this weekend. None of it can be held against me. Jessica. Everything can always be held against you, for life. How do you not already know this? Mira. Right? I've told you this, Will. Will. It seems I like reminders of bullshit every now and then. Jessica. I'll add these reminders to my to-do list for you. Will. Grateful male over here. Mira. He's right though, Jessica. The girls are so excited to spend this weekend with you that I fear you may never offer again. Jessica. It's your wedding anniversary. I always babysit on your anniversary. Mira. Yes, but you've never done a weekend sleepover for it. Jessica. You forget I manage Ashton. Your girls will be a breeze. Will. Don't say I didn't warn you. You ready to go? Jack says, joining me out the front of his shack early Monday morning, drawing my attention from Will and Mira. I stare at him. And then I stare some more. Finally I throw out, ready to go where? Holy hell, the man needs to put some clothes on. And when I say clothes, I mean he needs to rug up as if we're in Antarctica, including a beanie. I can't keep being ambushed by the legs and arms and hair. Today he's wearing shorts that are far more fitted than the ones he wore yesterday. And that grey tee he's wearing is all kinds of sexy. I don't know what the hell it is about dark grey shirts on men, but there's something. And I am not here for it. Not on Jack. Not when I'm working overtime to ignore everything I possibly can about him. The worst part of all this? He knows. The man fucking knows how he's affecting me, and he's enjoying every second of it. His mouth all but forms a smirk. Running, sweetheart. He drops his gaze to my legs. You ready to move those legs? I mentally slap myself for not anticipating this. I definitely should have. Jack's making it more than clear what he'd like to happen between us, so I should have known he'd want to run with me. I need to put my foot down, and I need to do that hard and fast. I didn't come here to run with you. I seem to recall you're the one who demanded I go running with you yesterday. I did. However, I don't want to run with you today. Why not? A woman doesn't need a reason for everything she does. And yet, she always has one. No, not always. More of that almost smirking. And then some arm crossing I could also do without. Tell me one thing you've done in your life that you haven't had a reason for. I don't have time for this, Jack. In case you've forgotten, I work for your best friend who always has a million jobs for me to take care of. I need to get my run in so I can get to work. Those arms remain in place. Give me one thing. That fishing spear I'm going in search of for Ashton? I'll pick up 2. Fine, I snap. We'll go running, but I'm not running with you. Right. That's not confusing. It's not. You can either run in front of me or you can run behind me, but you cannot run next to me. I glance at his arms. And stop crossing your arms like you think you're right and I'm wrong. The smirk that's been threatening this entire conversation finally unleashes itself, forcing a lot of restraint on my behalf. I seriously want to smack it off his face. Uncrossing his arms, he says, I'm simply trying to understand you. Having had enough of this conversation, and those body parts that belong in Antarctica covered the hell up, I take off down the driveway. Jack finally shows that smart side of his I like. He runs behind me. I move faster today than I did yesterday, mostly because I'm trying to run this what the fuck is going on with me and my inability to be affected by Jack energy out of me, but also because I want to push him. If he wants to run with me, he can work for it. Full points to him. He manages to keep up with me. He also manages to stay behind me and not utter a word for the hour and a half we run. When we arrive back at his place, we stretch in silence. I do my best not to make eye contact, but damn him, he has a very annoying way of making me look at him. We're halfway through our stretches when our eyes meet. Jack doesn't say anything. He simply smiles at me. It's that smile that does it. Every time. There's no smirk in sight. No cockiness. There's just Jack. I've spent one day with him. One. Yet it feels like a week, a month, a year. 1,000 memories flooded my mind yesterday. Spending time with him, sharing space with him, having his scent all around me smoothed the way for that to happen. I knew it would. I just didn't know it would happen so fast. I'd hoped I could hold out for a week and then get the hell out of here and wipe myself clean of him again. It turns out it's in the little things. A girl can be affected by muscles, hair, and eyes, but her soul is affected by the little things. The lure of Jack is in his little things. The way he pays attention, cataloguing everything while making it seem like he's just bantering and humouring me. The way I don't have to verbalize every thought for him, because he reads me better than anyone. The way he sways so perfectly with me, allowing me to keep him at bay while drawing me close at the same time. They aren't really the little things. They're the big things that happen under the surface that aren't seen. They add up while no attention is being paid to them. They're what will make the last 6 years feel like they never existed if I let them. What are your plans today? I ask, making sure to inject a very businesslike tone into my voice. We need boundaries here. I do not want to see any more of his little things. He takes his time answering me. Time he spends messing with my boundaries without even trying. Damn him. What should my plans be? That is the smartest thing you've said today. They should be taking yourself outside to do some reading while I work inside. He nods. I ignore the way his lips kick up at the ends. I'm reading outside. Good. With that, I finish my stretches and go inside, heading straight for the kitchen to make coffee. It's going to be a long day, and I'm going to need a lot of caffeine to get through it.
Chapter 8. Jack.
I eye Jessica through the glass doors of my house as I rearrange one of the outdoor chairs and put my feet up.
She's pacing behind the dining table, holding her phone in front of her, engaging in what looks like verbal warfare. I imagine Ashton on the other end of that call and can clearly picture the expression on his face. No one stands up to him like Jessica does, and while I know it causes him headaches at times, I also know he wouldn't have it any other way. God damn. I've missed this woman. She's changed over the last 6 years. In ways I fucking love. Not that I didn't love everything about her while we were together, but she's stronger now, and there's nothing I like more than seeing her hold her own. My phone sounds with a text. Constance.
Talk to me, Jack.
My therapist. A daily check-in. Jack. I ran yesterday and today. I ate 3 meals. I turned down a beer. Today, I'm contemplating cross-stitch. Constance.
Sleep?
I love how she always ignores my attempts to engage her. It causes me to try harder. Jack. 4 hours, give or take. Constance.
Ditch the cross-stitch for meditation. It'll do more for your sleep. And stop with the give or take. We all know what your give or take means.
Jack. That's a first. Constance.
Don't settle in for more. Tell me you're not alone.
Jack. I'm not. Constance.
Good. And get your ass into gear and text me at our designated time tomorrow.
Jack. It's always a pleasure, Constance. Josephine found Constance for me after I went through 3 new therapists at the beginning of my recovery. I refused to attend AA, instead relying on rehab, therapy, Ashton, and Josephine. The thing I was reminded of was that there are some shitty therapists out there. Constance then reminded me there are some fucking great ones too. She's been giving me hell ever since, in between helping me save myself. I go back to watching Jessica, who is now sitting at the table, madly hitting keys on her laptop. Fuck, I could sit here and watch her all day. I'm 10 minutes into doing that when she glances up and looks outside. Her eyes find mine a second later, and I let my mouth curl up into the smile she always inspires. She doesn't return the smile.
She watches me for a few moments before going back to her laptop. I fucking love her fight. And I'm settling in for a lot more of it, because if there's one thing I know about this woman, it's that she won't hand her heart back to me easily. I don't want her to either. I hurt Jessica in the worst way a person can hurt another, and I need to make amends. Whatever she needs from me to do that, I'll do. And if the journey involves her busting my balls in all the ways she wants, I'll give her that. Every fucking minute of the day if she needs it. My phone buzzes again. Mum, I'm going to come stay with you. Jack, you don't need to. I'm good. Mum, don't argue with me, Jack. A mother is allowed to be concerned about her son. Jack, yes, she is, and I appreciate the hell out of it, but I'm being honest when I tell you I'm doing okay. You stay there and keep up with looking after yourself. Mum, I can look after myself at your place. Fuck. I'm trying not to let her know Jessica's here, because her imagination will run away with all sorts of ideas. And while they're ideas I fully support, I don't support any possible disappointment she may experience if things don't go down the way she wants them to. On top of that, Mum suffers arthritis and manages it with a good routine that involves regular physical therapy. Coming here will interrupt that routine. Jack, Jessica is here. Mum, why didn't you say that? When did she arrive? How long is she staying? Jack, she arrived yesterday for a week. Ashton is coming after that. I'm good, Mum. I'll come see you soon. Mum, you better, Jack. Jack, love you. Mum, I love you too. XX. After I landed in hospital last year, Mum was beside herself with worry and unable to fly to LA to see for herself that I was okay. I flew out to spend some time with her 3 months after I left the hospital, but Constance encouraged me not to stay too long because she believed it important I establish a daily routine at home and stick with it for as long as possible. A week with me wasn't long enough for Mum, and while she hadn't asked me to come home again, I know she's wanted me to. Pushing my chair back, I stand and make my way inside. Jessica looks up from her computer when I slide the door open. She acknowledges me briefly before going straight back to her work. When she asked me earlier what my plans were for the day, I noted the tone of her voice and her body language and knew I was in for the cold shoulder from her today. I wouldn't be me if I didn't do my best to engage her regardless. Are you ready for lunch? I ask. I'll make something for myself soon. I ignore the distance in her voice. I'm going to make a salad. I'll make enough for you and put it aside for when you're ready. I don't feel like a salad today. I grab the chopping board. Okay, how about a sandwich? I don't think so. Yogurt and fruit salad? Jessica used to dedicate entire meals to yogurt and fruit salad. I always wondered how anyone could eat that much yogurt. No. I muse, running through other options in my head. I could knock up a meat and cheese platter. We've got olives too if you want some. She finally stops tapping away on her computer and looks at me. I'm quite capable of making my own lunch, Jack. I'm well aware of the fact you're quite capable of doing anything you put your mind to, but I'd like to make you lunch today. She stares at me, and I see the internal war happening. I'm here for a week and then I'm going home. You need to know that's all this is going to be. I nod. Got it. Her brows pull together, and she stands. As she comes towards me, I take in the black leather pants stuck to her legs, the red blouse she's paired them with, the jewellery and the heels she's wearing. Jessica is stylish as hell, even out here in the Australian bush. I'm certain she wouldn't know how not to be stylish. I'm also certain she wouldn't give up her heels if she lived in the bush. I don't think you do, Jack, she says, coming to a stop on the other side of the counter to me. Your recovery will be put at risk when this is done and I go home. Sweetheart, let's just enjoy this week as friends and not worry that I'm getting the wrong idea. We're not friends, though. We haven't been for a long time. I'd like to change that. I'm sure she misses a breath as she processes that. I wouldn't. I give her a few moments to sit with that,
before challenging her. Why not? This time, she doesn't miss any breaths. She inhales one long one. You know why not. What I know is that you coming here shows me how much you care about me, and that kind of care is what I believe friends show each other. So I'm a little confused here. Her eyes search mine for the longest time, and then she says, I'm not sure why you're confused. Our friendship ended the minute you ended everything else. You can't expect me to give more than I am. She looks down at the chopping board. Don't make me any lunch. I'm suddenly not hungry. I watch in silence as she packs her laptop up and heads into her bedroom. I deserve that. I more than deserve that. And now I know what I'm working with. I don't care if it takes me a lifetime to earn Jessica's friendship. It's now my mission in life. And I don't care if she tells me not to make her lunch, dinner, or breakfast. I'll make them all for her. One day, she might be hungry again.
Chapter 9. Jessica. Jack doesn't run with me on Tuesday, but that's only because he's out fishing with Bob. I welcome the time alone. God knows I need it after the last 2 days. He stole my breath in a way I wasn't ready for yesterday when he told me he wanted us to be friends. Again, I should have anticipated that. It seems I'm being caught unawares all over the place here, not something I'm used to. I'm the girl who foresees everything that could possibly happen. It's one of the reasons Ashton pays me a small fortune. I predict things. I prepare for them. I do not let them catch me off guard. The whole idea of being Jack's friend again threw me. It sent me to my bedroom for hours. I worked there until nearly 8 p.m. when I couldn't go a second longer without food. Jack was nowhere in sight when I came out, but I found a salad and steak he'd cooked in the kitchen. I didn't eat them. I ate yogurt with blueberries and seeds. I also snuck one of the cookies his neighbour baked. It was delicious, and I plan to eat another one today. At the rate I'm going with Jack, I may sneak the rest of them into my bedroom and not share them with him. Ugh. Why is today only Tuesday? My phone buzzes with a text as I jog down the driveway at the end of my run. Mira, what's the possibility you could arrive earlier than planned on Saturday morning? Say, around 8? Jessica, what's the possibility you could clone me now so that it's my clone who has to get up that early? Mira, you love me a lot, right? Jessica, if I say yes, that means I have to agree to this, doesn't it? Mira, you know the answer to that. Jessica, no then. I do not love you at all. Not even one little ounce. Please wipe the last 10 years from your memory. Mira, I won tickets to Comic-Con. Jessica, fuck. You win. Mira, Will is gonna love me forever for this. Jessica, Will already loves you forever. Does this mean we can skip the whole Comic-Con thing? Like, if that was the only reason you were doing it and I was getting up early, we don't need to. You unlocked that level 10 years ago. The man loved you from day one. Take it from me. Mira, I love you, babe, but Comic-Con is happening. XX. I take a shower and dress before eating breakfast and making coffee to begin my work day, all the while thinking about Saturday. I'm not even that upset about having to get up earlier than planned. I'm fairly certain I won't need encouragement to wake that early after this week with Jack. I'll be more than ready to leave by then. I work for 3 hours straight, the time passing in a blur of emails and phone calls to sort out the plans I'm finalising for Ashton for the 2 days of meetings in New York with Beckett Pierce and Jameson Fox. Both men have agreed to the meetings, but the hotel I've booked is giving me nothing but a headache. And since the one Ashton normally stays in isn't available, I'm stuck with this one. Just after 11, I call Ashton. "You need to buy a hotel in New York," I say. "That would make my job a lot easier."
"If you can pull this off, you won't ever need to worry about that again."
He's referring to the fact the meetings I'm organising are for him to pitch a hotel development proposal to the two men. A development that will give him not only a luxury hotel in every major city around the world, but also a major retail and entertainment outlet tied to the hotel in each city. Please refrain from ever using the words, "if you can pull this off," again. We both know I will make this happen. I actually called to check in with you on the London debacle. I think this is going to blow up. Ashton owns other hotels around the world, and some of the staff in his London hotel found themselves in a scandal last week that involved a UK cabinet minister, her lover, her husband, and 2 hotel staff members who leaked news of her affair to the papers. Occupancy rates have plummeted due to customers lacking faith in the hotel's ability to maintain privacy. Ashton assumed it would blow over, but it hasn't. It's only getting worse, and I keep bringing it to his attention because I believe the situation may require his intervention. Since doing some digging, I've discovered we've got bigger staff issues there than just this.
"I'm beginning to suspect you may be right. I've asked Jonathan to handle it."
Jonathan's the guy we use worldwide for these sorts of things. He'll go in, assess the landscape, and report back to Ashton with his suggestions for staffing. He's one of the best in the business, so this puts my mind at ease. Good.
"Anything else?"
No.
"How's Jack?"
Jack's fishing.
"And?"
And what?
I asked the wrong question. How are you?
I'm not fishing, and that is the best part of today.
Perhaps you should send him out fishing every day.
You don't have many good ideas, Ashton, but I'm putting this one in that category.
Keep me in the loop.
We end the call, and I get back to work for another hour before breaking for lunch. I'm almost finished with my chicken salad when I hear a helicopter. It sounds like it's directly overhead. When it doesn't leave, I head outside to see what's going on. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why it's here. Not when I spot the photographer in it. Shit. I knew that disguise I put on Jack when we went shopping in Grafton on Sunday wasn't enough to stop locals from recognizing him. Hurrying back inside, I grab my phone and check my emails for any new Google alerts on him. There's nothing, but I know it's coming, and I'm angry there's nothing I can do to stop it. This part of Jack's life isn't something I can help him with, and I feel incredibly frustrated that there's not one thing I can do right now to stop this happening. When I hear the sound of vehicles, and then people out the front 15 minutes later, as well as that damn chopper still circling, I stalk out there to give them a piece of my mind. Jack doesn't deserve to have his privacy invaded like this, and fuck them for thinking they're entitled to this piece of him.
Chapter 10. Jack. The first thing I see when I come home from fishing is the fucking chopper. I see that from a distance. Then I see the vans and throng of reporters and photographers. Then I see Jessica amongst it all, being manhandled while cameras film her, and I fucking see red. Pushing my way through the crowd, I ignore all the questions they shout at me, keeping my focus completely on Jessica, who is currently telling a guy off. Not that I can hear what she's saying, but I recognize the expression on her face, and it's the one that signals her intense anger.
What makes you think you have the right to set foot on private property?
She demands as I draw closer, her shoulders squared like she's ready for battle, her eyes flashing with fury.
Honey, the guy says, I'm not interested in you, so fuck off, okay?
Gripping her arm, I pull her to me and shove my face in his.
You ever speak to her that way again, and I'll have my lawyers all the fuck over you until you wish you'd never heard of me. You got it?
Jack, she says, trying to drag me away from the guy. I want to smash my fist into him, but instead, I search her for signs of harm. Are you okay, sweetheart? She nods before glaring at the paparazzi.
Yes, but we need to get inside before you do something you'll regret.
She's right that we need to get inside, but wrong that I do something I'll regret. Presently, I'm curbing my intense desire to punch the fuck out of every fucking asshole here, but I wouldn't feel any remorse if my fist connected with their faces. This is my fucking property. They should not have come here, and they should not be any fucking where near my woman. Camera flashes explode. Questions are fired. The crowd closes in on us. It's fucking bedlam. Chaos. A situation I wish like hell I hadn't put Jessica through. I'm used to this, but she isn't. Not anymore.
Jack! Over here, Jack! How long are you planning on staying here, Jack?
What's happening with your movie, Jack? The questions are relentless, as is the furious push and pull as reporters and photographers fight to get the story they came for. As much as I try to get Jessica out of the feeding frenzy, we struggle to make progress towards safety. She holds up well, but I see the moment when it overwhelms her, and fuck if this doesn't incite a new level of anger in me. I tighten my hold of her and jab my face closer to the reporter in front of me as I roar,
Get the fuck out of my way!
I'm done with trying not to punch any of these motherfuckers. I'll knock them all to the fucking ground if that's what will get Jessica out of harm's way. She lets me take charge without hesitation, and I bulldoze my way through what feels like 1,000 bodies to get to my front door. I ignore all their questions and all their camera flashes. I really don't care about the stories or the photos they'll share. I only care about getting Jessica inside the house. We finally make it to the door, and a minute later, when we're alone inside, I run my eyes over her again, this time getting a good look at her. Are you okay? I reach for her arms and check every inch of her skin for damage. If those motherfuckers hurt her, I'll sue their fucking asses faster and harder than they ever imagined a person can be sued. I'm okay. She pulls her arms back. How long are they likely to stay before giving up? The noise on the other side of the door is deafening. And, I imagine for Jessica, scary. She's holding herself together, but I don't miss the concern in her eyes. I grab my phone out of my pocket and pull up the number for Zane Stone, the guy I use for security when I'm in Australia. Not fucking long, if I have anything to do with it. Zane answers on the second ring. Jack, it's been a while. I've got a situation I need your help with. What's up? I need you to send me some guys, ASAP. I'm at my property and it's crawling with paparazzi. I can have 2 there within 4 hours. I need more than 2. And I need them here sooner than that. In all the years I've been dealing with the paparazzi, I've never felt the sense of urgency that's coursing through me right now. I will do whatever it takes to keep Jessica safe. He's silent for a bit. Okay, I'll send you 4 men, but I can't get them there much faster than that. Send me 6, and I'll pay you double to get them here faster. Jack, 4 will cover your needs. 6, Zane. 2 hours max. Make it happen. Fuck. He mutters. I'll do my best. I end the call and catch Jessica's hand as she makes a move to walk past me into the kitchen. She looks rattled, which is out of character for her. It takes me back to when she had to deal with this type of situation often. I hated it just as much then as I do now. I never worry for my own safety, but I would never forgive myself if something happened to Jessica. You are right, I say. I should have organised security. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, she says quietly. Then, louder, in a more determined, Jessica-like tone, she adds, You need to gather a new team, Jack. You can't just come here and think you can live like the rest of us. You're not like the rest of us, and you need to surround yourself with a team who can manage everything for you. She tries to deliver that directive with her usual precision, but doesn't quite manage it. Most would miss it, but I hear the slight shakiness in her voice. I squeeze her hand and gently pull her to me. You don't need to put on a brave face with me, sweetheart. I know that's your thing, but here, when it's just the two of us, you can let this moment be what it is for you. I slide the strands of her hair that have fallen across her face to the side. Take a second to catch your breath, and then you can go right back to slaying dragons for me. She stares at me in silence for a long moment, and I wonder if she'll let me peek over those walls of hers. I'd be happy with even the quickest of peeks if she let me in. She doesn't, though. There's a split second where it looks like it could go either way, and then she lets go of my hand, straps herself back into a tower behind those walls, and says, I'll make some calls for you today. We need to find you someone here in Australia who can handle all this. It's the we that catches my attention and causes me to nod my agreement. I couldn't give a fuck about finding someone to handle my shit. But I give all the fucks about that we. 2 hours later, we're both 2 cups of coffee into a long discussion about my team. Jessica's found me a few candidates to take on my publicity and manage the situation, as she keeps referring to it. I'm finding all the reasons why each candidate is unsuitable. We're both aware of what's really happening here, though. I'm being a stubborn bastard, and she's reaching the end of her patience with me. Leaning back in her chair, she hits me with a frustrated gaze. I don't understand why you're making this harder than it has to be. You need someone to manage your relationship with the media, and I found you the top 3 people in Australia who can do that. Just choose one and get on with it. The Paps haven't moved. They've settled in at my front door. For the first time in years, I feel like a prisoner in my own home. I've had to deal with the paparazzi often, but the last time I recalled this happening was directly after Jessica left me. The buzz around our breakup was intense because it coincided with the release of a movie that helped my career hit a new high. Gossip flew thick and fast, and it's always been one of my greatest regrets that Jessica had to deal with that. I argued with my manager and publicist relentlessly over their insistence I do an interview to clear shit up. I refused to put Jessica through that. I stuck to my guns and let her go on with her life, away from the harsh spotlight. To this day, I don't regret that decision, only the fact she was caught up in it in the first place. I look at her now, taking in the determination written all over her. Organising things for her loved ones, making things happen for them, caring for them, is how Jessica shows her love. I need to stop arguing with her and just let her care for me. Rose, give me her number and I'll call her. Jessica blinks. I've managed to surprise her. That much is clear. But only for a second, and then she's all business again. Good choice. She taps away on her phone, and a moment later, I receive a text from her with Rose's details. Rose Braverman is my choice because she's at the top of Jessica's list and is known to use force in the same way Jessica does. I appreciate you finding her for me, I say. As you should. Now go and call her. This shit show needs to come to an end. And Jack? Yes? Let's pray no photos of you shopping in Grafton the other day surface. That outfit wasn't your best work. I grin, loving her sense of humour. I seem to recall it wasn't my work at all. If the outfit selection had been left up to me, I would have chosen check golf shorts that you would have been falling over yourself to get close to. Jesus, please never show me those shorts. She frowns. Check? Seriously? You wear that kind of attire these days? I don't own anything check, but she doesn't need to know that. Not when I see endless conversations with her over this in the future. You're gonna love them. My phone rings. I don't recognise the number, but Zane texted me half an hour ago telling me to expect his team soon, so I answer the call. The guy on the other end cuts straight to the chase. X, Stone Security, I'm about to pull into your place.
I'll clear these assholes out and then come inside. You stay put. Do not come outside.
Got it. He disconnects without another word. Who was that? Jessica asks.
Security.
She follows me to the front of the house, where we watch a black SUV pull into my driveway. Tinted windows block our view of the occupants, but my guess is there's only one. Zane has men all over Australia, and I imagine he pulled the closest guy to get here as soon as possible while flying more in. The SUV forces its way through the crowd to park close to the front door, and a well-built guy exits, moving straight into action. He's working alone, but he clears my front yard within 15 minutes. As he's getting rid of the last photographer, 2 large RVs and a Land Cruiser pull into the drive. He directs them to where he wants them, and after a quick conversation with one of the drivers, he makes his way to my front door. "This guy is worth whatever you're paying him," Jessica says, "and now I have work to get back to." She leaves me, and I let Axe in.
Axe,
he says with a shake of my hand.
I'm here until the team arrives.
I appreciate it.
The RVs are for the guys to sleep in. Is there anywhere in particular you want them parked?
Wherever you prefer is good.
He nods. I'll take care of that now and check your perimeters. You've got my number, so if you need me before I get back, just text. In the meantime, make a list of places you're likely to visit so we can check the routes and plan for contingencies.
With that, he exits the house, and I pull out my phone to call Zane.
Axe arrived?
He answers. He did. Thanks for making that happen fast.
You've got 6 guys on their way from Sydney.
They should be there within the hour. Do me a favour and don't piss Axe off. I interrupted a holiday he's had banked for a year. And Jack, next time you decide to visit, give me some prior fucking notice.
Will do. Thanks, Zane.
Yeah, he says, before disconnecting. I've used his company for years, and after this, I'll use them for life. I'll also send 2 of them home with Jessica when she leaves on the weekend. No fucking way I'm putting her at risk by not having protection. My phone rings almost as soon as my call with Zane ends. Ashton.
Fucking hell, Jack, he says. I just heard what's happening there. I'm organising security for you.
I've got it under control. We have a guy here now, and more on their way.
Fuck,
he says, exhaling a long breath.
Is Jessica okay?
Yeah. She was a little shaken, but she wasn't harmed in any way.
Let me know if you need any help with this. I'll keep these guys on standby.
You don't need to, Ashton. Zane's got me covered. And I never intend on putting Jessica in that position again. He's silent for a moment, and I know he's warring with his instinct to assume control, especially where Jessica's concerned. He assumed the responsibility of looking out for her when I broke her heart, so I know it'll be hard for him to let this go. However, he does. Far easier than I thought he would. Good, is all he says. But I hear everything he's not saying. And for the first time in a long fucking time, what I don't hear is doubt that I can handle my own problems. "Jack," Jessica calls out as I slide my phone into my pocket. "Did you call Rose yet?" I walk back to the dining room and rest my shoulder against the door jamb. Crossing my arms, I say, "Do you remember that time in London?" She looks up at me, the expression on her face telling me she knows exactly which time I'm referring to. How could I ever forget it? We were there on a press junket. It was 2 hellishly long days for me that I didn't want to do. I'd had a fight with my co-star, and the last thing I was up for was 2 full days in her company. Jessica had kissed me goodbye each morning, telling me to dig deep, give the performance of my career, and act like things were good with my co-star. So I did. The press ate it up. To celebrate the end of the junket, I took Jessica out for dinner. My security guy came down with food poisoning before we left for dinner, and while Jessica wanted to stay in because of her security concerns, I ignored those concerns and talked her into going out with me. The night didn't end well. We were ambushed by paparazzi, and Jessica hurt her wrist in the scuffle that took place between us and 2 other photographers. She and I got into an argument that resulted in me sleeping on the couch. Not one of my better performances. I never did say sorry for that, I say. I made a bad decision, forced you into it, and was a bastard to you afterwards. And for all of that, I'm sorry. She nods slowly, watching me with an expression I can't read. Then her eyes soften, and she says, "You didn't force me into it. And while you may have been somewhat of a bastard during our argument, it takes two to fight. That night isn't something you need to apologize for." You're wrong. There are many things I need to apologize for, that being one of them. I'm learning that my impulsivity doesn't serve me well. Not true, she says, surprising the hell out of me. Your impulsivity can be a curse at times, I agree, and I know it's important for you to manage it. But you wouldn't be you without that impulsive streak. It fuels your creativity. It's one of your greatest gifts. Don't you ever dare lose it completely. She looks back down at her laptop and begins typing again. I stand rooted to the spot, lost in my thoughts over what she said. I've had a lifetime of people telling me my impulsive streak is detrimental to me. When you hear something often enough, that shit embeds itself in your soul. It becomes just another trigger for your darkness to stand the fuck up and say, "Hey, Jack, let's play today." Or, "Hey, Jack, let's not fucking play for a while." I still haven't figured out which of those scenarios is worse. Constance has helped me to see that taking control of my impulsive tendencies is essential, and I agree. But fuck, having someone I care for deeply tell me that one of the things I've tried like hell to rid myself of is a gift. That's a gift to me. A couple of minutes pass, and then she looks back up at me and says, "Call Rose. We need a publicist." This woman. She fucking owns my heart, even if she doesn't want it. How I've survived without her for the last 6 years, I have no idea.
Chapter 11. Jessica. Mira. I've made you a playlist on Spotify for the weekend. Jessica. Okay. Mira. You might need it for when the girls get rowdy. Jessica. It's barely 6 a.m, Mira. I haven't had coffee yet. I'm gonna need a little more of an explanation than that. Will. Meditation playlist. Jessica. You guys are acting like I've never looked after your kids before. I'm going to be fine. Will. If the meditation fails, there's always my punching bag in the garage. Mira. I could try and score some weed for you. Do you remember how to smoke it? Jessica. Oh, Mummy, do you remember what it is? Mira. Love you, girl. Gotta run. XX. Will. How's Jack? Jessica. Wow, you don't even ask me how I am anymore. Will. I figure if Jack's still alive, you're okay. Jessica. He still has some breath left in him. Will. Good. If you feel the need to kill him, can you hold off until after the weekend? You aren't of any use to me in jail. Jessica. I don't love you. Will. Right back at you. Will. Also, just because I'm not bringing up the social media posts about you doesn't mean I didn't see them. Jack better have that under control. Morning. I glance up from my phone just in time to stop myself from running into Jack, who is standing in the hallway talking with Axe. Morning. The guys are almost ready for our run, Jack says. I slide my phone into the pocket of my running tights and throw my hair up into a ponytail as I eye Axe. I hope you're sending your fastest runners. I don't run slow. Axe doesn't look pleased to still be here. He was meant to leave yesterday when the other men arrived. But one of them came down with a vomiting bug on the flight, so Axe had to stay. He's a man of few words, but he appears to be very good at what he does. Still, he isn't too happy or friendly. Not that I blame him. The guy was in the middle of a long overdue holiday that got interrupted when Jack demanded Zane send someone ASAP, and now he's stuck here.
I'd rather not send anyone,
he says in the deepest of deep voices.
We've still got a crowd camped out front. Putting you two out there on a run isn't the smartest thing to do.
I'm about to tell him what I think of that when Jack says,
They won't hurt us if they're kept away. And your men are doing a good job of that. We're not going to lock ourselves away for the week because of them.
Jack gives him a tight nod.
2 men will stay at the house. We'll have a car in front, a car behind, and 2 of my guys running with you. We leave in 5.
With that, he strides down the hall towards the front door. I look at Jack. I like him.
He reminds me of you.
Yes, very disciplined and efficient.
Very vigorous in his commitment to taking charge.
I'm taking that as a compliment.
You should, sweetheart. He studies me for a moment. How are you?
Awake? Ready to run?
That's not what I'm asking.
I know what you're asking, and let's not discuss it. Regret flashes in his eyes.
If I thought I could sue all their asses and have them take all the stories down, I would. I'm sorry this happened.
He's referring to all the social media posts, news reports, and gossip speculating that we're back together. Stories appeared throughout the night, sharing all kinds of misinformation. Jack's quit Hollywood for me. He's moved back to Australia to be with me. I'm the reason for him ending up in hospital last year. I'm going to send him straight back to hospital when I break his heart again. Seriously? I'm a money-hungry bitch who stole Hollywood's favourite action hero. Give me a fucking break. I'd forgotten how much I detest this part of Jack's life. I feel exhausted by it already, and it's only just begun. I honestly don't know how he lives with it. You don't need to keep apologizing. I know you'd do anything to change what's happened. Let's just deal with it and get on with life. When he doesn't say anything straight away, I throw out, "What happened to the fish you caught yesterday? And don't tell me you didn't catch any. I find that hard to believe when you've spent years perfecting your talent for sitting in a tiny boat for hours on end, holding another one of those sticks you seem to like holding." He appears to fight with himself over being amused by that versus continuing the line of questioning he was pursuing. In the end, he says, "Bob took the fish home. You'll be proud to know that stick of mine caught many fish." Axe interrupts to let us know it's time to run. I'm grateful for the interruption. My head is all over the place this morning. I spent half the night tossing and turning after seeing the first lot of stories about us published late last night. It stirred up too many memories for me and has become a reminder of what my life was like when I was with Jack. Loving Jack was easy. Living with one of the most famous actors on the planet was hard. I didn't know who Jack was when I met him on a Positano beach in Italy all those years ago. He'd starred in his first Hollywood blockbuster a year before, but was already famous for other films prior to that. I, however, didn't dedicate time to watching movies or keeping up with celebrities. I was too busy getting my business degree. I celebrated achieving that degree with a trip to the UK and Italy. Jack and I collided on a beach when a child distracted me. The rest was history. My ignorance of who he was captivated him. His sexy grin and sense of fun captivated me. We spent 12 straight hours talking and laughing and didn't leave each other's side for a week. Jack inspired an uncharacteristically spontaneous decision when he convinced me to explore Rome and Venice with him that week. How he managed to avoid the press, I don't know, but he did. We had 7 days of bliss, and there was no going back for me after that. The hard reality of having a relationship with a Hollywood superstar didn't take long to reveal itself, but I was committed. I put up with the unrelenting intrusions into our privacy, into my privacy. My weight, my hair, my skin, my clothes, my work, my routine, my friendships, my fucking trash. It was all up for grabs. It was all examined, inspected, scrutinized. I was found lacking in so many ways. They didn't think a girl from Australia who carried a little more weight than Hollywood girls and who didn't get her hair styled daily was good enough for their heartthrob. I didn't give them the satisfaction of buying into any of it. Not even when it all got to me. And it did get to me. Often. However, I held my head high and trusted in our love. I trusted that Jack loved me to the ends of the earth and would always look after me. When it all came crashing down, I cried, and I screamed, and I collapsed into a heap. But in a way, I breathed a sigh of relief that the invasion of my privacy was over. Christ, Jack mutters as we exit his property out onto the road. There doesn't seem to be any less paparazzi here today. More, maybe. They're ready for us, probably because the security presence alerted them to the fact we were on our way out. However, they don't get too close, because Axe's men have the situation under control. Jack and I fall in line behind the SUV that leads the way. Jack gave them our running route, and Axe put one SUV out front and one at back. 2 guys run behind us. "You good?" Jack asks a few minutes into the run. "Yes, but I'm unsure why you're running next to me." He arches a brow at me. "We're done with that," he says in a very bossy tone, and it more than annoys me that I let him get away with it, but I do. I blame my lack of sleep. Do you think that 6 security men is a little excessive? No. Seriously, anyone would think we've got precious cargo or something here. He looks at me, holding my gaze for a long moment. We do. When Jack says things like this to me, with that look in his eyes, the one that says he loves me and never stopped loving me, it does one of 2 things to me. It either softens my hard edges, or it causes them to fortify. Today, with all these memories bewildering me, and with my stance on not accepting his friendship request, my heart goes with option 2. I don't respond to what he says. I want to. I want to tell him there's no precious cargo in sight and that he should stop looking at me like that. But I don't. It will only encourage him. So I stay quiet, and I lose myself in the steady rhythm of running. Jack doesn't push me to talk, which is a very smart move on his behalf. We run for an hour and a half, and when we get back to his place, I don't bother stopping outside to stretch. I head straight into my bathroom and stretch there before showering. I then eat breakfast and set myself up for work at his dining table again after making sure he's aware that he should not stay inside with me. Jack doesn't argue with any of this. He gives me what I request. But even I know that him doing this doesn't signal his retreat. No, Jack's one of the smartest men I know. He might not be as loud about it as Ashton is when he takes charge, but I know not to mistake any of his current moves as anything but him assuming control. I just need to survive 3 more days of him. After that, I'll put all the distance between me and his moves.
Chapter 12. Jack. If you tell me I need to do an interview, we're done, I say to Rose after breakfast when we discuss the plan forward for my PR. No interview. You sit tight and do your thing. The mystery of it all will work in our favour. I'll organise some well-placed stories that will help you. Now, let's discuss the next couple of years. What's your goal? I don't know. And I'm aware that's unhelpful, but it's the most honest answer I have for you right now. Honest is my favourite type of answer. Would it be a correct assumption that you're questioning life right now? Questioning which direction you want to take your career? I stare out over the river my property sits on and breathe in the calm it always instills in me. The river was a selling point for me. Whenever my mind is a racing, dark mess, water helps quiet it. The ocean is my preference, but any body of water is good. I rake my fingers through my hair. You and I are going to get on well, Rose. Because? Because you're the first publicist who hasn't ordered me to do a fucking interview, and who prefers my honesty. I exhale a breath. I don't know if I have it in me to do the bullshit that's required to have this career anymore. At the same time, I don't want to do anything but act. So I find myself in the middle of a fucking crisis. It's only a crisis if you let it be a crisis. Fuck. My therapist would like you. My job is to help you navigate this stuff, Jack. I've never known a publicist to do anything but tell me to get my shit together and stop causing them headaches. I might tell you that one day. But my view is that if I can help my clients get their shit together, I won't ever have to actually tell them to do just that. Now, while we ride this storm out, I want you to do some digging and draw up a list of dream projects. Think about the kind of work you might be interested in. I won't hold you to any of it, but the point is to brainstorm and question yourself. It'll be our starting point for when we get together in a month. Get together in a month? Nothing has been mentioned about this. Yes, we can meet earlier if you want, but I'm putting an end date on this part of our journey together. I may need to retract my earlier statement about us getting on well. I'm not following a word of what you're saying now. This part of our journey together. The part where I give you space to get your head around working with me. After that, I don't care what you tell me you've decided to do with your career. I only care that you tell me something and we begin working towards it. If we're not working towards something, Jack, there's no point to this relationship. My personality rejects rules, guidelines, orders. However, for some reason that's always unknown to me, the right person issuing those orders has a shot at getting me to listen. It turns out Rose might be one of those people. I'll bring my list, I say. Good. Now, we need to discuss your management. What are your plans there? Fuck, I mutter. I like not having a manager for a week. No plans yet. I'll send you a short list. I don't care if you ignore it, but if you don't have a manager by the time we meet, well, there's no point meeting. Right. I'm not convinced we'll be meeting after all. Jack, she says, her tone a little less stern than a moment ago. I get it. You need a time out, and you should take it. But I've watched clients come and go over the years because they couldn't manage the spotlight. You've managed it for over a decade while navigating your mental health and addictions. Most wouldn't last anywhere near as long as you have if they had to deal with what you've dealt with. You have talent, but most importantly, you have grit and resilience. It's time to draw on those things and figure this out. Your happiness depends on it. And so does your career, if that's what you decide you want to keep. She's right. I know she is. I've spent the last 7 months thinking similar thoughts. I've slowly been moving towards this point where I have to make some hard decisions. In the past, I would have used alcohol to get me through.
I would have made one of my famously erratic and impulsive decisions, signing on to a movie and getting on with shit. However, after all the therapy I've had, I now understand those decisions were made, so I had something to keep me busy and distracted. Distracted from the lack of fucking joy I felt. The lack of joy I numbed with the booze and drugs. We end the call, and I wander down to the river and sit my ass down on the riverbank. I then spend the hour before my scheduled Zoom therapy session with Constance, contemplating my future and my happiness. I also contemplate how I'm going to win Jessica over. If I know only one thing right now, it's that these things are inextricably linked.
Chapter 13. Jessica. Jack! I yell as I catch sight of my crazy eyes in the bathroom vanity mirror on Wednesday night. Even I know I'm being ridiculous right now, but there's no way I can stop myself. Not when a spider is involved. Jack! Come here! By the time he enters my bathroom, my veins are racing with anxiety. I don't have many fears in life, but spiders are one of them. Probably the biggest one of them. What's wrong? He looks at me with worry. Eyeing the window, he stalks to it and looks out into the dark night. Was someone out there? Not someone. I move further away from the window towards the door. Something. He frowns. What? My eyes widen. A spider! You know, one of those big, hairy things that scare the absolute crap out of me. You need to find it and you need to kill it. His frown disappears and a smile slides into place. How does he have so many different fucking smiles? You still haven't conquered that fear? I will stab him multiple times when I locate that fishing spear with his name on it. No! And I'm never going to. Why are you still standing in front of me? He chuckles. I almost decide to move up the date of his murder. Sweetheart, that spider is long gone. Even if I went outside, I wouldn't find it. Well, you could pretend to find it. He cocks his head. You want me to do that? Yes, I want you to do that. Right, he says with determination. I'm going. I am concerned, though. Jesus, what about? We're wasting time here. What if it somehow managed to slip in through a crack? What if it's inside now rather than out there? Oh my God, I will hurt you. Go! His laughter takes far longer to disappear than he does. I practically sprint into my bedroom. Jack's conjured up a million scary stories in my mind now. I'm imagining all the ways that damn spider might have slipped through a fucking crack. Honestly, that man is really lucky to still be breathing. I fear the next time Will asks me how he is, I may have to report back that there's no breath to be found in him. He returns 5 minutes later with, I found him. He's dead. I roll my eyes. You are the worst actor alive. He leans against the door jamb of my room and crosses his arms. I've been told I'm pretty good, actually. I think you need to watch a movie or two of mine. I try not to let my gaze go where it wants to go, which is to the navy t-shirt he's wearing. But I fail. He's taunted me with that shirt all afternoon, sitting outside in the sun reading, right where he knew I couldn't help but see him. I've decided that expensive menswear is a waste of money. Women just need a fitted t-shirt to get them all bothered. How about you go and watch your own movies, while I put my pajamas on and go to bed? I haven't watched one of my movies for years. I'm not about to start now. What? You know I don't like watching myself on the screen. Yes, but I thought you got past that.
I got past that because you watched them with me. So, what? Now you just don't watch them? The last movie I watched was No Limit. That was the last movie of his that he and I watched together. Silence fills the room as I process this. I actually struggle to get my head around it. Jack, I start, but I'm also struggling to find words, and no more come. How a man so talented at what he does can't bring himself to watch his own work is beyond me. And it hurts my heart. God, how I just want Jack to see himself the way I see him. He pushes off the door jamb. Scream if any more spiders annoy you during the night. I'll keep my ear out. Spiders don't accost me during the night, and sleep comes easier than the night before. But only slightly, because Jack fills my mind again. Damn him, I can't escape him. I wake to a string of texts from Ashton that he sent just after 3 a.m. The London debacle is blowing up. Jonathan is doing his best to avoid needing Ashton over there, but Ashton wants me to have the company jet on standby. He's made it clear this won't interfere with my plans to go home to Sydney on Saturday. I'm not sure I'm as convinced, but I do know that Ashton always does his best to make good on his promises. I also wake up to a text from Lorelei, checking in on me over the social media blitz on Jack and me. Lorelei. Gasp! Jack moved back to Australia for you after you broke his heart all those years ago? I love this woman. Jessica. Yes, it would appear so. Lorelei. I'm sorry I haven't checked in on you until now. Work is crazy hectic at the moment. Are you okay? Jessica. It'll take a lot more than those assholes to get me down. Lorelei. I know, but I'm here if you need me. Love you. X. I never imagined the day I'd love a woman that Ashton dated. He always chose women I couldn't stand. And then he found Lorelei, married her, and I added her to my list of 7. I dress, take some of my asthma medication, and make my way out to the kitchen to grab a drink of water before my run. Jack's in there doing the same. You survived the arachnids, he said. I reach for a glass. Don't make me hurt you. You know I will. He chuckles. I have no doubt, gorgeous. I guzzle some water and open my eyes properly to look at him. I may get up early every morning to run, but I am far from a morning person and don't generally open my eyes fully until I'm out running. You look tired. Don't worry about me. I'm good. Jack, I sigh. This man, honestly, he needs a woman to smack some sense into him. You're dealing with a lot of stuff at the moment. It's okay not to be okay. You don't have to tell me you're good if you're not. How many hours of sleep are you actually getting? Do you know what I like about you the most? My ass. That grin of his I wish I didn't like so much makes its first appearance for the day. Bingo. But besides that, it's the way you call me out on my shit. Promise me you'll never stop doing that. You know I won't. Now answer my question. He drains his glass and places it in the sink. I'm regularly getting about 4 hours a night. That's less than you used to get. And that's saying something because he only ever used to get about 5. He nods. Yeah, I'm working on it. How? He smiles but doesn't say anything. What? I demand, motioning at that smile. What's that smile about? He moves closer to me. Even when you're doing your damnedest not to be my friend, and to keep me at arm's length, and not to care too much, there you are caring and looking out for me. He comes really close, too close, and he gives me those beautiful eyes of his in the most intimate of ways. I fucked up, Jessica. If I could go back and change it all, I would. I was not prepared for this conversation, and certainly not so early in the day. I swallowed down my heart, the one that's quickly picking up speed. At least, I try to. She's a stubborn, demanding bitch, though, and doesn't want to be pushed aside for anything. Not after all these years of being denied. That's the thing about fucking up. You can't go back and change it. He continues giving me those eyes. No, but I can rebuild it. For a woman who has worked hard to manage her headspace and her desires, I'm doing a bad job at both those things right now. That's because after all these years of dictating to my heart what she should want, she's staging a rebellion. I shake my head. You can't. You threw away what we had. And when you throw something away, you can't get it back. That is true, I agree. But new foundations can be poured and built upon. Tell me you believe that. I stare up at him, my heart beating wildly, threatening to assume control and trample all over my common sense. I don't. His eyes search mine. I want to rip them from his head so I never have to be tempted by them again. I'm going to do whatever it takes to show you I can be the man you need me to be. My head finally takes control of the situation, locking my heart back up. As much as I might still love this man, I can't give him the power to break me again. No, Jack. The man I need is one who has never betrayed me. You can't undo what's already been done. With that, I place my glass in the sink and exit the kitchen. I'm fully awake now, but not in a good way. I'm awake in the, I'm going to need a long run, a lot of coffee, and to kick a shitload of ass way. And since Jack's the one here with me, he's looking like a good candidate for all that ass kicking.
Chapter 14. Jack. Jessica has her ball-busting pants on today. In fact, she has multiple pairs on. Whereas she spent most of this week trying to separate us by evicting me from the house every chance she's had, today she keeps finding reasons for us to come together. She wasn't pleased with my declaration this morning, the one in which I told her I intend on winning her back. She spent the hour and a half we ran alternating between silence and bossing me into an array of things, including cleaning my gutters, mowing, hunting spiders, bathroom renovation plans, and finding a hobby to take up. Then, after she showered and ate breakfast, she got to work at the dining table and carried on with her bossiness. I've been sitting outside going through Rose's list of manager candidates and checking my emails for the past 2 hours. And Jessica has come out here 4 times with new orders for me. This last directive has me more amused than I have been in a long time. Not because of what it is, but rather because it's more than clear I'm stuck on repeat in her brain. As much as she doesn't want to admit it, I'm affecting her. Arching her brows at me, she places her hand on her hip. Well, and stop with that smiling all over the damn place. No one here is into you and your smile. I place my phone on the table and try hard to wipe the smile from my face, but I can't. I beg to differ, gorgeous. Still with the brows arched, she snaps, I'm still waiting for an answer, Jack. The answer is no. I'm not in the mood for renovating the bathroom at the moment. She came out here with a hand-drawn diagram of how she thinks the bathroom she's using should be renovated.
She also texted me numerous options for towels, showers, and vanities. If you select everything you want, I can order it all for you today. You could start work as soon as I leave on Saturday. I don't want to start work on it on Saturday. You need things to keep you occupied. Trust me, I have 1,000 things to do that. What? Hunting spiders, for one. She rolls her eyes. I'm being serious, Jack. Oh, so you weren't being serious earlier when you ordered me to kill all the spiders on my property. I was being deadly serious, and you should get onto that this afternoon, after you decide on bathroom fittings. Should I take care of the spiders before the gutters or after? Her lips flatten, and she eyes my phone. What have you been doing out here all morning? I've been trying to narrow down my choices for a new manager. That appears to surprise her, but she moves right along as if it doesn't. Have you been successful? Not particularly. Why not? I bring my hands to the back of my neck and rest my head in them. What are you doing 30 days from now? Did I just miss part of this conversation? I could swear I just asked you a question that required an answer. And I'm answering it. My brain still has trouble keeping up with your conversations at times. I didn't hear an answer. So, 30 days from now? Honestly, Jack, I barely know what I'm doing 5 days from now, let alone 30. Where are you going with this? That's bullshit. You live by your routine and a schedule that no one except Ashton gets to interfere with. I drop my arms back down and sit forward. You know exactly what you'll be doing 5 days from now. I'm not the same girl you knew. You don't know what I do with my life these days. I do, sweetheart. I know about it all. She stares at me, trying to keep her face clear of emotion and failing. Jessica is good at keeping a blank face with everyone but me. I've always brought her emotions to the surface. How do you know about it all? I stand. I know all the important parts of your life for the past 6 years. What? How? I may have fucked things up between us, but I never stopped loving you. I wanted to know you were safe and happy. So, what, you stalked me? Stalk is a little dramatic. I don't think so. I checked in on you. I asked questions. I paid attention to the tiny details when Ashton or Mum mentioned you. I followed your Instagram posts. I don't share the important things on Instagram, Jack. Fuck, I love the way her eyes are shining with fierce vulnerability. Jessica's feeling everything I want her to, but she's fighting it so damn hard. That fight tells me I'm as much a part of her soul as she is mine. Baby, the most important thing is your heart, and I mapped that years ago. I have the legend to it. I mightn't know all the things you haven't shared on Instagram, but I know how to unlock everything inside you. That causes her to still. When she doesn't say anything, I return to my original question. I'm meeting with Rose in 30 days to go over my future goals and plans. Do you want to come with me? Her eyes widen at that. I'm not your assistant, your partner, your anything, Jack. So no, I do not want to go with you to discuss your future with Rose. I can find you an assistant to take, though, if you need. She pauses and narrows her eyes at me. Actually, I think I'll just find you one regardless. God knows you'll drag your feet on this if I don't. Without waiting for any further response from me, she turns and goes back inside. I watch her head into the kitchen and make herself a coffee. Her mouth is moving at a great rate of knots, like she's having a conversation with someone. I can't hear her, but like I just told her, I know the map of her heart. I know Jessica is in there talking to herself about all the things that piss her off about me and all her plans to manage me and my life. She's in there doing exactly what I want her to be doing.
Chapter 15. Jessica. Mira. One more sleep. Jessica. Thank fuck. Mira. Are the paparazzi still there? Jessica. Yes, but our security guys have that under control. Will. Jack still breathing? Jessica. It's an unfortunate fact that he is. Will. Great news for me. Jessica. Go away. Don't text me again today. I'll be busy consuming caffeine and plotting ways not to murder men who annoy me. Mira. See you tomorrow, babe. X. I drop down onto the chair at Jack's dining table that has become mine and inhale my first sip of coffee for the day. I wasn't lying when I told Will I'd be consuming copious amounts of caffeine today. Jack has made it so I need it all. He stepped up his campaign to win me back yesterday, moving from grins and fitted t-shirts to flat-out, in-my-face proclamations about his plans. It's a good thing today's our last day together. I have no doubt this won't be the end of it, but at least any future interaction we have won't be in forced proximity. Me being here has made this easy for him. Nothing will be easy going forward. In fact, I intend on going home and texting Mike to let him know I'm ready for drinks again. I'm going to clean myself of Jack completely this time. I open my laptop to begin work, and while I'm busy ignoring the stories about Jack and me that are still being published at a crazy rate, and clicking through to check emails, I note the date. Shit. This month has crept up on me, as has the 7-year anniversary of my mother's death. It's next Monday, and it's the day I usually take off from work and avoid everyone except Will, who never lets me be completely alone, even though that's what I want. With everything going on at work and with Jack, I've forgotten to organise the day off. I inhale more coffee. The anniversary of Mum's death is just another day. I don't need to take a day off work for it. I'm going into Grafton with Axe, Jack says, cutting into my thoughts. Do you need me to pick anything up? A fishing spear. That slows him down. Anything else? A frying pan. His lips twitch. That all? An iron. And if I can't find any of those things, how about I settle for some carrot cake? Why does he have to be the person who knows things about me, like what my favourite cake is? I don't eat carrot cake anymore. More of that lip twitching. I'll grab all the cake I can find so you can have a selection to choose from. Text me if you think of anything else you need while I'm gone. Besides all those things you've already told me. Do not come home without all those things, Jack, I call out as he exits the room. Wouldn't dream of it, sweetheart, he calls back, and I swear I hear that damn smirk of his in his voice. I grab my phone and stab out a text to him. Jessica. I forgot. I also need a gun. Jack. I already had it on my list. Men. Although I can't say women are any better. This is why I don't date people in general. I really need to get a dog. Jack impresses me by staying away for 3 full hours. What doesn't impress me is how often I think about him and what he's doing in those 3 hours. I drink 2 cups of coffee. I furiously draft an email to the New York hotel that's still screwing me around over Ashton's meetings there in a month and a half. I'm clear about my lack of awe in them. They reply, letting me know they've finally sorted out the problem they created and that they're looking forward to our stay. I make a note of all the staff members' names I've dealt with so that when Ashton owns his New York hotel, we never hire any of them. I go back and forth with Jonathan on the London debacle, trying to help him sort things out so that Ashton can avoid flying over. I drink 2 more cups of coffee. I do some research for Lorelei for the resort development she and Ashton are working on. I handle a range of admin tasks that need my attention. And in amongst all of that, I can't stop myself from researching assistants who could be a good fit for Jack. I've just finished eating lunch when he arrives home, carrying many shopping bags that he deposits on the kitchen counter. Hitting me with one of his sexy smiles, he says, "I think you should be able to find something in here that you'll like." Since guns don't come in those kinds of bags, I doubt I will. Fuck, I knew I forgot something. My interest is piqued as to what's in the bags, but I don't want to ask him or investigate for myself. So I divert my attention back to my laptop. I hear Jack open the fridge, and then I hear the rustle of bags. Food. He brought food home for me. I'm saved from thinking about this when Ashton calls. I snatch up my phone. "Tell me this is the phone call in which you will advise you just acquired a New York hotel, so we don't need to stay in that dreadful one we've booked." He gets straight to the point. "I haven't spoken with Jack about this yet, but I'm going to get him to fly to Sydney with you in the morning, and then to London with me. I have to leave tomorrow." I look at Jack unpacking his shopping bags and realize it's all cake that he's unpacking. My hips will not thank him, but I'm secretly happy about this development. I mostly go to the gym so I can eat cake. I both hate and love that he knows this about me. "I'm with him now. I can put you on speaker to discuss it." It sounds like the worst idea he's ever had, though. If anything will screw with Jack's ability to maintain some form of routine, international travel will get the job done. "Put him on," Ashton says. Jack meets my gaze questioningly. "Ashton has something to discuss with you," I say. Ashton details his plan once I switch the call to speaker, and Jack doesn't take his eyes off mine while he listens. Once Ashton finishes, Jack says, "I'm good with this." I desperately want to follow Ashton's plan. More than desperately. I see a bright, happy future for me if I do. One that doesn't involve me being anywhere in the vicinity of Jack. He'll go to London with Ashton, and then the two of them will fly back here so that Ashton can hang out with him while he works through this part of his recovery. I'll be in Sydney clearing Jack from my system. The part of me that I know will never clear Jack from her system refuses to sit down and not be heard. She shouts loudly about how awful this plan is. She brings up the fact that international travel will mess even more with Jack's sleep, and the fact that staying in a hotel is the worst idea for him right now, with all that easy access to alcohol. I want to tell her that at some point Jack needs to learn how to live in a world where he has easy access to booze and drugs, because that's exactly the world he lives in. She just crosses her arms and looks at me with disappointment. God damn her. She and I will be having serious words later. I'm going to be the one to say, "I think this is a bad plan." I say, "It's the only plan we have," Ashton says, exhaustion lacing its way through his words. I imagine he's been up all night trying to devise something better. "It's a good plan," Jack says, but I don't buy a word of it. Not when he's watching me with an expression that says he'll do whatever I need him to right now. "It's not," I say. "You need—" "I've got what I need, Jessica," he says. "I'm good." "Yeah, you are," I agree, because he's doing well here. "But you fly to London and disrupt your routine, and you may not be good for much longer. I don't want to put your recovery at risk when we can come up with a better plan that won't.
There is no other option, Ashton says. Lorelei can't get away from work, otherwise she'd fly up there.
The only other person who Jack could stay with is his mum, but she was admitted to hospital yesterday for a week so she can have pain management therapy to help manage her arthritis pain. I'll stay here with you, I say, not even having to force the offer out of my mouth because that part of me I'll be having words with later has completely taken charge.
No, Ashton says. You've got family stuff on this weekend, and then you need to get back to the office.
This is why he's on my list of 7. We both know there's absolutely no need for me to get back to the office. I can work from anywhere.
I'll hire a professional sober companion and stay here, Jack says. All sorted. I won't need to travel. Ashton can go to London and focus on what he's got to take care of. And you can go home to Sydney.
Ashton doesn't respond to this new plan, probably because he thinks it's as bad as I do. I don't care how qualified or good at their job a professional sober companion might be. There'll be no match for Jack if he decides he wants a drink. Not like Ashton or I would be. I point my finger at Jack. You're not hiring anyone, and you're not going anywhere except to Sydney with me tomorrow. You'll stay with me at Will's place. You'll let his kids drive you insane all weekend, and then you'll fly back here with me on Sunday. We'll stay here until further notice. Ashton will go to London. End of story. And if either of you argue with me, there will be a fishing spear in it for both of you. Jack doesn't say anything. Ashton says,
Fishing spear?
Yes, don't argue, Ashton. I exhale a long breath, my mind racing with a million thoughts about all the bracing I need to do now to survive Jack for longer than I originally anticipated. I'm hanging up now because I have a hot date with some cake. Ashton says something about emailing me some information. I half listen and agree to get straight onto it. I then end the call and walk into the kitchen where Jack's just watching me silently. I move past him and open the fridge to survey the cake he bought. Jesus! I look at him. Don't ever buy me this much cake again. Also, we're going for another run this afternoon.
Jessica, you don't need to do this.
It's a bit late for that now. I can't unsee all this cake.
As much as I want to keep you here forever, I know it's costing you to stay, sweetheart. Go home.
And that right there is why Jack is one of my 7 people, even though I've told him I don't want to be his friend again. The man might have his faults, but he loves so completely and selflessly that I can never not love him back. I'm not going home, Jack. I reach for the piece of carrot cake I spy on the second shelf of the fridge. I'm going to eat this cake while you narrow down your bathroom renovation selections. I'll place the order this afternoon. God knows we need a project to keep you busy next week. A man can only sun himself for so long.
Chapter 16. Jack. Jessica and I arrive at Will's place in Sydney just after 8:15 a.m. on Saturday morning. We bring 2 of the security guys with us after arguing over how many we need. I wanted to bring them all, but Jessica argues that's overkill. In the end, Axe steps in and agrees with her. So he and Robert make the trip with us while the other 4 stay at my property. When we arrive, Axe and Robert do their thing, checking the area and figuring out their strategy while Jessica and I go inside. Axe and Jessica doubt our location will be discovered. I'm a cynic when it comes to the paparazzi, and I'm not as convinced, but I don't voice that. Not while Jessica's in the mood she's in this morning. She's stressed, which is not something she's known for. From what she's mentioned, she's dealing with problems that have cropped up for her and Ashton in London and New York overnight. She's been on her phone from the minute she got up, trying to fix whatever it is. The fact that Ashton ended up flying out late yesterday afternoon doesn't help. He's still in the air, leaving her to deal with everything by herself. Mira lets us in when we arrive. She gives me a smile, a hug, and says, "It's been a while, Jack." "Yeah, it has," I agree, before spotting Will behind her. He's not happy to see me, but then I didn't expect him to be. Will and I had words after everything blew up between Jessica and me. Long, heated words in which he expressed his desire to hurt me. He made it more than clear he won't hold back from doing that if I ever cause her pain again. "Jack," he grunts. "Will?" Jessica and Mira go into the house, while Will and I stay where we are. I give him the space to finish getting his head around the fact I'm here. I don't begrudge him this need. I'd feel the same if I were Will and Jessica was my cousin. Finally, he stands back and allows me through, closing the door behind me. No further words are exchanged between us, but then none are required. We both know where we stand, and I don't intend on ever doing anything to give him cause to make good on his threat. Will and I were close during the 2 years I was with Jessica. After meeting her, I rearranged my life so I could move back to Australia. Her career was just taking off, so it was important for that progress to not be interrupted. Jessica had big goals, and I knew she would achieve all of them. I based myself in Sydney, flying back and forth between the states as needed. Will became one of my closest friends in that time, and the four of us spent many lazy weekends together. I'll never forget the devastation in his eyes the day he came to me after learning of what I'd done to Jessica. "So we'll be home around 5 tomorrow afternoon," Mira says, glancing between Jessica and me. "Is that okay?" Jessica nods. "Of course." She smiles down at Mira's youngest daughter, who's clinging to her skirt. Lifting her into her arms, she looks back up at Mira. "Stay out later if you want. It'll give me more time with this beauty." She pauses. "Wait, did you find that grass for me? I'm not sure I can cope without it." Mira laughs, while Will says, "Check the backyard. Mira has an assortment of weeds growing out there, in amongst the plants she's trying to kill." Mira hits him playfully. "If you're not nice to me, you won't get your surprise today." "What surprise?" he says. "The one I got up at an ungodly hour for," Jessica says, lifting her chin at them. "You need to go so you're not late. And make sure you bring me back a present. You know I like presents." Mira's other daughter grows excited at the mention of gifts. "I want a present too!" She grips her mother's dress, pulling it while babbling about the present she wants. Will gives Jessica a pointed look. "Nice work." Jessica shows no remorse. "There's a price to pay for taking a weekend off, Will. Presents all round." She squeezes her niece tightly and blasts a smile her way. "Right, my little devil. We need Mummy and Daddy to go so we can start playing." The kids are excited enough to see Jessica that their parents don't have any trouble leaving. 15 minutes later, Jessica has the girls outside in the backyard blowing bubbles, laughing, and having the time of their lives. I watch in awe. This is a woman dealing with multiple work problems that have caused a level of stress that's highly unusual for her. Yet here she is spending time with her nieces like she doesn't have a care in the world. "Jack," she says, as the girls chase each other around the yard, "can you do me a favour?" I move towards her. "Anything, gorgeous?" "I have to make a quick call. Can you please watch the girls? Maybe blow some bubbles with them?" I accept her bubble-blowing wand when she holds it out to me. "Take your time." She looks at the girls before glancing back at me. "You need to watch Hazel the most. She's like you. She likes to get into things she shouldn't. Olivia usually watches out for her, but not always. And whatever you do, don't let either of them near Will's shed. It houses spiders, and I do not want to be dealing with arachnids today. God knows you aren't skilled in finding them or killing them." I chuckle. "Got it. No shed and no spiders. I'll be as quick as I can. We need to conserve your energy for tonight when I pass out early. You'll be on clean-up duty." I track her ass to the back door until I can't see her anymore. Jessica's wearing jeans today that are hell on a man. Heels that are too, but they came off the minute she started playing with the girls. I've finally found something Jessica does without heels, and fuck if it isn't a sight to see. Once she's inside, I devote all my attention to the girls. Hazel is 2 and Olivia is 4. And after playing with them for an hour, I understand why Jessica said she'll pass out early tonight. The energy these girls have appears to be unlimited. I let them chase me around the yard. I blow what feels like a million bubbles. I make up stories about the fairies that live in the garden. And then, when I need to catch my breath, I collapse to the ground with, "Girls, look at the sky!" Fuck knows what we'll be looking at, but I recall my mother doing this when I was young. And I remember being fascinated to see what was in the sky every time she said it. I haven't had much to do with any children except Ashton's sister's kids. Every time I come to Sydney, Alessandra indulges my love of hanging out with Sadie and Bradley. Kids are free of the bullshit of adults, and I always find myself feeling happier after time with them. I've often wondered what it would be like to be a parent. Up until this point in my life, though, I've never truly considered having kids, not while alcohol ruled my life. But now I wonder if maybe it could be something for me. "Jack!" Olivia squeals, her little voice filled with the kind of delight a man can't help but smile at. She points to the sky. "A giraffe!" I squint at the bright blue sky and make out what she's looking at. It's a blob that looks nothing like a giraffe. This is what I love about kids. They see things adults don't. I look at Hazel, who's squirming around like a worm on the other side of me. "What do you see, pumpkin?" She looks at me, her face bright with joy. "Mummy!" She then points at the sky and repeats herself. "Mummy!" I chuckle. Let's see what else we can find up there. We're 5 minutes into searching the sky for more shapes when Jessica comes back out. She stands next to Olivia and looks down at me. "Honestly, Jack, do you know nothing about children? We need to be exhausting them right now, not encouraging rest." I lift myself up to lean on my elbows and grin up at her. Trust me, I'm exhausted. I said exhaust them. You still have work to do. Olivia grabs her bubble wand and takes off blowing bubbles again. Hazel follows her sister, and I remain where I am. "How'd you go with your call?" "Not good. I'm waiting on someone getting back to me." She gives me a pained look. "I'm sorry, but this might take a little while to sort out. Do you mind hanging out with the girls? I can put a movie on for them. You just need to sit with them and make sure they don't get into any mischief." I push up off the ground and stand. I like playing with them. Are they into painting? Or Lego? Or cars? Or maybe a sandpit? I try to think of the things I was into as a kid. She nods slowly. "You know, they love playing with dolls." She looks at the girls before calling out, "Girls, Jack wants to play with your Barbies." Then, to me, she says with barely concealed glee, "Such a great idea of yours." I follow the three of them inside and to Olivia's bedroom, where Jessica proceeds to pass Barbie dolls and an assortment of doll clothes to me. "No fighting," she says sternly, with the straightest of faces. "Or the three of you will have to have a time-out." I then spend the next 2 hours dressing dolls, brushing doll hair, pretending to feed dolls, and conversing with dolls, before finally convincing the girls we should read together. With their dolls. In amongst that, Olivia brushes my hair and attempts to put clips in it. By the time lunch rolls around, I'm all dolled out, and I'm ready to run with Jessica's idea of watching a movie with the girls. Constance. I seem to be missing a text from you today. Jack. That would be because I've been busy with Barbies. Constance. I hope they were plastic doll Barbies, and not the other kind. Jack. I was also having my hair brushed by a 4-year-old. You want to see the clip she put in there? Constance. I'd settle for a text telling me you got more than 4 hours of sleep last night. Or a text telling me you took up meditation since we last checked in. Jack. I ate 3 meals yesterday and went for a run. Constance. Look at that. You're almost my star patient. Jack. Gold, silver, or bronze? Constance. Be on time tomorrow, Jack. I slip my phone back into my pocket right as Hazel runs to me and wraps her arms around one of my legs. We just finished eating lunch. Vegemite sandwiches the girls begged me to cut into star shapes, grapes, and cheese slices. And I've put Winnie the Pooh on for us to watch.
I know Hazel's excited to play some more rather than watch a movie, but she's fighting sleep and needs a nap, so I scoop her into my arms and carry her to the couch. How about you snuggle up here with me and watch Winnie, and then later we'll play again? Me too, Olivia says, running to position herself on the other side of me. Hazel looked like she was about to argue over snuggling on the couch until Olivia wanted in. Now, I've got one on each side, and I'm hopeful they might both nap. As the movie plays, and the girls both do everything they can to avoid sleep while I do everything I can to stay awake, I think about my father and the fact I can't recall spending any time like this with him as a child. My mother, yes, but not my dad. He was too busy working, always telling me that money didn't grow on trees. I believed him, too, until the day I turned 13 and my uncle schooled me on our family money. It was old money, older than old. My father inherited billions from his father. It turned out, my father just didn't want to spend time with me.
Jack,
Olivia said, curling into me.
I'm thirsty.
I smiled down at her. Would you like some water? She nods.
Yes, please.
I get water for all of us, and once they've had their drinks and have fidgeted for another 10 minutes, they settle in for Winnie. Hazel is out within 15 minutes, Olivia within 25. I'm left alone with my thoughts about my father, my past, and my future. Thoughts I usually try never to be left alone with. Lately, though, I'm okay with them. Lately, I feel like I've finally reached a point where I can handle them.
Chapter 17. Jessica. I should have brought all the cake from Jack's fridge with me to Sydney. I would sit and eat every last piece of it right now if I had. Today has been the day from hell, and I'm ready for it to be over. Finished. Done with. However, it's only just after 2 in the afternoon, so I'm sure more hell awaits me. I've put out fires in both London and New York today after multiple issues arose. The London problems appear to have been resolved for now. At least until Ashton arrives there and takes over handling them. The New York problems are still being sorted out. I'm hopeful everything will be finalised there by tomorrow. Ashton won't be pleased with the outcome of the New York problems. One of the issues I had to work on there was finding new dates for the hotel development meetings I've organised because one of the men had a change in his schedule. I had to bring the meetings forward to the week after next. With Ashton being in London during this coming week, it could be difficult for him to make it to New York in time. I'm steeling myself for his annoyance over this, but it was our only option, so he'll just have to make it work or push it for a few months. Thank God for Jack today. He's looked after the girls so well I haven't heard a peep out of them. The only time I saw them was when I suggested they play with dolls. That moment was the highlight of my day. The fact Jack barely reacted except to give me one of his amused looks, though, was a little bit of a letdown. I was looking for some pain on his behalf. However, I should have expected his reaction. It's so like Jack to just go with the flow and live in the moment without complaint. I pad out of Will's office where I've been working and make my way into the lounge room where I can hear a movie playing. A smile takes over my face before I can stop it when I find Jack passed out on the lounge with the girls asleep either side of him. My ovaries explode at the sight. I'm not a huge kid person, but seeing Jack like this, with these girls who I love so much, does something to me. Leaving them, I go into the kitchen to source some food, coming to a dead stop when I arrive there. Jack might be great at keeping kids occupied, but he sucks at cleaning up after them. The kitchen is a write-off. I'm halfway through cleaning up when he wanders in, one of his sexy smiles in place.
"Leave that," he says. "I'll do it."
"I found something you're as good at as acting." I survey the mess of dirty plates, cups, and various other kitchen utensils I'm still cleaning up. "Seriously, this is a masterpiece." He comes closer to me.
"I take my job as a caregiver very seriously. I'm not about to stop and clean when I've got children who need my full attention."
This is the male in you speaking. Perhaps during this afternoon's shift of caregiving, you could channel your inner female and do this little thing we call multitasking. You'd be surprised to discover you can actually give care while also stacking the dishwasher.
His eyes turn serious. "Go and sit down while I make you some lunch. You need to rest in between slaying dragons for Ashton."
I'm almost finished in here, and then I can make my own lunch. I think you might be the one who needs a rest. He takes hold of my shoulders, spins me around, and walks me to the stool at the counter. Pulling it out, he helps me onto it. The fact his hands are on my body in ways I like a little too much does not escape me, but I do my best to ignore what he's doing to me.
"What do you want to eat?" he asks. "The fridge is fully stocked with salad ingredients, which I know you love. However, it should also be noted that I excel at making Vegemite sandwiches. The girls were all over those."
You've learned a valuable parenting skill today, Jack.
"Which was?"
If you play with kids for hours on end, they'll love your Vegemite sandwiches.
"Are you saying that my culinary skills aren't as amazing as I thought?"
I shrug. Possibly not. The true test will be dinner tonight.
"How so?"
Well, the girls will be exhausted after you play with them all afternoon. Then you'll have to wrangle them into the bath. After that comes the getting them dressed part. Have fun with that. And then there's the keeping them occupied while making dinner part. On second thought, have fun with that part. I pause for effect. If you can whip something good up for dinner after all that, you'll have passed the test.
"You're a smart woman, Jessica Calvary."
Yes, this is correct. But what gave it away today?
"The way you covertly lay down a challenge and make me want to achieve it is to be admired."
My work here is done.
"Okay, so before I start meal planning for dinner, what do you want for lunch?"
I cock my head. Did you ever imagine the day you would utter the words meal planning?
He laughs. "I can't say I did."
You look good in a kitchen, Jack.
"Sweetheart, I look good in all the rooms of a house. You already know this."
Oh, holy shit, no. I walked into that one. And while I'm usually good at walking back out of these situations with him, today I'm a handicapped player. Today, Jack has found his way into my good graces. Also, right now, he's standing too close, affecting me in all the ways only he does. The kitchen suddenly ceases to exist. The rest of the house and the girls do too. It's just Jack and me, looking at each other like we used to. I feel it deep in my core at first, but it doesn't take long to spread to all parts of my body. That desire I've only ever felt with him. And that's saying something, because after Jack, I tried desperately to forget how he made me feel. I slept with more people than I care to admit. And I thought I'd done a fairly good job of forgetting him. But here we are. And now I know I've done a very bad job of that. I want Jack just as much as I ever wanted him. Shit.
"Jack," I start,
but he moves right on into me, silencing me with his presence.
You feel this, Jessica. I see it in your eyes. Hell, it's written all over your body.
His voice slides through me, heating every vein it touches. Just because I feel it doesn't mean I want it. He cups my cheek and rubs his thumb over my lips.
You want this.
I do. In this moment, I want everything his eyes are promising. I can't think about anything but what they're promising. I can't think about anything else, full stop. I'm more aroused than I have been in 6 years. And that's just from the slightest touch. Actually, no, it's not just from that. This is from so much more than Jack's touch. What's between us has always been from so much more than anything physical. How we make each other feel comes from something much deeper and all-consuming than the sex. And that's the problem. If this was just about sex, I could fuck him and get this over with. But it's not, so I can't. I reach up to pull his hand away from my face, but he catches it and holds it. And right alongside that, he catches my ability to think straight and holds on to that too.
I want you in my life,
he says huskily, stealing any capacity I have left to walk away.
I've never stopped wanting you.
I try to think about why I left Jack, but I can't seem to do even that basic level of thinking. Not when I'm aching with need for him like I am. My body takes over, pressing against him. God, I want to kiss him. He slides his arm around my waist, resting his hand on my arse. And when Jack rests his hand, it's more like he's claiming whatever he's touching. This isn't just him placing his hand somewhere. This is him telling me my ass is his. I want to force that hand away. My ass isn't his, and it never will be his again. But Jesus, I'm a fucking mess of incapacity right now. Gone is the in-control Jessica, and in her place is the Jack might actually still own me Jessica. His eyes search mine, telling me a million stories about how we could be good together. They remind me that I loved every second of my time with him. Even the seconds we spent arguing, which actually weren't that many because our relationship was the best damn thing in the world. I used to think Jack was made especially for me. We fit that well together. The fact I haven't found anyone I fit so well with since has often made me question my decision to leave him. But then, really, he left me with no choice but to do that. And that right there is why kissing him now is the absolute worst idea I've had in a long time. I can't kiss him. I can't do any of this with him.
Baby,
he murmurs, running his thumb over my lips again before bringing his face to mine. Every thought I have evacuates the building. I'm completely focused on Jack, on his hard chest that's pressed to mine, on his hand that's claiming ownership of me, on his mouth that I desperately want on mine. Jack! Olivia calls out. My mind scrambles to make sense of what's happening. It's like crawling through thick slime, though. Slow and laborious. Fuck, Jack curses. Jack! Olivia calls again. My brain finally kicks into gear. I place my hands to his chest to push him away.
This isn't finished,
he says as I do that, his eyes revealing his determination to make what he said true. I swallow all the feelings surging through me. It is finished, I say, with my own determination. He reaches for me again, attempting to pull me back into his hold, but Olivia comes running into the kitchen, putting a stop to everything. I could squeeze her with love right now.
Jack!
She grasps his jeans, looking up at him with adoration.
Come see Winnie.
How about you go and wait for me while I get us something to eat?
She shakes her head emphatically and pulls his hand.
No.
He glances at me as Olivia does her best to get him to go back to the couch. His eyes say everything he's not, but I'm done listening. Go and watch the movie, I say. I have to get back to work.
You haven't eaten lunch yet,
he says. I grab an apple from the fruit bowl. This'll keep me going until your gourmet dinner. Not giving him a chance to argue with me, I quickly exit the kitchen, putting as much distance as I can between us as fast as I can. I'm more than grateful that Olivia wants Jack to hang out with her. God knows what would have happened if she hadn't interrupted us.
Chapter 18. Jack. Saturday afternoon and night pass in a blur of movies, painting, more bubble blowing, running around the backyard, bath time for the girls, cooking dinner, reading, and the dance of getting the girls to sleep. We barely see Jessica because her work has her full attention, but Hazel and Olivia are more than happy to spend time with me. I'm more than happy to spend time with them too, but I'm counting down the hours until Jessica and I can take up where we left off earlier this afternoon. I cook spaghetti for dinner after Olivia tells me it's one of her favourite meals. Jessica eats with us after helping me bathe the girls. She then reads a story to both of them before helping me get them to sleep. After that, though, she tells me she has more work to do. I suspect she doesn't, but I let her go. 3 hours pass while she works, and I mindlessly flick between TV shows. At 10 p.m, I walk into the office where she's been holed up all day, rest my shoulder against the door jamb, cross my arms, and settle in for an argument. You need a break. She glances up at me for barely a second before looking back down at her laptop. I don't have time for a break. I don't care. You're taking one. This time, her head snaps up and she holds my gaze. You're not my boss, Jack. I can get your boss on the line if you want. He'll agree with me on this. Irritation flashes in her eyes. I wasn't lying when I said I don't have time, but feel free to get Ashton on the line so he can verify that for you. Fuck. She's shut right down on me after this afternoon. I'd hoped she wouldn't, but I'd guess she might. Knowing Jessica, now is not the time to push her, so I don't. Okay, I concede. You keep working. I'll bring you a drink. I'm fine, she says. I don't need a drink. I push off from the door jamb with a nod and leave her to go make that drink. Fine is not a true indication of how any woman is feeling when they tell a man that's how they are, let alone Jessica when she's annoyed with me. I don't care if she wants a drink or not. She's getting one. After I deliver a decaf coffee to her, I watch some more TV. Will and Mira's couch is one of those big, L-shaped, cushiony couches that's hard not to fall asleep on, but I manage to stay awake. I make it through 2 episodes of a crime show before Jessica finally exits the office. I listen as she potters around the kitchen for a bit, and am about to go in there when she sticks her head around the corner of the lounge room and says, "Do you want a cup of tea?" Sounds good. I resist the urge to follow her back into the kitchen and take over. She might have been working all day, and I might think she's exhausted, but the last thing Jessica wants from me is to be told to rest. Picking which battles I fight with her is key. I quickly learnt that 8 years ago, and I've never forgotten it. 10 minutes later, she joins me on the couch, placing a mug of tea on the coffee table in front of me. She doesn't utter a word.
and we settle in silence, watching TV together. I give her 15 minutes of that silence before saying, "Did you get everything done you needed to?" She eyes me over the rim of her mug as she takes a sip of what I presume is more decaf coffee. Jessica doesn't drink tea. "Yeah." She takes another sip. "Thank you for today. I really appreciate it." I think the girls had fun, although Olivia is pretty keen to spend tomorrow with her favourite aunt. She smiles, and it hits me right in the chest. It's rare I receive a smile from her. Olivia asked me if you could take her to the park tomorrow. It seems not even my niece is immune to the famous Jack Kingsley charm. Fuck. She's more exhausted than I realised. Compliments are also rare from her. I want to keep her talking, but she needs sleep. So I push my wish aside and say, "You should go to bed, sweetheart. It's been a long day." She glances at the television and then back at me. "I need to wind down first. What else is on?" What she's saying is she needs something that will bore her to sleep. Jessica's mind takes its time switching off at night. I used to challenge myself to find new, boring shows for her each night. However, there's a faster way to get her to sleep, and we both know it. Jerking my chin at her, I say, "Give me your feet." "No, just find me a show." She can be stubborn at the best of times, and I know she'll be more than stubborn about this, especially after what had happened between us earlier. Before she can stop me, I pull her feet up onto my lap. Ignoring her protests, I begin massaging them. Not an easy task when she's doing her damnedest to extricate them from my grip. "Jack," she argues, in that bossy tone of hers I usually love. "I don't want my feet." I tighten my hold on her feet. "Stop fighting me and just let me help you." "No, You need sleep, and this will get you there the fastest." She glares at me like she wants to hurt me. "You don't know that about me anymore." Okay, let's try it then and see. When she continues glaring at me and opens her mouth to keep arguing with me, I change tactics and take her by force. "You can keep that up and I'll keep this up, sweetheart. But it'd be a whole lot easier for both of us if you just allowed me to do this. Alternatively, we can go back to the conversation we were having earlier, which is actually my preference. But you let me know what your preference is, so I know what to do next." Her eyes widen for a split second, and then her lips flatten. "Knock yourself out," she mutters. "But when you're still there in half an hour and I'm not asleep, it'd be really good if you just found me a show like I requested." We both know you'll be asleep within 20 minutes. She exhales a grumpy breath as I get to work on her feet. I welcome all that grumpiness. Anytime Jessica wants to give me this kind of fight, I'm here for it. I wake just after 4 a.m. on the couch with Jessica's head in my lap. After massaging her feet for a good 15 minutes, she requested I massage her shoulders and promptly switch positions to lie with her head like she is now. It didn't take her long after that to fall asleep, at which point I turned the television off and rested my head back against the couch. I hadn't intended on falling asleep myself. I'd simply wanted to enjoy having Jessica close for a little while before carrying her to bed. I looked down at her, not wanting to separate us, but also not wanting her to be uncomfortable here on the couch. In the end, her comfort wins, and I scoop her into my arms to take her to bed. She stirs, but only briefly, and I get her into bed without fully waking her. I pull the blanket over her and slide the strands of hair that have fallen across her face off it. This rouses her, but only slightly. Just enough for her to mumble something about wanting to kiss me. I duel with my desire to crawl into the bed with her, but I would never take advantage of her like that. In the end, I press a kiss to her forehead before exiting the room and heading back to the couch. Mira set a bed up for me in their spare room, but I'm feeling the couch tonight. I want to stay here with my memories of having Jessica close. I want to replay everything that happened between us today over in my head until sleep claims me. I also want to think about my plan of attack from here on out. One of the reasons why Jessica and I worked so well together was that I'm the kind of man who's good with sitting back and giving my woman the space to take control when she wants or needs it. I only tend to step in when the situation calls for it. This situation we're in now?
It's calling for me to step the fuck in.
Chapter 19. Jessica. There's something different about Jack today. Something that's got me a little bewildered. It started when I woke late, just after 9 a.m. I never wake that late, so that in itself was disconcerting. The fact I struggled to remember going to bed also puzzled me. I followed the sound of giggling and found Jack making waffles in the kitchen with the girls. He had another unholy mess going on in there, but my ovaries exploded again at the sight of the girls having fun with him. Now, I'm sitting at the kitchen table where he set me up with a coffee and strict instructions not to move my ass or there would be hell to pay. The fact I'm following those instructions is the most baffling thing to me today, but there was just something about the way he ordered me around. Jack doesn't generally order anyone to do anything. Except me. He sometimes used to boss me into things, and whenever he did, I knew he meant business. Oh, shit. I sit up straight. That's what this is. This is Jack meaning business. Okay, girls, he says as he brings the waffles to the table. Who wants ice cream with their waffles? Olivia looks like she might wet herself with excitement. Her little arms go up as she squeals, "Me!" Hazel eyes her older sister and wiggles around in her chair, babbling her wish for ice cream. She's just as excited as Olivia. As for me, I don't want ice cream. I don't want waffles. And I sure as hell don't want the butterflies in my stomach. They're not the good kind of butterflies. They would be the good kind if it was any man other than Jack standing in this kitchen ruining my ovaries. Since it's not, I need to have a stern word with these butterflies and let them know their appearance today is unacceptable. He looks at me. His eyes are sparkling way too much. Why have I not ripped those eyes from his head yet? Ice cream, sweetheart? I reach for my coffee. I'm going for a run. You need to eat first. I do not need to eat first. Jessica, he says, his voice dropping deep and serious. You barely ate yesterday. You're not running until you get some sustenance in you. If you don't want waffles, I'll make you something else. We've got bacon, eggs, cereal, yogurt, fruit, avocados, and a whole range of other food to choose from. Fuck. Last night is coming back to me. I let him put his hands on my feet and then asked him to put them on my shoulders. Not my best move. I stand. I'll get myself something. I'm 2 steps away from the table when he swoops on in. I feel like that's an accurate representation of how he approaches. Pounce would also work. Either way, he's next to me faster than I think even Superman could manage, and he's got those strong hands of his on my waist. And holy hell, if his mouth isn't against my ear before I see that coming too. I fully support your need to slay your own dragons, baby, but there are some days where I want to help. Today is one of those days. Let me make you breakfast while you spend some time with the girls. They've been hanging out to see you this morning. He then looks at Olivia and says, Show Auntie Jessica what we did this morning, Pumpkin. Olivia slides off her chair and runs into the lounge room. I go against my own common sense and sit my ass back down. When Olivia returns, she's holding a piece of paper that she thrusts at me.
We painted.
She climbs onto my lap.
It's a flower. I put my arm around her as I study the painting. It's a beautiful flower. She points at the blue sky in the painting and then looks up at me. There's a giraffe in there. In the sky? She nods, her rosy cheeks puffing out as she smiles. Yes, like yesterday. Jack starts heaping ice cream onto the waffles, eyeing me as he does this.
You didn't see the giraffe in the sky yesterday?
I meet his gaze. I'm so sad I missed it. I smile at Olivia, but I'm glad you got to see it. I want to look again today, she says, with you. God, I adore these girls. The way they just love without condition never fails to touch the jaded parts of me. And there are a lot of those parts in me. Too many, I think, some days. Yet I find myself unable to let them go. The time I spend with Olivia and Hazel is the only time I seem free of them. I squeeze her and press a kiss to her forehead. We'll go look after breakfast, baby girl.
Come and eat your waffle before the ice cream melts,
Jack says to her. A couple of minutes later, after he's got both girls settled with their breakfast, he says to me,
What have you decided to eat, sweetheart?
I sip some coffee. I'd like bacon, eggs, avocado, toast, yogurt and blueberries. Oh, and Will has hash browns in the freezer. I'll have one of those too, please.
His lips twitch and those damn eyes sparkle again. I see someone found her appetite.
Yes, and now I'd like to see someone produce some food for me.
Would you like me to dress appropriately for this production? I brought one of my grey t-shirts with me, if that's your preference.
My preference is for you to stop talking and start getting to work, I say with a little too much testiness. I'd prefer to keep that testiness to myself and not show him that he's affecting me. His lips stop twitching and spread out into one of those sexy grins of his I could happily stare at all day. Except not today. Today, I might finally lose my restraint and take to his body. And not in the way he wants me to. Jack has spent a week tormenting me with those grins and those muscles and that goddamn hair. It's too much. And I need it all gone. Luckily for him, he stops with the grinning and gets to work on my breakfast. I sit with the girls and talk with them about our plans for today. Ashton took over handling all our work fires overnight. He told me he doesn't want to hear from me today, that he wants me to spend the day with my family. I'm excited to do that. However, I'm also a little tired after yesterday. It was a long, challenging day that I'm glad is over. I couldn't have managed yesterday without Jack. He's always been easygoing, but yesterday he reminded me how that looks when I'm stressed, and that I like how it looks. When we were first together, and I was working hard to get my career going, I'd often bring work home for the night, and then proceed to get a little stressed over finishing it on time. Jack would always calm me down. I've dated people who haven't been happy when work took over my life and cut into my time with them. None of them handled it well, and fights were common. Jack was different. Not once did he ever carry on like those people. He just went with the flow and tried to find ways to support me. He always made things easier for me, exactly like he did yesterday, and like he's doing today. I watch him cook my breakfast. He looks happy, like he doesn't have a care in the world. He looks like he doesn't want to be anywhere else but here. There's not only something different about Jack today, there's something different about Jack, full stop. I've never known a completely sober Jack. When I met him, he drank a few times a week and smoked pot occasionally. He didn't need to drink to make it through his days. He just liked alcohol and indulged in some heavy nights when he was out with his friends. Having grown up with an alcoholic father, I had some concerns over how much Jack drank at times, but I didn't want to fully acknowledge those concerns. I wanted to enjoy being young and in love, so I ignored what was happening. Jack started drinking heavily after we broke up. I remember clearly the first social media post I saw that captured one of his famous binges. It wasn't pretty. And while I was still in a world of pain over him, I felt sad for him. I felt sad that he was going down the path my father had spent years on. I've watched him spiral deeper and deeper into his alcohol and drug addiction over the last 6 years, alongside his stubborn refusal to properly manage his bipolar disorder. I've also watched Ashton try to help him. Jack has been dismissive of his problems. He hasn't wanted to face them. Instead, he's ignored them and found ways to carry on as if they don't exist. He's made movie after movie, working his ass off to maintain the huge career he built. He's had his team come after him, sweeping up any mess he's made. He's smiled and charmed his way through life. The mask he's worn has never slipped. Until now. The world has finally gotten a glimpse of the real Jack. I didn't think he wore the mask while we were together, but I'm wondering about that now. I'm beginning to think he maybe wore it occasionally, because this Jack I'm seeing now is a little different to the Jack I saw back then. Only slightly, but it's enough of a difference for me to notice. He's lighter. His easy ways seem even easier. Mostly, though, he's happier than I've ever seen him. I see that in his eyes. They're brighter, more open, and when he smiles, they claim some of it. "So, no waffles?" he says, cutting into my thoughts. "I may want one, but I'll need to see how I go with everything else first. I'll let you know if I decide I do." It's important to keep the man on his toes. He nods in agreement, and I ignore the amusement I've inspired in him. A minute later, he brings our plates to the table and sits next to me. He's cooked himself the same as what I requested, minus the yogurt and fruit. He never did like yogurt. Olivia and Hazel have finished eating and are growing impatient to go outside and search for shapes in the sky. I know there's no way they'll sit there while Jack and I eat, so I stand to help them wash their hands and take them to watch television while they wait. "I'll do this," Jack says, standing when I do. "You eat." "Jesus, Jack," I grumble, even though I know I'm being ungrateful. "Is this how today's going to go? You're going to trip over yourself to do everything for me?" He gives me a look, the one that strongly says, "Don't argue with me, sweetheart." He lets that look do all the work for him while he simply says, "Eat." There's nothing simple about that order, though. Not when it's delivered with that look and that tone of his that even I know not to mess with. I sit. Jack scoops the girls up, one in each arm, using all those muscles I can never unsee, and takes them into the bathroom. I hear the tap running. I hear the girls giggling. I hear Jack being fun with them in a very ovary-ruining way. He then takes them into the lounge room and switches the television on for them. By this point, I'm doing as directed and eating my breakfast. I'm also madly scrambling my thoughts into some kind of order that might actually serve me today. When he comes back to the table and sits with me, I throw out, "When and how did I get to bed last night?" This really is the most important thing I need to know right now. He reaches for his knife and fork. "We both fell asleep on the couch. I took you to bed just after 4. I must have been tired. The last thing I remember is him massaging my shoulders. Of course, he'd been right that a foot massage would help me get to sleep. After having to let him see he was right on that, I had no reason not to ask for a shoulder massage too. "Did you sleep okay?" "Yeah, I slept on the couch." I frown. "Why?" Mira made him a bed in the spare room. It would have been a lot comfier for him. He smiles like he knows all the secrets I keep inside. "I was good on the couch, Jessica." I make a mental note to stop encouraging him by asking questions that reveal my concern for him. I do not want him smiling at me like that again today. Wanting a change in subject, I say, "You should go visit your mum today." "Yeah, I was thinking I might head to the hospital after breakfast, unless you've still got some work you need to get to this morning." "No, I'm done. No work today. Ashton's handling everything. You go whenever you want. Say hi to your mum for me." "She would have loved to see you." Bronwyn Kingsley is a beautiful soul who Jack takes after. God knows he doesn't take after his father in any way, shape, or form. I shudder to think how he would have turned out if his mother hadn't been around to raise him. I check in with her every now and then and go visit her.
"She tells me every time you do. She never got over losing you."
He pauses.
"That seems to run in the family."
My brain does some more scrambling, trying to get herself together. She needs to if I'm going to have any hope of surviving this man today. He's certainly chosen the right day to begin his assault. I'm not running at full capacity after working so much yesterday and having my entire routine throw out of whack today. I thrive on routine, and when it's out, I'm out. I should just send Jack to the hospital now and tell him not to return until 6 tonight. Mira saves me when she sends a text. The way I quickly rush for my phone and subsequently fumble with it unleashes more of that smug smiling from Jack. Mira: "How's your weekend going? Are you surviving?" Jessica: "Surviving the girls, yes. Surviving Jack, no." Mira: "Ooh, tell me more." Will is in the shower, so I have all the time. Jessica: "Why are you not in the shower too? We clearly need to have a long talk about wedding anniversary weekends." Mira: "Honey, if you knew how many showers I've taken this weekend, you'd know I don't have the energy right now for another one." Jessica: "This is why I should never have children. They've depleted your energy reserves." Mira: "Tell me all the ways Jack is killing you." Jessica: "Jesus, the man just has to breathe to do that. This goes no further, i.e., for the energy-deprived mum in you who may need help decoding code, Will must never know of this. I almost kissed him yesterday." Mira: "Holy fuck, keep talking." Jessica: "Olivia saved me. I love her even more than I already did." Mira, I'm gonna need details. Jessica, you always need details. Why are you such a girl? Mira, oh, it's gonna be like this, is it? Jessica, like what? Mira, you're gonna do that thing you do when you don't want to share your feelings with me, so you pretend not to be as girly as you really are. You forget we've been friends for 10 years. You forget I know all about these games you play. Spill. Jessica. My eyes just rolled out of my head. Mira. Waiting. Jessica. Honestly, I'm taking you off my list of 7. Mira. Honestly, my name is engraved on that list. You couldn't remove me even if you tried. Jessica. I had to work most of yesterday. Jack looked after the girls. And let me just say between you and me that he is far too good at looking after the girls. We shall never let him do it again, okay? Anyway, one thing led to another, and I forgot myself for a minute. I won't make that mistake again. Mira. Would it be a mistake? Jessica. Jesus, this is why I have Will. Mira. I know Jack hurt you, but I have to be honest and say I've never seen you as happy with anyone else as you were with him. People make mistakes, honey. Jessica. Fool me twice, shame on me. Mira. Oh shit, I have to go. Will's finished in the shower. I just want you to be happy. Think about it. XX. I place my phone down on the table. Mira is clearly high on sex. She loved Jack and me together and struggled to believe he cheated. Even when he never denied it, she still struggled to believe it. Yes, people make mistakes, but I won't be fooled twice. Auntie Jessica? Olivia comes running. Hurry up! I laugh as she crashes into my legs and climbs onto my lap. I'm hurrying. She sits with me and Jack while we finish our breakfast. He then refuses my help cleaning the kitchen, so I take the girls outside and spend half an hour lying on the grass with them, searching for shapes in the sky. When Jack comes out, I go inside and take a shower, spending every second under the hot water clearing my brain of any thoughts about him that aren't useful and filling it back up with helpful ones. By the time I join Jack and the girls again, I feel back in control. There will be no more bewildering from Jack. Not even when he's standing there looking at me like he's calculated all the ways to take ownership of my heart again. Nope, no more bewildering. I will not be bewildered for another second today.
Chapter 20. Jack. Jessica is highly fucking amusing today. She woke late, which appeared to throw her. I'd been up since just before 6 with the girls and had spent 3 hours playing with them by the time she wandered out to the kitchen, trying to avoid making eye contact while simultaneously sneaking glances when she thought I wasn't looking. She was in a state of what the actual fuck, right up until the moment I left to visit Mum in the hospital. She did her level best not to be in that state, but failed. I'm taking full credit for that, and fuck if that doesn't make me a happy bastard. I spent a few hours with Mum. She was disappointed not to see Jessica, but beside herself when she learned Jessica will be staying with me for longer. She ignored me when I told her not to let her imagination run wild, saying something to the effect of,
Oh, Jack, that girl will marry you one day.
My mother can be one of the most practical women on the planet, but that doesn't stop her from coming up with all sorts of fantasies that aren't likely to eventuate. When people meet my father, they wonder where I get my idealistic tendencies from. When they meet my mother, it all makes sense.
I arrive back at Will and Mira's place around 4 p.m. and find Jessica sprawled on the lounge room floor, surrounded by dolls, books, and other toys. Olivia is dressing one of the dolls, chattering on about something I can't decipher straight away, while Hazel crawls all over Jessica, babbling about something I'm also unable to translate. Olivia glances up when I enter the room. "Jack!" She drops a doll and runs my way. I lift her into my arms and ask, "What are you guys doing?" as Jessica angles her head to look at me. Olivia's tiny fingers grip my shirt. "We're going to read. I want you to read." Jessica swings herself into a sitting position. "I agree. You should read." I smile at her. "Long day?" Her eyes widen a little, and she nods. "I need a caffeine hit. Why didn't you bring me some? And why didn't you bring cake? You know I love cake." It's not often Jessica gets needy, but fuck, I love it when she does. I look at Olivia. "Do you have Milo?" She looks at me like I just asked the dumbest question. "Yes, silly." I chuckle. "Okay, how about you and I go and make drinks for everyone?" This gets her excited. She bounces in my arms. "Yes, drinks!" With one last look at Jessica, who has that "I fucking love you, even though I don't want to" glint in her eyes, I take Olivia into the kitchen and get to work. I've got girls to look after. "I'm hungry," Jessica says just before 9:30 p.m. as I unlock my front door when we arrive home from Sydney. I push the door open and stand back to let her in. "What do you want, sweetheart?" She's exhausted after a huge weekend, and while she seemed perplexed by her own actions today, she's allowed me to take charge of everything. "Toast." "Okay, you go and take your shower. I'll make toast. With honey?" I wouldn't dream of putting anything else on it. Jessica's go-to when she's tired and whiny is toast with honey. Her eyes find mine. "You remembered?" I remember everything. I step closer, bringing my hand to her face so I can slide her hair behind her ear. "You're not the kind of woman a man easily forgets, Jessica." Her breathing slows as she searches my eyes. "You need to forget me, Jack. That's not an option. You need to make it an option." This is a conversation I want to have with her, but not when she's this exhausted. "Go and have your shower. We'll talk about this tomorrow." "There's nothing to talk about." She's wrong, and she knows it. But I don't want to ruin the easy mood we've had tonight, so I don't argue. Instead, I lift my chin at her and say, "Go. I'll have toast ready for you when you get out." "Just so you know, I think I'm done with this bossiness of yours. I'd like to see a return to usual programming tomorrow." I watch her walk down the hall, not bothering to tell her my usual programming won't return until I make her mine again. She comes into the kitchen 15 minutes later, showered and dressed in her pink silk pajamas, which are hell on a man with her tiny shorts and delicate camisole. I want to slide the fine straps of that cami the fuck off her shoulders. I push a plate of toast over the kitchen counter to her when she sits on the stool across from me. I also slide a mug of Milo to her. She looks at the drink and then back up at me. "Since when do I drink Milo?" "Since now. It's warm and chocolatey. I'm unsure why you don't drink it already. Chocolate is one of your food groups." "So is coffee." "Try the Milo." She takes a bite of toast. "FYI, I don't need a man in my life, and certainly not a bossy one." You do need a man in your life, sweetheart, and you could do with some bossing. She fixes a look on me, one intended to cause harm. "What I could do with is you removing yourself from this kitchen so I can eat in peace." "I'm not going anywhere until you're in bed." More of that harmful look. "I think maybe your recovery is going better than I thought. I think maybe you don't really need me here anymore." I rest my elbows on the counter and bring my face closer to hers. "You want to know what I think?" I wait for a response, and when I don't get one, I say, "I think you talk a good game about not wanting to be here, but there isn't anywhere else you'd rather be." She continues glaring at me for a long few moments. Then she eats her toast in silence and takes a sip of Milo. Only one sip, though, before moving off her stool and saying, "You are wrong about the Milo. I don't like it." "That's because you're the most stubborn woman I know." "I just know what I like, Jack." "Yeah, you do, baby. And unfortunately for you, when you like something, you like it for life." With that, she practically stomps out of the kitchen. I watch her until I can't see her anymore, and even then, I keep watching. This is how I want the rest of my life to be. Maybe not so much the going to separate rooms at the end of the night, although if that was the only way I could have Jessica in my life, I'd take it. But the familiar and well-worn parts of tonight, I want that. I want to make her toast when she needs it. I want to take all her whining when she needs that. And I want to love her with all my heart like I do right now, until the day I die.
Chapter 21. Jessica.
Are you trying to kill me, sweetheart?
Jack says early Monday morning on our run. I'm running a lot faster than usual, and for once, he's struggling to keep up. Trust me, if I was actually trying, I'd be succeeding.
I have no doubt.
He shouldn't have any doubt, because if I ever do get that fishing spear, he won't survive it. And let's just say that after last night, when he turned up the dial on his bossiness, my brain is latching onto the fishing spear more than ever. It doesn't help that today is the anniversary of my mother's death. It's been 7 years since that miserable woman had a stroke she didn't survive. I hate that I even bother to remember her each year on this day, but I do. And I don't seem able to fucking forget her. Not today, though. Today, I'm not taking the day off work like I usually do. I'm going to spend the day taking care of anything Ashton has found for me over the weekend, and then I'm going to tackle all the fiddly little jobs I keep putting off. I'm going to feel like a fucking queen by the end of today, rather than feeling like I usually do after thinking about my mother all day. "What are your plans today?" I ask Jack. I only want to know this so I can prepare accordingly. If there's anything I learned yesterday, it's that he means business in a huge way, and I need to mean it back.
"I'll be outside all day,"
he says, not giving me any details of use, but then all I really need to know is that he won't be inside. Then he adds,
"I'm going to get the ladder out and clean the gutters. I might get the mowing done too."
"It's about time you did something useful." He grins, but he doesn't say anything further. We run in silence for the rest of the hour and a half. I don't stretch with him today. I don't want to do anything with anyone today. I just want to be alone while I try to push these damn thoughts of my mother from my mind. I stretch in the bathroom before showering. This bathroom helps take my mind off Mum. It takes my mind off everything every day I have to shower in it. I can't understand why Jack hasn't renovated it already. I spend my time in here planning how I'd renovate it. The fact that he still hasn't given me a list of items to order for the renovation frustrates me. At the rate I'm going today, I may just take matters into my own hands. I dry off after my shower and wrap the towel around me before brushing my teeth and applying moisturizer to my face. I then grab the hairdryer from the vanity cupboard and am closing the door when it falls off its hinge and lands on my toe with a thud. It fucking hurts enough to draw tears. It also fucking hurts enough to make me cranky. I yell obscenities at it as I rip the door completely off its hinge and dump it on the floor. I then stab the hairdryer plug into the power point and turn it on. It starts blowing, but only for a second before stopping. I realize, after trying to get it to work a few times, that it's blown the fucking safety switch.
More obscenities explode out of me. I place the hairdryer down on the vanity with some force and turn to stalk out of the bathroom to sort this out. I've only taken one fucking step when I manage to slip on some water that Jack's unrenovated fucking shower sprayed onto the floor. I land on my ass. And right at that moment, a big, fat, hairy fucking spider runs across the floor. Right near my fucking leg. I scream. It's not a tentative scream. No, it's a loud, blood-curdling scream that I'm sure Ashton can hear from London. I scramble to my feet as I yell, "Jack! If you don't get your ass in here right now, I swear I will kill you when I next see you." I've barely got my order out when he comes running through the bathroom door, his face painted with worry. "What's wrong?" I point at the spider that is now crawling up the wall. "That's what's wrong. You need to kill it this time, and when I say kill, I fucking mean slaughter." With that, I exit the bathroom and leave him to handle a murder he should have handled days ago. My entire body is shaking, with both fear and anger. All the emotions I'm feeling over my mother have collided with everything else that's happened in the bathroom, and I'm running on pure adrenaline. By the time Jack comes into my bedroom, I'm rifling through my clothes trying to decide what to wear today. I can't think straight. Clothes are flying all over the room, as are my feelings. Fuck. Why do mothers and spiders have to exist? Well, only shitty mothers. I love the good ones like Mira. The rest should not be allowed to have children. I look at Jack. "Is it dead?" He nods. "It's dead." "Good," I snap, flinging a bra across the room. I meant for it to land on the bed, but my arm movement was a little jerky. The look in Jack's eyes morphs into compassion. Compassion I don't want anything to do with right now. "When you're outside today," I snap some more, "perhaps you could spray for spiders, or at least hire someone who can take care of your infestation." The compassion in his eyes deepens. "I can do that." "Good." More snapping, because that's all I have in me this morning. Then, "And honestly, Jack, your bathroom needs renovating. That door fell on my toe and it fucking hurt. Give me a list of things to order to fix that room." "I'm on it." I stare at him. Why is he being so goddamn nice? I could do with bossy Jack right now. I know I'm being a bitch, but I can't help it. And when I get like this, I really do need someone to boss me out of it. "Stop it!" I lash out. "Stop being nice to me!" This is the worst thing I could have said to him because it inspires him to come close, open his arms, and take me into them. Shit. I'm going to cry. "Sweetheart," he says softly, cupping the back of my head. "Let it out." Damn this man for remembering what day today is. Jack texts me every year on the anniversary of Mum's death. Every year without fail. I never reply, but he hasn't stopped sending those texts. I spend too many hours reading them over and over, wishing things were different. Wishing that instead of being an ocean away, he was with me like he was when she died. Jack got me through her death. He cancelled what he needed to so he could be with me every second of every day until I didn't need him there just so I could breathe. I never saw that level of grief coming. Not when my mother was the worst human I'd ever met. My father drank and gambled his way through life, and my mother hated him for it. She also hated him for knocking her up, and she took that resentment out on me. Dad might have had his faults, but he loved me in a way she never did. Mum left us repeatedly, but always came back. I don't know why, because she was miserable every day of her life with us. When I got the call that she'd had a stroke, I took a breath unlike any I'd ever taken. I felt free of the burden of her. She was 54 when she died, and I'd spent the previous year running her to doctor appointments and medical tests and various treatments for her heart problems. She'd never looked after her health, and that came back to haunt her at an early age. I hated that I resented doing these things for her. I felt like I should want to do them for her. A person should want to look after the woman who birthed and raised them. Yet, she'd never wanted to do anything for me. So why should I want to help her? My inner conflict caused me to dislike myself in a way I never had. Jack talked me off the ledge many times during that year. I thought her death would be the end of all that. I also thought I wouldn't be sad that she died. It turned out it wasn't the end of all that. It also turned out I was sad that she died. It was the beginning of a new cycle of inner conflict, one I'm still in. 7 years later, I still struggle to let go of all the tangled, messy thoughts and emotions I have over her. My arms go around Jack and I cling to him. I don't say anything. There's no need. He knows what I'm feeling. Even after all these years of not being with me, he knows. He doesn't push me to talk. He simply holds me, running his hand over my hair every now and then, exactly like he used to. I let my tears fall. This isn't something I tend to do very often. I'm not a crier. I keep my feelings locked down tight, and I just get on with life. I let him keep his arms around me for a long time. I don't know how long, because for the first time since being here with him, I'm not actively trying to get him out of my space. I don't want him to go away. I want him right where he is. This feels good, and for once, I just want to let it keep feeling good. When I finally lift my head and look up at him, I say, "Thank you." I don't bother to wipe my eyes or try to erase the proof I let my emotions out. I just exhale my grief and express my gratitude for him being here for me. His kind eyes search mine for a few moments before he cups the back of my head and presses a kiss to my forehead. Keeping his arms around me, he says, "I'm going to make you a coffee. Do you want yogurt and fruit for breakfast, or something else?" I don't even bother trying to fight him. "Yogurt and fruit, please." He lets me go. "I'm on it." As he exits my bedroom, I call out, "Don't forget your list, Jack. I'm going to hound you about that today." "I don't doubt it, sweetheart," he calls back. I smile. God damn him.
Chapter 22. Jack. Jack. I ate 3 meals yesterday and saw my mother. I ran this morning, cleared my gutters, and am now pulling a bathroom apart. Constance.
Sleep?
Jack. Let's not discuss that. Constance.
Meditation?
Jack. I'm considering macrame. Constance.
You should. It can be a form of meditation.
Jack. What are your thoughts on me exploring writing and producing? She surprises me with a call instead of another text. This is a treat, I answer. I do enjoy a conversation with Constance, even when she spends most of it encouraging me to explore things I'd rather not explore. Talk to me about this. I've not mentioned writing or producing to Constance until now. Hell, the only person I've ever discussed this idea with is Jessica, and that was a long time ago. It's something I've always wanted to do, and I'm beginning to wonder if now might be the right time. Why now? I inhale a deep breath and drop my ass down to sit on the ledge of the bath I'm about to rip out of Jessica's bathroom. Because this is the first time in my career where I've been okay with not working. Any other time I've taken a break, I felt the pull to rush right back. I felt that never-fucking-ending fear that if I didn't get straight back to work, I'd lose everything. You don't feel like you're losing everything now? I laugh. Constance, I've lost a fuckload already thanks to the choices I've made. Yes, but there's still a lot to lose, Jack. What's different this time? Dig deep. Christ. Dig deep is one of her favourite things to say. If I never fucking dig deep again, it won't be too soon. I don't fucking know what's different this time. Yes, you do. I think about it. I dig fucking deep. I don't have to dig too far, though, because this is an awareness I've been coming to slowly over the last 7 months. I've reached the point where I think I'll be okay if it fails. Constance remains quiet for a moment. I think you have too. Fuck. Who would have known that hearing your therapist say those 5 little words could mean so fucking much to a man? Jack, she says, you've come a long way. I hope you realize this. Some days I do. Most. It feels like there's still a long fucking way to go. That's because there is. You've got your entire life still to go. This is the journey and the work of a lifetime. Fuck, I mutter. I know this is true because she reminds me of it often, but still, I fucking hate hearing it every time. When I first met you, you were in denial about your alcoholism. You're not anymore. You've also stopped thinking about trying to change the world, and instead, you're working on yourself. I've been waiting for this moment. What moment? I have no earthly idea what she's alluding to. The moment you start questioning your future and what changes you might want to make. This line of thinking you're pursuing is a good one. Keep exploring it. Explore how? She's always so fucking vague. I just want to know if she thinks it'd be a good idea for me to pursue writing and producing. Think about how your life might look if you're not acting full-time. If you choose something else to fill your days. Good and bad. Be honest about all the ways things could change for you. Ask yourself if you can manage these changes. Ask yourself if you want to manage them, because that's the important thing here. If making a change isn't going to add to your life in a positive way, if it won't bring more to the table for you, I would question it. You're at a crucial juncture here. Balancing your routine to maintain your non-negotiables with your negotiables is key. And Jack, remember that figuring out when a negotiable turns into a non-negotiable, and vice versa, is key too. We've discussed negotiables and non-negotiables at length because she's helped me understand that my creative side needs certain things for me to function. At a time when I was questioning whether I could maintain an acting career, Constance pointed out that meeting my creative needs is a non-negotiable for me. I have to meet those needs. At some point, I have to figure out how to make that work for me while staying away from the booze and drugs that are so easily accessible in my world. We end the call, and I think about everything she said. There's a lot to unpack. A whole range of things, from the self-validation I fuel through acting, to the fact that achieving validation this way isn't great for me because when a movie bombs, so can my self-worth. And I decide now is not the time to unpack it. Now is the time to get to work on Jessica's bathroom. Jessica, what the hell have you done to my bathroom? I'm on my way into Grafton when I receive a text and pull my Land Cruiser over to reply. Jack, I like the possession in your text. Jessica,
You won't like what's waiting here for you. Jack. I like everything waiting there for me. She doesn't respond to that. Jack. Eat your lunch. Jessica. Stop bossing me around. Jack. That's not bossing. That's just stating what you need to do for sustenance. Jessica. I need a bathroom, Jack. Jack. I'm working on it. Jessica. Work faster. Fuck. I need a whole lot more of this in my life. I grin as I pull back out onto the road and continue into Grafton. I'm heading there to order what I'll need for the bathroom reno and to find some guys to help me. I'm pretty handy and can do most things myself, but I'll need a plumber and electrician for this job. Jessica won't be using her bathroom anytime soon. I spend the afternoon after I arrive home from Grafton stripping the bathroom. I get almost half of it done before stopping to cook dinner. Jessica tells me she can't stop to eat because some stuff just cropped up with work. I'm being gentle with her today because it's the anniversary of her mother's death, so I don't argue with her for more than a minute over this. I also only argue with her for this short time because she's in a mood. One that's got nothing to do with her mother. She's been in this mood for hours. Ever since she discovered I'd started the bathroom renovations. I've no fucking idea why this has put her in a mood. She was the one insisting I renovate. So I make her dinner and leave it in the oven for when she's ready to eat. I then settle myself on the couch for a night of TV and reading, with some thinking mixed in. My brain hasn't stopped turning over the conversation I had with Constance this afternoon. Just after 10 p.m, Jessica comes into the lounge room and throws out, "You didn't get the bathroom finished." I do my fucking best not to laugh at her, but don't quite succeed. This has to be one of the most outlandish things she's ever said to me. Arching my brows, I say, "Sweetheart, when did you start thinking of me as a superhero?" Her lips purse. "Where am I going to shower, Jack?" "I have another bathroom." "I'm not using your bathroom." I frown. "Why not?" "Because." She doesn't elaborate, and gives no indication she intends on elaborating. "Right. Well, there's always the outside shower. You can use it." "Perfect," she says immediately. "You do realize you're more likely to come across a spider out there, don't you? And you will regret many things if I do." She turns and exits the room as I stare after that arse of hers I can't get enough of. I listen for when she's on her way outside and follow her out when I hear the door open. "I know where the shower is, Jack." I ignore her and pull up a chair outside the shower, which is a rustic old wooden room that doesn't even have a proper floor. Jessica will be standing in dirt. Also, there's no door on this shower, so I face my chair away from it and take a seat. "I don't need you to sit out here with me," she says. "You will if a spider finds you." That steals all her arguments. Instead, she turns to other topics once she has the water running. "How long do you plan for this renovation to take?" "I don't know. It'll depend on when I can get a plumber and electrician out here." "I can help with organising that." "I know you can." "I'll take that as a request for help." "You should not. You have enough things on your plate." "I can add more." "Yeah, sweetheart, you can. But I've got this handled." "Why do you have to be so stubborn?" I cross my arms, settling in for a conversation I'm fucking loving so far. "I could ask you the same thing. Honestly, Jack, you are far more stubborn than me. You do it so beautifully, though. Don't ever stop." That sends her into silence, so I direct the conversation somewhere else. "I spoke with my therapist about writing and producing today." She takes a moment before saying, "And?" "And I think it might be something I'll pursue." "You used to talk about doing this a lot. I've often wondered why you haven't done it yet." I love that she's wondered about me in this way, but I don't mention that. I go with raw honesty instead, sharing thoughts I've only ever shared with Constance. I was too busy chasing success, and then drinking to avoid the fear of losing it all. Any time I thought about trying something new, I told myself not to fuck with something that was working for me. Producing would have been okay, but writing felt too out there. There was too much unpredictability with it. "You were worried you wouldn't succeed at it." "Yeah," I say, swallowing down how fucking hard it is to admit this to her. "I understand that," she says softly. And fuck if that doesn't make me want her more than I already do. I think that fucking shit up like I have has actually been the best thing that could have happened. Because you don't feel like you have so much to lose now? Yes. But also because it's shown me that the world didn't end when I fucked up. I'm okay, and I'll be okay. So do you think you'll look for something to produce? Or do you want to write something of your own to produce? Or are you still just thinking about it all? Almost everyone I know likes to give me their unsolicited opinion on what I should do with my career, especially when I take a step in the wrong direction. Jessica was never like that. She always listened and prodded me with questions, but she never told me what she thought I should do. It was one of the things I liked about her the most. And right now, I really fucking appreciate it. I've been reading a book that I think would make a great movie. This sounds exciting. What do you think about me branching out? I may love the fact she doesn't just offer up her thoughts, but I always want them. It doesn't matter what I think, Jack. I know, but I'm interested in your perspective. She turns the shower off. I think we always know what we want, but are too scared to admit it to ourselves sometimes. Change is hard, but there's no growth without it. I think you should choose growth, whatever that is for you. I have no idea if she's got a towel around her yet, but there's not one thing that can stop me from standing and turning to face her after she says that. She's securing the towel in place when our eyes meet. Fuck. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Standing in front of me with her long, wet hair stuck to her skin and her face bare of makeup, she glows with that beauty. I move closer to her. How the fuck did I ever let you go? Jack, she breathes, but I cut her off. I hurt you in the worst possible way, and you will never know how sorry I am for that. She stares at me in silence for a long moment before finally saying, just because you say sorry doesn't mean everything is wiped clean. I know, and I don't think this should ever be wiped clean. But I still love you, Jessica, and I think you still love me. I can't do this with you again, Jack. You might know you hurt me in the worst possible way, but you don't know how that felt for me. It's not something I'm willing to experience again. Fuck. I hate what I did to her. I hate that I was a weak man when she needed me to be strong and to cherish her heart. I'm different now. And I know that's a fucking cliche of a thing to say, but it's true. You've seen that for yourself. I've seen that for a week. 1 week. That's not long enough for me to form any true opinion. I cup her face, forcing her to give me every ounce of her attention. Do you really believe that? You know me better than anyone, better than even Ashton. You know I've changed. And I get it. I get that you're scared I'll relapse, that I'll fuck it all up again. But the thing is, I don't want to drink, Jessica. I've finally opened my fucking eyes, and I'm seeing all the things I want so much more than a fucking drink. Her chest rises and falls with her quickened breaths. You cheated on me, Jack. Her voice is in shreds, and I know her heart still is too, just from the sound. You told me you loved me that morning, and then you went and slept with another woman that afternoon. She swallows hard, her eyes filling with torment. You cheated on me, and I won't ever move past that. Fuck. The choices of a lifetime always come back to haunt us at some point. The choice I made 6 years ago has haunted me for too long and chased me down far too many dark alleys. I keep hold of her face. I didn't sleep with her, baby. Jessica's eyes widen slowly, and she jerks out of my hold. What? When I don't respond straight away, she demands, What do you mean you didn't sleep with her? You said you did. I never said I did. Well, you sure as hell never said you didn't. She's right about that. When the posts appeared on social media that I'd slept with the actress I'd just finished filming a movie with, I never denied the story. I let you believe it because I wanted to give you an out. Confusion lines her face. An out from what? From us. From Hollywood. From the bullshit you had to live with every fucking day. From me and my shit. I wanted you to have a chance at a better life. So I just let you believe the story. She blinks a few times, and I see her try to process everything I've just said. So, what? None of it was true? She's growing angry, and I don't blame her.
She kissed me, and I didn't stop her straight away. I'd had a bit to drink, and my brain was slow to catch up and put a stop to it. I fucking felt like I'd cheated on you for that, but that was the extent of it. I told her no when she said she wanted to sleep with me. When the story broke, she didn't deny it either because it pushed her profile. Angry eyes stared back at me. You broke us apart and ruined everything we had because you didn't think I could cope with the pressures of our life? You didn't think that maybe you should have given me a fucking choice in that decision? Fuck, Jessica, shit was happening that you didn't know about. Shit that... What, Jack? What was fucking happening that I didn't know about? I'd started drinking more, a lot more, and I was keeping it from you. I knew it was a problem, yet I couldn't stop myself and I couldn't talk to you about it. Why couldn't you talk to me? She demands. And if I know anything right now, it's that I'm going to have to give her my rawest fucking honesty if I've got any hope of convincing her to give me another shot. I felt like a fucking failure. There I was with everything a man needs to be happy, including you, making the biggest movie of my career, and I couldn't keep my shit together. I was overwhelmed by it. I was drinking in the morning before work. I was drinking at lunch. I was drinking during dinner, after dinner, and throughout the fucking night, just to keep a handle on the fucked up thoughts running through my mind. I was scared out of my brain that you would leave me when you discovered it. So in the end, I fucking let you walk away, thinking I didn't love you enough to keep my dick in my pants, when that was the furthest thing from the truth. I loved you more than I've ever loved another person, and I never, not once in our relationship, considered cheating on you. Her breaths are coming faster now. I knew she wouldn't like the truth, but she's angrier than I imagined she'd be. And then you just let me keep believing that? For 6 years? You let everyone think that? Does Ashton know the truth? I shake my head. No. The only person who knows the truth is my mother. She wanted to tell you, but I wouldn't let her. I don't get it, Jack. I don't fucking understand why you did this to us. I did it because I watched you deal with the bullshit of Hollywood, and I watched it slowly kill you. There were days you didn't eat, and days where you spent hours trying to fix your hair that didn't fucking need fixing. Not to mention the hours you spent trying to find clothes you thought would make you look better, and all the creams and potions and fucking treatments you put on your skin. You tried to hide all of that from me, but I saw it. I saw all of it, and I hated it. Walking away from all that was the best thing you did, sweetheart. You grew strong. You would eat those assholes for breakfast now. I have no doubt you could handle them and anything they threw your way now. See, she says angrily, I thought that's what I had for you. She holds up her arm, showing me her tattoo. The one in my handwriting that says, Ad astra per aspera, JKX. The matching tattoo to mine that says, Ad astra per aspera, JCX, in her handwriting. To the stars through difficulties, with our initials added. I thought we were together through everything. She drops her arm. I thought I had you to help me when I fell. You gave up on us, Jack. You gave up on me. No, baby. I gave up on me. I didn't trust I could get you through the difficulties. I know it's a fucking cop-out, but it's the only truth I have for you now. I wish I'd been stronger then. I wish I'd been the man you needed, but I wasn't. And I'm so fucking sorry for that. She tightens her towel around herself, her movements as furious as she is. Sorry isn't good enough. She shakes her head like she's disagreeing with something. I can't look at you right now. I am so fucking angry with you. With that, she stalks past me and into the house while I watch her go, hoping like hell that she can find a way to make peace with all the shitty choices I made.
Chapter 23. Jessica. Will.
Jack still breathing?
Will.
Should I take the non-response as a yes or a no?
Will.
Fuck. Are you in jail?
Will.
I'm booking a flight to Grafton if I don't hear from you in the next half hour.
Jessica. He's breathing, but he shouldn't be. Will.
Did he do something, or is this just an, in general he shouldn't be breathing, statement?
Jessica. He told me he didn't cheat on me. Will switches to a call,
which I answer only because it's him. I'm pretty sure I'm changing my sexual orientation to straight-up lesbian now. No more of this bisexual business. I can't trust dicks. Right. So we're just ignoring all those times you've told me you can't trust vaginas, are we? You're right. I can't trust dicks or vaginas. I'm switching to whatever they call people who only want vibrators in their life. And I'm buying a dog. In fact, you should find me a dog before I come home. Do you want to talk about this? No. Do you want me to tell you all about Comic-Con? Fuck no. Right. Got it. I shall just sit here and wait for you to tell me what you want. You rang me. I knew I should have let Mira handle this one. Is she there? Yes. Put her on. I hear shuffling sounds and Will telling Mira that Jack's a fucking idiot before Mira says, "What did he do now?" "He fucking didn't cheat on me." Silence. And then, "What? As in, when you guys broke up, he didn't cheat then?" "Yes. He didn't fucking stick his dick in another woman that time. He let the world think he did." I mean, that's a good thing, isn't it? No, he shouldn't have done it. But he didn't, right? He shouldn't have let me think he did. Oh, got you. No, he shouldn't have done that part of this. But I fucking knew he didn't stick his dick in another woman. I told you I didn't believe he could do that to you. Well, bully for you knowing that Jack Kingsley's a one-woman man, but none of the rest of us knew. I blow out a harsh breath. We wasted 6 fucking years. Oh, my darling, look at you go. Look at me fucking go where? Look at you sharing your real feelings with us finally, she says softly. I'll share my real fucking feelings with you. I'm really fucking angry with him. Good. Get it all out. I want to scream at him and slap him and stab him with my fishing spear. I didn't know you own a fishing spear. I don't yet, but I'm getting one today if it's the last fucking thing I do. Should I be worried for Jack's safety? Yes. Fucking yes. Okay, so what's the plan now? There is no plan. The only plan is for me to commit said violence. It is very early in the morning. Maybe you just need some more sleep. She's right. It is early, just past 6. But I do not need some more sleep. I just need the last 6 years of my life back, and for Jack to have not lost his fucking balls all those years ago. Put Will back on. But we're not finished discussing this yet. We are. I need to talk with someone who doesn't love Jack. Right. So, just before I do that, and also before you go in search of a fishing spear today, can we just quickly talk about the fact that you feel like you and Jack wasted 6 fucking years? Like, you're not planning on wasting another 6 fucking years, are you? Go away. I'm not ready to let this go yet. Got it. I like the yet in that statement. And now I shall put Will back on. I love you, babe. I don't love you as much as you love me. She laughs and puts Will back on. So, that's all sorted then? I roll my eyes even though he can't see me. You are such a boy. I've never argued with that fact. If I end up in jail, will you bring the girls to visit me? No. You should do everything to avoid going to jail. I can't guarantee anything. Not today. Jess. He turned serious. I don't know what the fuck made Jack do what he did. And I don't really want to be the one to say this because I'm not sure I can forget the pain he caused you. But men do some fucked up shit sometimes in the name of love.
I can only guess his mind wasn't in a great place when he did what he did. Ugh, Will Johnson, why do you have to be my person? Why can't you just agree with me when I need you to? Because that's not what we do. I force all the cantankerous air from my lungs and sit up in my bed. I love you, but right now, not as much as usual. I can deal with that. Don't forget you're on dog duty. I need one for when I come home. How about I just loan you my kids for a few nights? I'll take them too. I love you, Jess. Talk to him. I will, after I stab him a few times. We end the call and I throw my phone down onto the bed and proceed to embrace my anger some more. I've spent all night embracing it and am nowhere near ready to let it go. Jack better be ready for me today. He's waiting for me when I emerge from my bedroom 15 minutes after my call with Will and Mira. He's dressed for our run, wearing that dark grey t-shirt I love. Today, though, I fucking hate it. I hate everything about him today. I stalk right on past him, out to where Axe has his guys waiting for us. There are less paparazzi hanging around, but they're still here. You ready to go?
Axe says. I put my AirPods in and nod as Jack steps next to me.
Yes.
I don't look at Jack. I just start running. He makes a smart decision when he doesn't attempt to engage me during our run. He also doesn't argue with me when we reach our usual turnaround point, and I insist on not turning around yet. We run for just over 2 hours today, and it's nowhere near long enough for me to rid this furious energy from my body. The worst thing is that I can't use my own fucking shower when we return to the house. And since I refuse to use Jack's, because I don't want to be up close with his personal space and belongings, I have to use the outside shower. And that involves Jack sitting outside guarding me from fucking spiders. I don't need you to guard me, I say, as he takes up residence on that same chair he sat on last night, before telling me he didn't stick his dick in another woman. I hate that chair too.
Yeah, you do.
I glare at his back. You don't know what I need, Jack. And clearly, you never have.
Today, I know you need me to defend you from spiders, so I'm staying right here.
I glare at him some more before turning on the shower. I'm halfway through my shower when he says,
Just so you know, I'm not going anywhere. I expect you to stay angry with me for a while and to fight with me over everything for just as long. But you should expect me not to walk away from this.
You should expect me to get a vibrator and a dog.
Sweetheart, I'm shocked you don't already own a vibrator.
Oh, I meant I'm getting 20 new ones to add to my collection. And I don't ever intend on letting anyone else use them on me.
So, this dog you're getting, what kind will it be?
The kind that hates men as much as I do. I flick off the shower and dry myself. After wrapping the towel around me, I stride past him and into my bedroom. Throughout all this, as well as throughout our conversation, I resist the urge to simultaneously scream at him and slap him. I have never felt as angry as I do with him right now. I've also never felt as conflicted. He didn't cheat on me, but he gave up on us. We wasted so much fucking time. I work at the dining table all day while Jack makes a lot of fucking noise in the bathroom. Ashton and I go back and forth on some work problems. One of them being the New York meetings I rescheduled to next Monday. He knows he won't be finished in London in time for that, and after a lot of discussion, and back and forth with Beckett, Pierce and Jameson Fox, we all reschedule enough things to make the meetings happen the following week. If we need to move these dates again, I may finally take to Ashton with that fishing spear. Just after 4, Bob calls over with some more cookies baked by his wife for Jack.
Thanks, mate,
Jack says, placing the plate on the kitchen counter. Eyeing me at the dining table, he says,
I didn't get many of the last batch. Jessica loved them more than I do.
Bob looks at me. He still doesn't seem sure of me. I'm fairly certain I confused the hell out of him when we met. I will admit I ate my fair share of the last batch, I say. I may need the recipe off Mavis. Bob's eyes light up at the mention of his wife. I wonder how long they've been married. I bet they were childhood sweethearts.
I'll tell her. She's given that recipe to just about every woman around here.
I smile. Everyone loves those cookies, huh? He returns my smile. I think we've found common ground now. His wife.
They do. There's nothing Mavis bakes that everyone doesn't love.
Have you been fishing again, Bob? I ask.
No.
He turns to Jack.
I was hoping you might want to go out again this week.
Tomorrow morning? Jack says.
Yeah. I'll get Mavis to knock us up some brekkie to take.
Sounds good.
Right,
Bob says, glancing back at me.
I'll get out of your hair.
Thanks for the cookies, I say. Jack sees him out and then comes back.
I thought I might fire up the Barbie this arvo. We've got that steak in the freezer that we bought last week.
I keep my eyes on my laptop. I don't want steak, and I'm not eating with you.
I accept that you don't want to eat with me, but you have to eat something. What do you feel like?
I'll make my own dinner.
Jessica,
he starts, but I cut him off. Looking up at him, I say, No, Jack, you can't tell me you didn't do the thing that caused us to break up and think that everything will be magically fixed. I'm angry with you in a way I never have been, so I need to process all of that before I can even begin to think about what comes next.
I don't think things will be magically fixed, sweetheart.
Good.
I do think, though, that you should let me cook you dinner. I won't eat with you. I'll cook it and leave it in the oven.
Fine, I mutter, going back to my computer. Knock yourself out and cook me dinner, but I'm not eating your damn steak. I know my anger is manifesting as bitchiness, but I can't help myself. And it doesn't escape me that this reveals just how deep my denial has been for 6 long years over how much I still love this man.
Chapter 24. Jack. Josephine.
I haven't heard from you in days. How's it going over there?
Jack. I just got back from fishing. I'm good. You? Josephine.
Why have you and I never fished? And how did I not know you like it?
Jack. I only fish when I come here. Not sure why. Josephine.
I swear I learn something new about you every month, Jack.
I read her last text again. She does learn something new about me often, because although we've tried to have a relationship twice and have been friends for a long time, I've never shared myself fully with her. The only person I've ever shared myself fully with are my mother, Ashton, and Jessica. 2 of those people love me. The jury's out on the 3rd. Speaking of, she's coming my way with a determined glint in her eyes. The Spider-Man came. I grin at her use of the Spider-Man. Jessica can deal with any other pest, just not spiders. And? She comes to stop in front of me, eyes blazing with that determination I saw from a distance. And you should never use him again. He was rude and arrogant. How he's managed to stay in business is beyond me. I asked around and he was the guy everyone recommended. Perhaps ask Mavis who they use. I suspect you might get a different recommendation from a woman. I frown. He was rude to you because you're a woman? Yes. I whip out my phone to call the asshole, but Jessica places her hand on my wrist, stopping me. Leave it, Jack. Just don't use him again. I look at her hand touching me before slowly dragging my gaze back to her face. Fuck. It feels good to have a hand on me, even if it's just for this purpose. He's off my list. She drops her hand. Good. With that, she turns and walks down the hallway, disappearing into the kitchen, leaving me staring at her ass in the way I seem to be doing a lot lately. And not because I want to be staring at it, although I do, but because she's pretty much only ever walking away from me at the moment. I've no idea how long it will take her to work through her anger with me, but I'm not going anywhere. However long she needs, she's got. I take a shower and get dressed. I have to make a quick trip into Grafton to pick up some more reno supplies. Then, I plan on spending all afternoon in the bathroom. Ashton calls me as I'm getting in my Land Cruiser to head into town. What time is it there? I ask. It has to be after midnight in London. Just after 1:30. How's it going? Don't ask. I suspect my trip will be extended tomorrow. How are you? You haven't spoken with Jessica today? I have. That's why I'm calling. She's in a foul mood. I chuckle as I slide my sunglasses on. I like how you connect the dots between her and me. What did you do to piss her off? I had a very honest conversation with her last night. One in which I told her I lied to her years ago. What about? I lied when I let her think I cheated on her. He goes quiet for a moment. Fuck. Yeah, that about covers it. You can imagine how she took that. I can imagine she was in as much shock as I am now. Care to share your reason? I tell him the basics of what I told Jessica last night. About being overwhelmed by my career success, and about how I watched Jessica struggle with the harsh spotlight Hollywood put on her. I tell him how I felt like I was doing the right thing by her, letting her walk away to build a life that didn't cause her to spiral into self-doubt every fucking day. I then say, I wish I'd made different choices, Ashton, but hindsight is a great fucking thing. As is maturity and the self-awareness that comes with age and figuring ourselves out, he says. Don't be hard on yourself, Jack. You made what you thought was the best choice then, and you're making this choice now. You've both grown and changed and learned. Who fucking knows? Maybe this is just better timing for you both now. I'd expected a different response from him. Maybe anger, like I'm receiving from Jessica. I should have known better, though. Ashton has always had my back. Fucking always. Even when he's grown frustrated with me and fought with me to try and get me to look after myself, he's had my best interests at heart. Thank you, I say, meaning every single breath of those 2 words. Fuck. I'll never be able to say those words enough to him. Having said that, I'd really fucking like it if you could find a way to help her through this mood faster than she tends to work through moods. I laugh. Where's she at these days with mood length? Jessica was well known for holding on to her moods when we were together. You're looking at a few days, minimum. But I imagine this one could be longer since it comes from you. Yeah, that was my thought too. I turned serious. I think she'll be good with you tomorrow, but I'm figuring this could take some time for her to work through with me. Good luck. We end the call, and I think about our conversation on my drive into Grafton. When I began therapy with Constance, she told me I'll never manage my addictions if I don't do the work to excavate the pain I've been running from and numbing myself from. She uses such vague fucking language sometimes. The kind of language that I thought created a barrier to my understanding of just what the hell she was trying to say. I thought I didn't know what she meant because of the way she said it. It turns out I didn't know what she meant because I'd never experienced it. This, being brutally honest about my experience with the world and my feelings about that experience, this is what she meant. And since I've never done this, I never understood just how fucking freeing it can be. I think I've finally stopped running. Jessica and I settle into a daily routine. One that involves running together each morning, going our separate ways afterwards, and coming together at the end while she showers and I sit outside keeping her safe from spiders. She gives me the look every morning at the beginning of our run that says, "If you speak to me, I will hurt you." So I don't utter a word. I want to. Fuck knows I have many things to say to her, but I know that for us to get through this, what she needs most from me is space. So I keep my mouth shut. The time we spend together while she showers, though, is another thing altogether. I talk my ass off during that time. The fact she allows that tells me I'm doing the exact right thing. On Friday night, after 4 days of this routine, she goes for an earlier shower than she has all week. I get the feeling her work has been crazy this week, but that maybe things have settled down today. She's in the shower just before 9 p.m, and I spend the first 5 minutes telling her about the bathroom renovation progress. I've just shared with her that I expect all the new fixtures to arrive on Monday, when she says, "What colour scheme did you go with?" This is the first time she's actively engaged with me in this way since I told her I didn't cheat on her, and that makes me a happy fucker. White. What? All white? Yeah. Jesus, Jack, why didn't you ask for my input? Why? What colour scheme would you have suggested? Something with a little more oomph to it than white. Have you got any photos of what you ordered? Yes. Good. I'll take a look after my shower. We can work on this. I fucking love that. We. It's my current goal in life to extract a lot more of them from her. She finishes showering, and after putting her pajamas on, joins me in the bathroom, where I've pulled up images on my phone of everything I've ordered for the renovation. Taking my phone, she scrolls through the photos before shaking her head, saying, "No," and then proceeding to pull up various websites to show me what she thinks I should do with this room. "Okay," she says when she finds something. "See these bathrooms?" She stands next to me, holding my phone so we can both look at it. "Something like this is what I'd love to see in here." She looks at me. People make their bathrooms so fucking bland and impersonal when they should be anything but. Bathrooms and bedrooms need character. We spend some of our most personal time in these rooms, so bring your personal taste to them. Make this room a retreat. I'd never thought about this from that angle, but I agree with her now that she's pointed it out. I take my phone from her so I can scroll through the bathrooms she's shown me. They're colourful and unique in a way I'd never imagined a bathroom could be. That makes sense. What would you do in here? Well, with the tiles and fixtures you've already ordered, we could add in some... No, I shake my head. Forget what I've already ordered. Starting from scratch, what would you do? She stares at me. You clearly have far too much money. I chuckle. She knows I do. Tell me what your choice would be. It doesn't matter what my choice would be. This is your bathroom. It does matter what your choice would be, sweetheart. I intend on making it so this bathroom isn't just mine one day. No, Jack, she says, her tone losing the easiness of a moment ago. We're not doing this. You're renovating this room for you, not for me. I'm just asking what you like. No, you're trying to push for something I'm not ready to give. Something I'm not sure I'll ever be ready to give. Jessica, I start, but she cuts me off. Why do you always do this? She asks, her voice growing louder with anger. Do what? This thing you do, where you pretend you didn't do anything wrong. It pisses me off. Your charm can't fix this, Jack. Not this time. She takes a step away from me before throwing out angrily. And don't ask me about fucking tiles and showers and bathtubs. I don't want anything to do with them. They're yours, not mine. She exits the bathroom in an angry gush of energy. A moment later, her bedroom door slams closed, and I contemplate the fact that I've managed to draw some of her anger out. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing. She's been keeping it in all week, only showing it every now and then. For us to move forward, she needs to let it all out, and I am more than ready to receive it all.
Chapter 25. Jessica. Jessica. I'm contemplating murder. Mira. Haven't you been doing that all week? Jessica. No, I mean really contemplating it. Mira. What's happened? Jessica.
Jack's trying to get me to tell him how I want his bathroom renovated, as if it's mine, as if one day we will share this property. Mira. Well, won't you? Jessica. OMG, you are the worst at this. I never knew this about you. Mira. At what? Being honest with you? Jessica. At being on my side when it comes to men. That's what besties are for. Mira. That's because you haven't dated anyone in 6 years who you cared enough about to want to murder. I never had to step in and talk you off a cliff. Mira. I am on your side. I want you to be happy, and I think Jack will do that. I fully support you being angry with him, but you know how I feel about holding on to anger for longer than necessary. Jessica. So I could commit murder tonight and then let it go tomorrow? Mira. I would support that. Hashtag bestie of the year. Jessica. Don't get carried away. A true hashtag bestie of the year would allow me to commit murder repeatedly until I was actually ready to let this go. Mira. Have you yelled and screamed at him yet? Jessica. In my head I have. A lot. Mira. Why only in your head? Jessica. Because I can't be near him for long enough for everything I have to scream at him. I'm worried I might actually do harm to his body. Mira. Your homework tonight is to scream at him. Go. I do not want to hear from you again until you've completed your task. Jessica. If I end up in jail, you need to bring your girls to visit me. Will said he wouldn't. Mira. I'll sneak them in when he's at work. Go. XX. She's right. I do need to scream at Jack. I have so much to get off my chest, but it's no lie that I'm concerned I might hurt him. It's been 4 days since he told me he didn't cheat. That's a lot of time I've spent thinking about him, why he did it, and how much we've missed out on together. The kicker in it all is that I can see why he did it. I wouldn't have made the same choice, but I know Jack's heart, so I can understand where he was coming from. And that pisses me off. I don't want to understand this. I just want to continue hating it and being angry about it. However, I've had some therapy in my lifetime, and I know that anger isn't usually the main emotion when we're feeling it. Anger manifests when we can't or don't want to feel the real emotion we're dealing with. I'm hurt that Jack didn't talk to me back then. I'm sad that he gave up on himself. And I'm fucking disappointed that I haven't had him by my side for all the years since. Underneath all that, too, is a sense of having had no control in all this. And that might be the worst feeling for me because I run on control. I know it's not always healthy, but it's how I manage many things in my life. A text comes through on my phone. Jack. I'm sorry it feels like I'm acting as if I didn't do anything wrong. I know I did. I'm not trying to pretend I didn't. I'm just trying to work through this with you in the only way I know how. And baby, I know I'm not good at this. So I apologize in advance for screwing it up. That's it. No. Just no. I stalk out of my bedroom and go in search of him. I find him in the kitchen cleaning up the dinner dishes. Do you know what the worst of all this is for me, Jack? I demand, my entire body tense with anger. He turns to face me, his expression as earnest as his words when he says, No, but I want you to tell me. The worst is knowing that while I thought we shared everything and knew everything about each other, we didn't. You didn't uphold your end of the bargain. He's standing with his back to the sink, the kitchen counter between us, and he jerks slightly like he's about to move towards me. He doesn't, though. He stays where he is and says, "I agree. I absolutely didn't." He opens his mouth to say something else, but closes it, remaining silent, waiting for me. "What?" He shakes his head. "No, nothing." Oh my God, I will find that fucking fishing spear if he doesn't tell me. I want to know what you were just about to say. No, I want you to keep going. Say it, I yell, unable to keep my anger inside for a second longer. God knows now is the time for us to say everything we never said back then. Jessica, no, Jack, I scream. Tell me! How I'm standing here with my hands by my side is beyond me. My hands want to pummel his chest. They want to unleash all the hurt and anger that's sitting like a big fucking ball in my chest, crushing me. He looks conflicted, but gives me what I've asked for. We both hid things, he says softly, like he doesn't want to say this at all. If I wasn't filled with as much fury as I am, I'd pay attention to what I hear in his voice. I'd pay attention to how clear it is Jack doesn't want to make this about anything I did, that he seems to just want me to share how I'm feeling about what he did. But I don't pay attention to that. I zero in on what he said about me. What did I hide from you? He takes that step he wanted to take a moment ago, but I hold up my hand and stop him. Do not come over here. I do not want you in my space. He stops moving and turns silent, watching me for a moment before saying, You didn't share your struggles with me either. What struggles? Sweetheart, he says gently, being in a relationship with me was hard. You were dealing with a lot of Hollywood bullshit and trying to act like none of it affected you. You didn't share any of that with me. You didn't want to hear about any of that, Jack. Be honest here. You didn't. He nods slowly. You're half right. I wanted you to talk with me about it, but I didn't know how to help you with it, so it was easier to just let it happen, and to let you keep hiding how it affected you. It was a fucked up mess, and I'm sorry I didn't do better. And yet, you want to do this again with me? That makes no sense when you're still dealing with the same stuff now that you were then. We're both different now. Older, wiser, and I sure as fuck wouldn't make the same choices now that I made then. I can assure you of that. And that's it. Right fucking there. It finally triggers all my anger to explode out of me. How can I ever trust your assurances again, Jack? How can I believe you now when I thought you'd assured me of forever then? I stab a finger at him. That's where I keep getting stuck. You promised me the world and never gave it to me. You just gave up on it all and let me walk away. Hell, you practically fucking pushed me away. We lost 6 fucking years because of you. How can I ever trust that we won't keep losing time? That you won't make this kind of choice again? He lets me get all of that out, and then does not do what I told him to. He does not stay on the other side of that kitchen counter and let me have my space. He closes the distance between us with 3 determined strides, puts his arms around my waist, pulling me to him, and cups my face with his other hand before growling, I will never make that kind of choice again. We're never losing time again. Fucking never. His lips are on mine before I can stop him, and he's kissing me, claiming me, ruining me. I want to push him away, slap him, scream at him. God, do I want to fight with him some more over this? I do not want to be ready to let this go. But he steals every last breath of my anger simply by kissing me. It's so much more than that, though, and I know it. I feel it. I can't help but feel it down into my bones. The connection we've always had. It's soul deep. The kind that once set free in your veins can never be removed. Jack has been running through my veins since the day he stole my heart on that Italian beach. I tried to erase him, but I never did. And the proof of that is in just how easily I feel him all through me the second his lips touch mine. I'm desperate for him like I never have been. I can't get enough of him. His mouth on me, his hands on me, his body against me. When he finally drags his mouth from mine, I'm breathless with need. Fuck, baby, he rasps, looking down at me as breathless as I am. I can't think straight. I don't want to think straight. Not now. Not after all this time without him. I need to be with him like I've never needed to be with him. I reach for his neck and pull his mouth back to mine, kissing him like a savage. We tear at each other's clothes. He has my camisole and shorts off faster than I can remove all his clothes. I've only got his shirt off before he growls into my mouth, lifts me into his arms, and takes me to the dining table. Holding me with one arm, he clears the table with one swift swipe of his other arm. The sound of things clattering to the floor is quickly forgotten when Jack deposits me on the table and takes ownership of my mouth again. I lose my mind. Literally, I lose everything in it. That's what Jack does to me. I think I'd forgotten how well he does this. Or maybe I always remembered but have just lost that information now while losing my mind. All I know right now is how good he's making me feel. And that I never want to not feel this again. He forces me down onto the table, his hands moving over my body as his mouth leaves mine to kiss my neck, my collarbone, my breasts. I arch up when his tongue circles my nipple. Holy hell, I need so much more of that tongue in my life. I reach for him, gripping his hair, directing him to give me more of that. His growl of approval vibrates over my skin, causing a tidal wave of need through my entire body. If I thought I'd lost my mind a minute ago, I was wrong. Now I've lost my mind. All I know is Jack. His scent, his face, his mouth, his hands, his touch, his need for me. Fuck, he growls, lifting his head to look at me. His eyes meet mine, and I'm done. He is too. We're suddenly a tangled mess of hands and lips everywhere, and then we're both naked. And I'm not sure I'm going to survive this. I wrap my legs around him as he takes hold of my hips. His eyes claim mine, and then he's inside me. Holy fuck. No, I will not survive this man. He bends his face to mine and kisses me while he fucks me. My hands are all over him. They're overwhelmed with all the choices. I want to touch him everywhere, at once. We've had too many days of not touching, too many hours, minutes, seconds of being apart. I'm as overwhelmed as my hands. I can't decide anything right now. Not how to kiss him back, not how to fuck him back, not fucking anything. So I don't. I surrender to Jack completely. I let my heart finally have what she wants. Jack fucks me like he can't have me fast enough, like he's a starved man. I feel the same urgency. I need him faster too. I need more and I need it fucking now. Jack! I cry out, digging my fingers into his back as my orgasm teases me. Jack moves faster, grips me harder, growls as he drives his cock deeper. I come way before I want to, but that's what 6 fucking years without this man does to me. He comes just after me. It's the fastest sex we've ever had. It's also the best sex I've had since him. My body is alive in a way it hasn't been for far too long. I'm fucking floating, coming out of my skin, desperate for more. That orgasm was nowhere near enough. Jack's eyes meet mine. Heat and love stare back at me, and I feel all of it right alongside him.
We're doing this again, sweetheart. And if you even try to argue with me, I will fuck that out of you faster than you can open that pretty little mouth of yours to tell me no. I thread my fingers through his hair at the nape of his neck, trying to catch my breath. I'm still mad at you. Lines flare in the skin around his eyes as he gives me one of his sexy grins. I expect I'll give you reasons to be mad at me for the rest of our lives.
No one said anything about the rest of our lives. Don't get ahead of yourself.
I am always getting ahead of myself, baby. You know this.
Are you going to talk all night?
Fuck,
he growls, dipping his face to mine and kissing me roughly.
I fucking love it when you boss me.
Good, because I'm about to boss you into making good on your promise to do this again.
Sweetheart, if there's one thing you never have to boss me on, it's that.
He straightens.
Now tell me, where in this house do you want me to fuck you next?
I sit up. Your bed. My heart squeezes as I add softly, it's been too long since I've been in your bed with you. And there go my balls. But if anyone can soften me, it's Jack. He's always had that ability. I may have spent 6 years doing everything I could to stop him, but he finally figured out how to take that power back. And holy hell, if he hasn't ripped it from me completely.
Chapter 26. Jack. I trail my finger over Jessica's cheek as I commit the lines of her face to memory. This is something I did years ago, but her face is different now. Only slightly, but enough for me to have to update my memory. She's in my bed. It's the best thing about this day so far. Hell, it was one of the best things about yesterday too. And it'll be one of the best things about my life going forward. I don't intend on spending any more nights without her in it. She stirs, rolling to face me. One of her eyes cracks open. What time is it? Fuck, I love her voice first thing in the morning. It's raspy and sexy as hell. I pull her close. It's almost time for our run. If you think I can run after you used and abused my body last night, you are dreaming. Baby, I know you can run after I did all those things to you. You're not getting out of your run today. Her other eye opens. I see you've already put your bossy pants on. I roll her onto her back and move on top of her, dropping a kiss between her breasts. I'm about to kiss my way down her body when she stops me. I do not have the energy to both fuck you and run this morning, so you need to decide which one it'll be. My vote is for sex, although I'm not sure I even have a vagina left after you had your way with it. I ignore her and continue on my way to her pussy, kissing every inch of skin I find. Jack, she says, I'm not joking. It's one or the other. I settle myself between her legs and look up at her. Sweetheart, we're running. But before that, I'm going to fuck you with my tongue.
No energy required on your behalf. She gives me her fingers, in my hair, exactly where I fucking love them. Just so you know, I'm still mad at you. I tongue her clit. I don't doubt it. You should stop talking now. I don't need to be told twice. I give Jessica what she wants. And fuck if it isn't the best damn start to a morning. We only run for an hour today. Jessica is as worn out as she said. You did fuck me 4 times last night, she says when we get back to the house. You should never expect me to be able to get a full run-in after you get your dick out that often. I chuckle and brush my lips over hers as she begins her stretches. I've missed this filthy mouth of yours. She rolls her eyes. You've gotten sappy in your old age. Honestly, I've never had a man tell me he's missed so many things about me before. My gut tightens with all the possession I feel over this woman. I'd appreciate a little less talking about the other men in your life, sweetheart. And as far as me getting sappy, I'll own that when it comes to you. I'm not afraid to tell you or the world how fucking much I love you. Her phone sounds with a text, and she checks it before holding her phone up to take a photo of me. Mira needs proof of life. I grin. She was concerned for me. Jessica looks at me. Yes, she did okay your murder last night, but I don't think she really wanted you to die. Mira has always liked you a little too much. I'll keep this in mind. Who knows when I'll need an ally in the future. She texts the photo and then eyes me again. You should start working on making more allies. You will most definitely need all of them in the future. We settle into our stretches while discussing breakfast. I boss Jessica into letting me make pancakes for her. Also, she says, after agreeing to the pancakes, I'm using your shower this morning, and you need to renovate that outdoor shower after you finish the indoor one. We can plan that renovation today while we figure out what we want for the indoor bathroom. I do recall telling you I didn't want anything to do with that. That was before you let me get my dick out. More rolling of her eyes. Just because a woman fucks a man doesn't mean she wants to suddenly start planning renovations with him. Seriously, Jack, you have a lot to learn. Baby, I've got nothing to learn except whether you still prefer me to make you scream in the same ways you used to, or if you have new preferences. She shakes her head while giving me a look that says something like, you have no fucking idea. She then walks past me, being sure to place her hand to my chest and letting it glide down my body as she moves away. You should come with me and start learning, she calls out. Again, I don't need to be told twice. Jessica takes the day off. She gives me a blowjob in the shower after I make her come with my tongue, and then announces that she's taking the entire weekend off. I celebrate by fucking her on the kitchen counter while making pancakes. We don't end up eating pancakes for breakfast. Thoroughly exhausted, she makes me sit with her on the couch and watch a movie I made a few years ago. I wasn't lying when I told her I hadn't watched one of my own movies in years, and I don't particularly want to watch this one now. However, Jessica has a way of getting me to do things I don't want to do, but should do. At least with this. I've got her in my arms while I'm doing it. I love this movie, she says, as we enter the 3/4 mark. She's got her head in my lap. This is one of my favourite movie-watching positions of ours, because Jessica isn't the kind of woman who tends to snuggle or steal touches often. Out of the two of us, I'm the one who can't get enough of my hands on her, so I fucking love it when she draws close like this. I run my fingers through her hair as I look down at her. It's not a bad movie. She hits pause and shifts to a sitting position. No, Jack, it's more than not a bad movie. Tell me you can see that. My therapist would love you. She arches her brows and waits silently for me to talk. I'm not getting out of this conversation. The script was tight and the acting was exceptional from everyone but me. And I'm being completely honest when I say that. I exhale a breath. I wasn't running at 100 on that film. I was drinking more than I usually do on set and fucking shit up all over the place. The director spent more time pulling me up on my shit than any director has ever had to. Are you hating watching yourself? Yeah, I say slowly, admitting something to her that I haven't said to anyone except Constance. I don't enjoy watching my movies because it's a mirror to what was happening in my life at the time. I can avoid thinking about my drinking and my behaviour that stemmed from the drinking, and I can do that all day long if I want. But the minute I have to watch myself on screen, I can't avoid it any longer. It's right there for me to see. I pause. When I watch my movies, I want to do better. I want to be better. And until now, I haven't figured out how to do that, so it's always made me feel worse than I already did. That makes sense, she says slowly. But I don't see any of that when I watch you on the screen. I only notice your talent. How perfectly you execute body language. How exactly right you get tone. Your gestures, your expressions, your emotion. Your timing. It looks flawless. And you make it look like the easiest thing in the world. She shifts closer to me, placing her hand on my thigh. If that's you at your worst, I can't wait to see you at your best. Fuck, I growl, sliding my hand into her hair as my chest expands with a feeling I've only ever felt with her. It's not just love. It's so much more than that. Jessica makes me feel like I could take on the world, simply because she believes in me without reservation. I love you. I bring her face to mine and try to kiss her, but she stops me with her hand to my chest. Her eyes fill with an intensity I can't help but feel. She looks like she has something to say that she desperately wants me to hear. I love you too, in a way I can't even come close to understanding. In a way like I've never loved another person. But you can't ever do what you did to me again. I need you to hear that. To know it like you've never known anything. If you ever do something like that again, there won't be a third chance for us. She grips my shirt and adds, and I am still really fucking mad at you. My lips crash down onto hers, and she lets them. She lets me pull her onto my lap. And she lets me kiss her so deeply and so completely that I take almost all the air from both our lungs. I am all in, baby, I say when I finally end our kiss. I won't ever be looking for a third chance. My eyes search hers. I heard you when you asked how you could ever trust that I won't make the same kind of choice again. I know I need to earn your trust back, and I want you to know I'm going to do that. Minute by minute, day by day, I will include you in all the important decisions I make. I'll be honest when I'm struggling. I'll tell you if I'm concerned I'm going to fuck up. And sweetheart, I wouldn't expect you to not still be mad at me. You keep feeling that for as long as you need to. But don't you ever stop letting me love you. Her body presses harder against mine, something I didn't think possible. She gives me her lips again, this time slowing our kiss right down. It's long, and she takes her time with it, expressing a million things without uttering a word. By the time she's finished with me, I'm hard as hell for her. I'm also pulled further under her spell. Jessica has no idea just how much my heart belongs to her. Those invisible threads between us are weaving themselves back together, and I have no intention of ever letting them separate again. She loops her hands round my neck as her eyes find mine again. Grinding herself against my dick, she grumbles, I also hate you sometimes. You make it really hard for me to stay mad at you. I can't not grin. Not when she's like this. You want to hate fuck me? Jesus, Jack. My vagina needs a rest. Still grinning. We'll take a rain check on the hate fuck. How about a picnic lunch down by the river? Only so long as you keep your dick away from me. I promise to keep it away from you until our shower tonight. I can't make any promises after that. I love how presumptuous you always are. I may want to shower on my own. Sweetheart, you should expect to never shower on your own again. Not if I'm anywhere nearby. She places her hands to my chest and pushes up off me. I feel like you've forgotten who wears the pants in this relationship. I stand and lift her over my shoulder before she sees it coming. Carrying her into the kitchen, I say, I've decided I'm going to try out this pant-wearing business. Oh, good fucking God, she mutters. It's not too late for me to change my mind, you know. I smack her ass. The window on that decision closed hours ago. I deposit her on the floor in the kitchen. Now, what are your preferences for lunch? A dark grey shirt and the tightest pair of shorts you own. Other than that, I don't care. Fuck me. I'm buying an entire wardrobe of those shirts. I open the fridge as I run my eyes down her body, taking in all the skin on display.
Jessica's wearing the shortest red shorts known to mankind today, along with the tiniest white tank top. You go and put some sunscreen on while I get lunch ready. You are aware that I'm almost 30, aren't you? I managed to get myself to this age, slip, slap, slopping and all. Ah, I do recall a time in Greece where you burned for half a day while I was on set. Is there anything you ever forget? Plenty, baby. So many things, but only because I was drunk. But nothing from our time together. Every second spent with you is burned into my memory. That's the God's honest truth, and I'm more than grateful we weren't together during my heaviest drinking times, because I never want to forget a moment with her. She gives me a look that's half eye roll, half, I don't know what to do with you, before leaving me to go put on sunscreen. I pack a picnic lunch made up of cold meat, salad, sourdough and fruit. I add some of Mavis's cookies. She baked a fresh batch for us yesterday. And then go change into the shorts and shirt Jessica requested. There's no way I'm not changing when she asked for this. She meets me back in the kitchen with an approving look, and a minute later, we're on our way down to the river. So you really only come here a couple of times a year, she says as we walk. I'm disappointed you haven't stalked me, sweetheart. I didn't need to. I had Ashton, but he didn't always tell me when you were in Australia. I'm carrying the picnic basket in one hand and reach for her hand with my other. Yeah, I only made it here once last year. It was more than that when I first got the place. I was overseeing the renovations back then. Were you involved with them like you are with the bathroom now? No. I didn't have a clue about renovating back then. She glances at me. When did you get so good with your hands? I grin. I've always been good with my hands. You know that. This earns me an eye roll. You're lucky you have a big dick. This cockiness is enough to drive a woman away. I keep grinning as I pull her close and steal a kiss. I got good at it about 4 months ago. I needed something to fill my time when I gave up the booze, so I took up running, weights, and building shit. Where? Did you join one of those men's sheds or something? No. One of my neighbours is this retired guy whose wife passed away about a year ago. He's been working on his place for 6 months now. Darren and I got talking one day when I was out on a run. One thing led to another, and I found myself helping him out. I stare out over the river, thinking about all the time I've spent with Darren before looking back at Jessica. If I'm honest, getting good with my hands has helped save me. She smiles. I love this. I also love that I have a built-in handyman. Do you know what I love? What? I stop walking and halt her progress by turning her to face me. Keeping hold of her hand, I say, I love the we I just heard in that statement. She leans into me, and I can't help but notice how the sun slants itself off her, accentuating her beauty in breathtaking ways. Jessica fucking glows with that beauty. It sometimes strips rational thought from my mind. Between it and her heart, I'm a goner. I'd fucking go to my death for her. Well, I do sometimes need a handyman. She bites her lip as her mouth spreads out into a smile. And you do have a way of making me want that we, too. I don't know how our life is going to look after we leave here, but I want my days to absolutely include being Jessica's handyman. Right alongside being her protector from spiders and any other dragons she can't slay herself.
Chapter 27. Jessica. You promised you wouldn't get your dick out. Jack looks down at me through eyes that are filled with so much heat, I could actually go up in flames. He's got me underneath him on the picnic blanket with his elbows resting either side of me, and he's grinding that dick of his against me. I meant it when I said it. I don't think you did. I think you got me here under false pretenses. His eyes burn with that heat. Are you complaining? Should I stop? My hands go to his chest, the chest I can't get enough of. The chest that currently has too much material covering it. My vagina is complaining. Bullshit. Your vagina wants this as much as I do. You don't know my vagina as well as you used to. He nods. You're right. We need to fix that. He then proceeds to move down my body, putting his hands all over me and messing with all my thoughts. One should not issue challenges to Jack Kingsley. He never shies away from a challenge, especially if it involves sex. I thread my fingers through his hair as he flicks the button on my shorts, lowers the zip, and removes them. I'd forgotten how much you love a good challenge. His eyes meet mine as his fingers meet my skin under my panties. Always. You should put some thought into my next one. He pushes 2 fingers inside me. Make it something truly filthy. I want to tell him to get all my clothes off me, but a cough works its way into my throat. Jack frowns as I cough a second time. On my 3rd cough, he stops what he's doing and says, "Are you having an asthma attack?" I sit up as the first squeezing tightness of an attack flares in my chest. Fuck, I think so. It's been so long since I've had an attack that this has caught me off guard. Where's your inhaler? I cough again. In my room? I'll be back. He's up and running to the house before I can blink. Jack's been with me during 2 of my worst attacks. He knows the seriousness of this. I cough one last time before the wheezing starts. The tightness in my chest becomes quite painful, and I struggle to get air in. It's like sucking through a squished straw. I can't get enough air in, and I can't suck any harder without it hurting. I focus all my attention on just trying to breathe, that I barely notice Jack returning with my inhaler. He hands it to me and asks, "Does coffee still work for you?" I nod, but I don't speak. I can't. Not now that I can barely breathe. I use my inhaler while doing my best to manage the panic threatening me. I've experienced a few attacks that have put me in hospital, so panic often rears its ugly head when this happens. I usually work through it okay, but I've had a couple of occasions where it made the attack worse. The inhaler relieves my symptoms within 15 minutes, at which point Jack carries me back to the house and makes me a black coffee. Caffeine also helps open my airways, and I like that he remembers this. Carrying me, though, was a little excessive. I don't mention it because I'm still getting my breath back and don't have the energy for a discussion over this. "Should I call the doctor?" he says as I drink the coffee. I reach for him. "Stop. I'm okay now." He pulls his phone out of his pocket. "It won't hurt for the doctor to check you out." "Jack, no. It was just an asthma attack." He looks at me with an expression that can only be described as fierce. "I've had to watch you go to hospital twice with just an asthma attack, Jessica. I don't ever want to have to do that again." I've rattled him. Something I don't like doing because Jack is a very sensitive guy who feels things deeply. I don't like him feeling worried about me. I stand and move to him. "You're right, but honestly, I don't need a doctor. What I do need is my shorts." I'm looking for a smile out of him. It's my attempt to lighten the situation. It doesn't work, though. He appears to be fixated on his worry over me. "You need to sit back down and rest." I do as he says because he's right. I do need to sit and rest. I'll actually probably need to lie down for a while and maybe have a sleep. This attack wasn't as bad as some of my others, but my chest still feels like a ton of bricks has been sitting on it. I sit at the table for 10 minutes and then tell Jack I'm going to lie down. He settles me in bed, lying with me quietly. He knows an attack depletes me of energy, so he doesn't talk.
I try to think about anything other than my asthma, instead of focusing on how good it feels to have him here with me, to have him help me through this. And I think about how I want him by my side for the rest of my life doing this, even if I am still mad at him. I sleep for hours, which doesn't surprise me. We hardly got any sleep last night, but also, this is what an asthma attack does to me. I wake around 4 p.m. and find Jack sitting outside the long outdoor table, reading. He glances up as I walk towards him, concern in his brown eyes. He puts his book down and stands.
How are you feeling?
I move to him and make him sit back down so I can crawl into his lap. Putting my arms around him, I say, I feel better. Have you been reading all afternoon?
No. I slept for about an hour with you, and then replied to a few emails.
He gently pushes some hair off my face.
Has your asthma been bad lately?
No, it's actually been good for a while now.
We should go inside. I don't want it to be stirred up again.
Jack knows what my triggers are, and since it was likely the grass or something in the air, he knows I shouldn't be out here. I tighten my arms around his neck, wanting just a few more minutes with him out here. Tell me something I don't know about you from the last 6 years.
I can tell you that inside.
Tell me now. A smile works across his face.
I don't think you're mad at me anymore.
I am. You should not underestimate my ability to stay mad.
He chuckles. Good point. It's one of your superpowers.
With that, he stands, taking me with him. God, those muscles of his are his superpower. As he carries me inside, he says,
I fell in love with kite surfing 3 years ago.
Do you do it often? He takes me into the lounge room and places me on the couch.
I've been too busy drinking, and then recovering from drinking to do it in the last couple of years. But I'm keen to get back out there now.
I reach for his neck so I can pull his lips to mine. Brushing a kiss over them as he drops down onto the couch next to me, I say, I like this.
He settles himself close to me, extending his arm across the back of the couch behind me. This what?
I rest my hand on his leg. Talking with you like we used to. What made you learn kite surfing? Jack's always been a surfer, so it doesn't surprise me that he took this sport up.
A movie. I got into shape for the film and took it up so I could do my own stunts.
How did that work with your drinking? Did you give it up each time you made a movie? I'm not sure how Jack feels about discussing this stuff, but it's stuff I want to talk with him about. I remember how intense it was for him each time he filmed a movie. I can't imagine he'd be able to do that while drinking heavily. He doesn't hesitate to answer my question.
I cut back for the training prior, and for whatever I needed to do for each shoot, especially for stunt work. My tolerance was pretty high, though, so I could still drink and get shit done. Mind you, it was the lack of drinking that often caused me grief with directors. I was a moody bastard.
He smooths his hand over my hair.
Tell me something about you.
Oh, I thought you'd stalked me and knew everything. He grins.
Smartass. Tell me the stuff that didn't make it to Instagram.
I decided I don't mind Taylor Swift's music.
Fuck. Shit was bad for you over the last 6 years.
Don't hate on Taylor.
I'm not, baby. I just recall you were never much of a fan. How did she win her way into your heart? I'm taking notes.
I met enough assholes in the last 6 years for her lyrics to strike a chord.
Did you ever think about giving up men completely?
Fuck yes. There was actually a full 13 months where I didn't go near a dick. He whistles low.
What brought you back?
I learned that women are just as much hard work.
They really are. I concur.
You should be very careful what you say, Mr. Kingsley.
Fuck. You should call me that more often.
He slides his hand along my thigh, up to my waist.
It sounds fucking hot on your lips.
My heart is both happy and sad sitting here, having this lazy conversation with Jack. I lean into him and share this. I hate that we haven't had this for all these years. Regret instantly flares in his eyes.
I
press a finger to his lips to silence the apology I know he's about to give me again. No, I'm not looking for any more apologies, Jack. You don't need to keep doing that. I just wanted to share how I was feeling, that's all. I'm sad, but I'm also happy that we found our way back.
I am too. And I'm doing every fucking thing to never relapse, Jessica. I need you to know that.
I'm not scared of you relapsing, I say softly, giving him my biggest truth. I'm scared of you quitting on yourself. He doesn't respond to that straight away. He just watches me quietly for a long moment. Then he nods and says,
I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't scared of that too.
God, I love this man's ability to be honest about his shit. He does struggle with it, that's been made clear. But I don't know many men who so willingly admit to their fears and their flaws. Promise me you'll keep talking with me about this, I say.
I will. He reaches for my hand. Tell me something else I don't know about you.
I shift and bring one of my legs to rest over his. I took up a hobby to distract me from you.
It must be a pretty consuming hobby to get that job done.
I shake my head at his cockiness. Does that cockiness ever not work for you? His sexy grin settles in place.
Only with you. It's one of my favorite things about you.
What, you like having to work harder to get what you want? He leans in close, his lips brushing my ear as he says,
I like the foreplay.
He glides his hand up my leg, curving it over my ass.
Don't ever fucking stop it.
My hands slip under his shirt to the abs I've claimed as mine, and my mouth finds his. I'll never get enough of Jack's mouth.
Fuck, sweetheart.
He rasps as I move to straddle him.
I'm trying not to do this.
Why not? I ask in between kisses. Also, put your hands back on my ass. I feel his smile as he kisses me back.
You need to rest. Fucking me won't be restful.
I pull my lips from his and put my hands to his chest. You ran your hand up my leg. You went in for the ass grab. You whispered dirty stuff in my ear. If this is you trying not to fuck me, we need to work on your skills.
That wasn't dirty stuff I whispered in your ear.
It was to me. Honestly, Jack, you have no idea. You're the kind of guy who could whisper something as basic as, I'm going to watch TV, in a girl's ear, and it would be dirty. He chuckles.
I'll keep that in mind for when none of my other moves are working on you.
If none of your other moves are working, you've got bigger problems than not getting laid, Let me tell you. I wiggle on his lap to get his full attention where I want it. Now, can we get back to what you started? Fuck. He gives me a pained look, and I know I'm not getting what I want. No. He takes hold of my waist and lifts me off him, placing me back on the couch. I shoot him a fake, dirty glare. I both love and do not love him right now. You should ready yourself for Grumpy Jessica. Sweetheart, I've lived with Grumpy Jessica for 2 weeks now. I'm ready. Besides, I thought your vagina needed a rest. She did, but then you went and got her all excited. He rests his arm out along the back of the couch behind me. Tell me about this hobby that fails to take your mind off me. I roll my eyes, but goddamn I love this with him. I flip houses. That's why you have so many great ideas about bathrooms. I nod. Yeah. I get to run wild with my love of researching stuff. Do you do the heavy lifting too? Jesus, Jack, do you know nothing about me? I don't ever get these hands dirty. He chuckles and smooths his hand over my hair. Jack is the most affectionate person I've ever been with, and I vow to never take it for granted again. I've never enjoyed it with anyone but him. Maybe I'll tell him that one day, but for now, he doesn't need any encouragement to increase that cockiness of his. Good call to keep those hands free of hard work. We need to keep them safe and ready at all times for more important work. Let me guess. This more important work you speak of involves your dick? This is why I'm with you. You're the smartest woman I know. Right. I push him away so I can stand. You're getting a little sappy again. I'm going in search of something I can cook for dinner while you put your non-sappy pants back on. He practically jumps off the couch. No, you're not cooking tonight. I throw him a bored look. What, because I need to rest? See, smartest woman I know. When I continue giving him my bored look, he puts his bossy pants on and almost growls. Sit your ass down and stop arguing with me, woman. You're resting. I'm cooking, end of story. I sit down. I let him take charge. I grumble my way through all of it, but I'd be lying if I said I don't like it when he wears those bossy pants.
Chapter 28. Jack. I'm going to haunt you in your next life, Jessica says grumpily early Sunday morning, when I refuse to allow her to go running. She put up a good fight, but so did I. This isn't something I'm willing to not step in and take charge of. How? I ask as I move behind her at the vanity in my bathroom. She's finally stopped insisting on using the outside bathroom, making me a happy fucker. I love having her in my space. She slaps my hands away when I put them around her waist. I take it back. I'm going to taunt you in this life. What? By not letting me touch you? She pulls her camisole off. Yes. Sweetheart. I settle in for the show she's giving me. I've told you how fucking much I love your foreplay. You're going to have to figure out a different way to taunt me. She slips her pajama shorts off and then her panties. Trust me. I've got ideas. With that, she brushes past me, making damn sure her bare skin touches me, and steps into the shower. Keeping my eyes on her ass, I strip and follow her in as she flicks the water on. Honestly, Jack, she says when I cage her against the tiles. If I can fuck you, I can run. I bend my face so I can kiss her neck. It's not safe outside for you. And if need be, I can do all the work here. I've been running here with no problems for 2 weeks. If I use my inhaler before I go, I'm fine. She's grumbling in the way I live for, but she's got her hands on my body.
I take hold of her leg and lift it so I can wrap it around me. I then reach for her ass, tilting her and grinding my dick against her. How much longer are you intending on arguing with me? Her fingers dig into my neck as she wraps her hand around it. For as long as I want to. I grin against her skin, peppering kisses along her collarbone. Okay, well, while you do that, I'm going to do some filthy things to you. Her body arches when I find her clit, those fingers of hers digging into my skin harder. Make them filthier than you're already planning, and I might consider dropping my argument. Fuck, I growl, stopping everything I'm doing so I can spin her to face the tiles. Then, pressing her cheek against the wall and my erection against her ass, I rasp, "Do you still like being fucked here?" She brings both her hands to rest on the tiles either side of her face as she grinds with me. "Yes, and I have lube in my bag, so you should make this happen." Her voice is pure sex, weaving its way around my cock, getting me harder than I've been in years. I graze my teeth over her shoulder. I fucking love that you came prepared. Don't get ahead of yourself. The lube was for me. Fuck, she's only getting me harder. I snake my hand around her body and find her clit, rubbing it before pushing a finger inside her. "Have you been fucking yourself at night here?" "Fuck, Jack," she moans, her cheek still pressed against the wall as she rocks her pussy down into my hand. "Give me more." I give her another finger while working her clit with my thumb and moving my mouth to her ear. "Tell me how you've been fucking yourself. Have you been thinking about me while you do it?" "I've been thinking about you for 6 fucking years while doing it." "Fuck," I growl, giving her another finger and working all 3 of them deeper inside her. "Tell me how." She places her hand over mine at her pussy and holds it there for a moment, before gently pushing my thumb out of the way. Taking over her clit, she says, "I get myself started here." I angle her face towards me so I can kiss her. She fucking wrecks me with her kisses, and this one is no different. It's like she's showing me what she's wanted for those 6 fucking years she wasn't mine. Showing me how desperate she was for me. When we come up for air, I demand, "Tell me how wet you get while thinking about me." "So fucking wet, Jack," she says, slowly pulling my fingers from her pussy so she can use her own. "I fuck myself with my fingers for a while, like this, and then I get out your dildo and fuck myself with it." I slide my cock between her ass cheeks and then cup her breasts with both hands. I'm so fucking turned on by everything she's doing and saying. Kissing her neck, I growl, "I fucking love that you still have that dildo." "I fucking love that I have the real thing now," she says, as she works her fingers inside herself. "Did you bring that dildo with you too?" She pushes her ass back against me, working my dick between her cheeks. "Yes." I almost fucking blow at that word, and the way it falls so damn sexily from her mouth. I want to fuck that mouth. Hell, I want to fuck Jessica everywhere she'll fucking let me. I squeeze her tits as I say against her ear, "Are you close, baby?" Something I say or do causes her to suddenly, frantically, turn in my arms and demand, "I need you inside me, Jack. Fucking now." With that, she hooks her leg around mine and climbs me, gripping my neck and pulling my mouth to hers like she can't go another second without it. Fuck. I never need to be told twice. I thrust inside as she devours me with her lips and tongue. Fuck. I need to be deeper. I need it harder. I fucking need to never let this woman out of my sight again. She grips me like she's clinging to me for dear fucking life, and she fucks me as roughly as I do her. We're 2 bodies, but in this moment, we move as one. Sex with Jessica was always good. The best I've ever had. But this new rhythm between us is something else altogether. And I know I can never go a day without it again. Whatever I have to do to make that happen, I will fucking fall over myself to do. Fuck! She cries, her fingernails carving this moment into my skin in ways I hope never to remove. Her pussy squeezes my cock, and then we're both coming. Fuck, I growl when I find her eyes again. I can't fucking get enough of you. She tightens her arms around my neck and kisses me before saying, Good, because I need your dick in my ass today. You promised. Jesus, sweetheart. I'd forgotten just how filthy this mouth of yours is. Are you complaining? Fuck no. I live for it. Good. Now, maybe you could do something else useful and clean me. I catch her lips in another kiss. I take it you're still mad at me for not letting you go running this morning. You should take it that I'm always mad at you for something. Got it. Her eyes soften, and she brings her hands to my face. Those eyes demand my full attention, as her fingers slowly and gently work their way across every inch of my face, like she's mapping it, like she's imprinting me onto her soul. I love you, Jack Kingsley. Fuck me. Baby, I'm going to need to know what I did to warrant that so I can do it every day. Her smile stays in place. I'd rather keep you on your toes. I let her down and reach for the shower gel. Right, let's get you clean so we can move closer to me getting my dick in your ass. Let the record show that I love it when you talk filth to me. I add talk filth to my list of things to do for Jessica every day. I then get to work on cleaning her while thinking about the next filthy thing I can do to her. Jessica decides to spend the day in the kitchen cooking. She's cooked a few times while here, and I've noticed it seems to be a form of stress relief for her. Discovering all these new things about her has become something I truly enjoy. She banishes me from the kitchen after I put my hands on her a little too much for her liking. Bothering her is also something I truly enjoy. I sit outside reading for a few hours, before remembering to check in with Constance. Jack, I'm getting my vitamin D. I ate 3 meals yesterday, and I've taken up meditation. Constance, you finally got laid. Jack, way to remind a man he's been a celibate as a monk forever. Constance, you've talked my ear off about that lack of sex. I'm glad we can now move on to other topics. Jack, I'm beginning to question your form of therapy. Constance, you respond well to bluntness, Jack. Talk soon. I chuckle as I put my phone down. Constance is unlike any therapist I've ever worked with. It's a refreshing change, and I wouldn't have her any other way. I head inside, grab a drink of water, bother Jessica as much as I can while doing that, and then go into the lounge room to read some more. I've been here for an hour when she joins me. What do you feel like for lunch? She asks, sitting next to me on the couch. You. I pull her onto my lap. I've been thinking of the filthiest things I can do to you. I think your dirty mind might approve of my ideas. She puts her arms around my neck. I'm all for this, but I'm quite starving, so we need to eat first. How about you make me one of your gourmet sandwiches? I'm not banished from the kitchen anymore. Not if you're going to do something useful in there. Sweetheart, everything I do is useful. Only if you're wearing your dark grey t-shirt. But since you're not wearing that today, you actually have to do something useful for it to count. I'm getting my new assistant to order me a wardrobe of those shirts. She arches a brow. Which new assistant would this be? I wasn't aware you got off your ass and hired one yet. I haven't. But if I know you well, you've already found me one. I like that you know this about me. And yes, I have found you a few to choose from. I've also got a book recommendation for you. A book I think might make a good movie. I'm all ears. She gives me the name of a book she read a year or so ago and says, it's a pretty serious storyline though, so I'm not sure if that would be of interest to you. I know the book she's mentioned. It's a story of hope and love set against the backdrop of war. Mum read that book. She loved it too. I'll definitely check it out. She smiles. It was your mum who recommended it to me. You know, she loved that you kept in contact with her after we broke up. I loved it too. Jessica staying close with Mum was one of those invisible threads between us. It gave me hope that we'd find our way back to each other one day. Well, someone had to check in on her. You were too busy gallivanting around the world. I grin. If I'd known that was why you did it, I would have gallivanted harder. She turns serious. She missed you desperately, Jack. I run my hand up her back to rest at the nape of her neck. Yeah, I say, feeling every ounce of guilt I've ever felt over not visiting Mum enough the last 6 years. I know. I tried to get home more, but I was a little selfish. I struggled being in Sydney without you, so I stopped coming as often. What about your dad? She says softly. Jessica knows better than anyone, including my mother and Ashton, what an asshole my father is. Do you hear from him often?
The last time I saw him was 2 years ago, at which time he told me that if I had no intention of taking over the family company, I could kiss my inheritance goodbye. How did he not realize you happily kissed that goodbye years ago? I smile and bring my lips to hers again. This is why I truly love you. Because I know you don't give two shits about your family's money. No, because you know me. You get everything about me. And here I was thinking you loved me for my ass. Yeah, there is that too. What if I eat too much cake one year and my ass grows wider? Will you still love me then? Fuck yes. I'll have more to grip onto when I fuck you. Feel free to eat as much cake as you want, sweetheart. I'm all about the cake. No, Mr. Kingsley, you are all about the ass. Fuck. When Jessica calls me that, it does something to me. Something else besides getting me hard. It makes me think of what goes with Mr., that being Mrs., which then gets me thinking about her being Mrs. Kingsley. And that gets me even fucking harder. Soon, I'll make her Mrs. Kingsley. Until then, I'll keep doing what I've been doing and what I'm about to do, which is giving her all the reasons in the world to say yes to me when I ask her. Standing, I lift her with me as I say, "You know me so well, and I do recall you wanted me to pay that ass some attention today." Heat flares in her eyes. Finally, he does something useful. I hoist her over my shoulders, smack that ass I love, and carry her into the kitchen to make lunch. Then, I'll take her into the bedroom to give her everything else she wants.
Chapter 29. Jessica. Will.
I haven't had an update for 3 days.
Jessica. I've had 11 orgasms since your last update. Will.
I've had snotty-nosed children share their germs with me.
Jessica. So no orgasms for you? Will.
No.
Jessica. This is why children are still not on my bucket list. Will.
I take it Jack is still alive.
Jessica. I didn't give myself those orgasms. Will.
Good to know. Are you still going to need that dog?
Jessica. I think I'd like a dog, but maybe not just yet. Will.
What's the plan going forward?
Jessica. For once, I have no plan. Will.
For once, I think that's a great idea.
Jessica. Where's Mira?
Will. All those orgasms have affected your brain. This isn't the group chat.
Jessica. You're right, they have. I've been agreeing to things all over the place with Jack that only 11 orgasms would make me do. Say hi to her for me. XX. I wander out to the kitchen where Jack's cleaning up after breakfast. We didn't run again today. He bossed me into that. Again. I'm wondering when we'll run again. It's not like I haven't recovered from my asthma attack. He's just being overcautious. At least today we did some bodyweight exercises. Jack initiated and led our session. It's safe to say it's not safe for me to do a bodyweight session with Jack. All those muscles on display are a hazard to my health. What are your plans for today? I ask him when I reach the kitchen.
I want to narrow down my choice for a new manager.
Something in his tone slows me down. Jack has been non-committal when it comes to his management team ever since he ended up in hospital last year. From what I know, he hasn't wanted anything to do with managing his career. Sure, he hired a new manager and went through the motions, but I've seen the way his heart hasn't been in it. Not like it always has been. Ashton has been concerned, but I figured it was what Jack needed to get himself through his recovery. He needed to focus all his energy on his health, and I fully supported that. Jack may have appeared uninterested in his team
and his career these last 7 months, but he's a smart man. And he didn't get to the top of Hollywood just because of his team. They helped him a great deal, but he was always directing them. Jack is highly strategic and knows what he's doing even when it appears he has no interest whatsoever. And what I just heard in his voice tells me he might be ready to tackle his career again. "How are you going with that?" I ask.
Rose's list has 3 options. They're all good, so I'm finding it difficult to decide.
"What about other managers you already know of? Has there ever been anyone you thought you might want to work with?"
No one comes to mind, and to be honest, I like the idea of branching out. Finding someone who wasn't on my radar, someone completely new to me. My career needs freshening up, and this could be a great way to start working on that.
This sounds like a good plan to me. Not that I know a lot about Jack's industry, but I know a lot about business, and that's essentially what his career comes down to. Do you want help?
I'd love your help.
He grabs his phone off the kitchen counter and hands it to me.
Her list is in my emails.
I hold his phone back out to him. "You need to unlock it."
The password is your birthday.
It's no lie that those 5 words cause my heart to speed up and my brain to slow down. Actually, no, my brain speeds up too, but at the same time, it feels like slow motion in there. He bewilders me with those 5 words, so much so that I shove his phone at him and throw out, "Jesus, Jack, you need to change that password. Now, make it something people won't be able to guess. And while you're at it, forward me Rose's list. I'll read it on my own phone." The smile that plasters itself across his face bewilders me just as much as his password. And when he moves into me, puts his arms around me, settles his hands on my ass and says,
"I fucking love you,"
I am completely gone. Besotted, infatuated, intoxicated all the way down to my toes. I have no idea why this is all hitting me now, but it's like my brain has finally caught up with what's happening between us. The weekend felt surreal. I kind of floated through it, barely catching up between each orgasm. This, today, is real life, and standing here discussing our lives while Jack shows me directly and indirectly how much he loves me suddenly feels like a million emotions consuming me at once. I wasn't prepared for this, not in any way. And while I want Jack, I'm unsure how that is going to look and how that is going to work. For both of us, Jack isn't your everyday guy. I don't know how we are going to fit into each other's life. I blink a couple of times while trying like hell to catch my breath and my thoughts all at the same time. In the end, I put my hands to his chest and say, "This isn't going to work for me."
That only encourages him. Amusement flares in his eyes. "Yes, it is."
"No, it's not."
"Okay, baby. Tell me what you need to make it work for you."
He knows exactly what I mean. While I'm well put together in all other areas of my life, Jack has a way of flustering me. This isn't the first time he's had to calm me. For one, I need space. A lot of space. Space that doesn't involve you making my birthday your password.
Your birthday has been my password for 6 years.
My eyes almost bulge out of my head. Right. So your situation is worse than I thought. He chuckles.
What situation?
Your management situation. When we hire your new assistant, I will give them strict instructions to ensure you change your passwords on a regular schedule. Because I'm guessing if you haven't changed your phone's password in that time, you haven't changed any of your passwords. He grins.
Nope. They're all your birthday.
I blink. All this blinking is a new phenomenon for me. I never blink. No one makes me blink except this man in front of me. It's official. I will not survive him. I thought I already knew this, but now I realize I only half knew it. I'm not even responding to that. I press against his chest in an attempt to move out of his embrace. He doesn't let me go.
What else do you need?
I have no idea what else I need. All I know is that I know nothing, and that's not a place I'm used to being. I need you to not give me your phone and tell me to open your emails. That's your phone. Your private stuff. We're only new. You don't hand over your phone to someone you just started seeing, Jack.
Sweetheart, we're not new. And we haven't just started seeing each other.
He sweeps a strand of hair off my face, his eyes filling with a depth of emotion I feel everywhere.
Your birthday has been my password all this time, because you've been with me all this time. I might not have had you in my arms, but I've had you in my head and in my heart. 6 years in the scheme of infinity is nothing, baby. This isn't new between us. And as far as sharing my private stuff with you, it's all yours. My emails, my phone, my passwords, my management situation, my life. All yours if you'll have it. I blink a couple more times. My heart does the same thing, although blink might be an understatement for what it's doing. Jesus, this man. If that's a marriage proposal, the answer is not a yes. You're going to need to work on that. He goes back to grinning. I do like a clear directive. And a challenge. Good. I hold up his phone that he never took from me. Change your password. He finally lets me go, takes his phone, and changes the damn password. Holding it back out to me, he says, "It's the date we met." I accept the phone while muttering, "Those sappy pants of yours need changing." Then I open his emails, shaking my head at the number of unopened emails he has, and find the one from Rose. I scroll through her list of possible manager candidates before forwarding the email to myself. Handing his phone back, I say, "She's very thorough. I'll go through the list today and do some research." I appreciate it. Do you know what else I'd appreciate?
If it involves your dick, I'm out. He chuckles.
I remember, baby.
Remember what?
That you like getting filthy, but not once you're dressed for the day.
So, it doesn't involve your dick?
No, it involves my bathroom.
I exhale a long breath. I'm going to need coffee for this, Jack. From that place in Grafton that you've gotten me addicted to. And I'm also going to need a lot of that tongue of yours later. Honestly, it's just a bathroom and you're quite capable of choosing tiles yourself now that I've given you some ideas. He moves into me again, stealing all of my space without asking for it. This is so Jack. Pulling me hard against him, he says,
I can choose tiles all fucking day long, but they'll never be our tiles. I don't just want my own tiles anymore.
And just like that, my heart rapid blinks. All over the damn place. and I finally give in to this man and everything he's bewildering me with. Oh, for goodness sake, you go get me my coffee and I'll choose our tiles. If his smile is anything to go by, I've just made him a happy man. He makes me a happy woman when he smacks my ass, kisses me long and hard, and promises, "My tongue is all yours later," before exiting the kitchen to go and get my coffee. Wednesday, I say to Ashton over the phone, a couple of hours after Jack delivers the best coffee I've had in days. Yes, Delacourt has requested a meeting then to go over the figures in the latest report, and I can't get him to agree to push it until I return from London. I need you to talk him off the ledge. Colin Delacourt is a shareholder in one of Ashton's companies that manages commercial properties across Australia. He's grown increasingly negative over the past year and isn't happy with the direction Ashton's taking the company. Since he doesn't have a controlling interest, Ashton hasn't bowed to him. However, another shareholder has made it clear he supports Delacourt, so Ashton is concerned enough now to bring Delacourt around to his way of thinking. What time is the meeting? 3:00. My brain kicks into gear, figuring out my next move. I'll take care of it. How are things going over there? He blows out a long breath. It's a fucking mess. We've fired the entire management team. The new team is slowly coming on board. It's cost us a fucking fortune to make this happen, but Jonathan has found the best in the UK, so I'm hopeful we'll never experience this kind of thing again. Are you on track to fly to New York on Saturday? I fucking hope so. That's not an actual answer, Ashton. Another long breath. The answer is I don't know, but I'm doing everything in my power to get there on Saturday. We end the call and I get to work organising the company jet for tomorrow and going over all the company reports that Delacourt will want to discuss at our meeting on Wednesday. 2 hours later, I stretch and go in search of Jack. I find him in the bathroom, sitting on the floor, reading something on his phone that seems to have all his attention, so much so that he takes his time acknowledging my presence. I would sit with you, I say, but that floor is too dirty for this skirt. He runs his gaze over my skirt before finding my eyes. I agree. The only thing that should dirty that skirt up is me. I leave that alone because, honestly, this man needs no encouragement. Instead, I say, I have to go home tomorrow. A meeting has come up on Wednesday. He stands. I'll come with you. I only have to be there for the meeting. I can fly back here Wednesday night. I think you'll be okay here on your own for 2 nights. Sweetheart, I think I've reached the point where I'd be okay here on my own full stop. I don't want to come with you because I need a sober companion. I think he's right. I think Jack has come to a pivotal moment in his recovery. Also, I like the idea of him coming home with me. Okay, we're leaving at 10 tomorrow morning. Would it be easier for you to stay in Sydney rather than coming back here afterwards? As in, not come back here at all? He nods. Yeah. It's not that hard to work from here, Jack. I know, but I'm thinking about the fact you'd be home, in your own surroundings. Routine is important to you. What are you thinking here? Maybe we should move this to your place. When I told Jack I need space, I wasn't lying. I've always been a woman who needs space within a relationship. Jack never needed space. But one of the things I loved the very most about being with him was that he was always good at giving it. Even with his need to have his hands all over me as often as possible. Anyone else wanting to move this to my place would send me running faster than they could get their next word out. But not Jack. I might feel bewildered at times, many times, with him, but I know he'll always respect my boundaries. He'll always let me direct the speed of us. Can we play it by ear? Or do you think it's better for you to have a more structured routine right now? He reaches for me and pulls me close before brushing a kiss over my lips.
Let's play it by ear. I can continue my routine from your place, but if that doesn't work, we'll reassess.
I like this idea. A lot. I like the thought of being at home, back in my routine with Jack by my side. I also really like him being open and honest with me like this. Jack's not wearing a mask with me at all this time around. I really like Mavis, I say to Jack, just after 8 p.m, when we pull into the car park of the pub in Grafton that Mavis has asked us to come to. Bob's been here for a few hours with his mates and has had too much to drink to drive home. Mavis came over to Jack's place a little while ago and asked if he could collect Bob because she doesn't have a license anymore. Not since her eyesight deteriorated. Jack cuts the engine.
I can see why.
I unclick my seatbelt. Why? Because she cares a lot about Bob?
No, baby, because she's a ball-buster like you.
He exits the car and comes around to my side. When he opens my door and holds out his hand to help me down, I say, I've clearly had too many orgasms lately. I didn't pick up on that about her. I've also worked hard today, preparing for my meeting on Wednesday and researching manager candidates for Jack. My brain wasn't running at full capacity when I met Mavis. He chuckles and closes the door behind me.
There's no such thing as too many orgasms.
There really is. When they're delivered by Jack Kingsley, that is. You've messed with my brain the last couple of days. He slips his arm around my waist and pulls me to his side as we walk into the pub.
Just so you're aware, the only orgasms you're having from here on out will be delivered by me.
I don't think you had this possessive streak 6 years ago.
I did. I just managed to keep it to myself. You should not expect me to keep it to myself anymore.
There's something to be said for a man's possessiveness. It surprises the hell out of me that I'm into it, but I am with Jack. As we draw closer to the front door of the pub, I slow him down. Are you sure you're okay going in there? You could wait outside while I go in and get him. He stops and looks at me with sincerity.
I honestly don't know how this is going to go down, but I need to know.
Have you been to a pub since you stopped drinking? I know he's been to events with alcohol, but I don't know about pubs.
No, but I've survived enough parties filled with booze to believe I can do this.
He grabs my hand.
Let's get this done so I can take you home and make good on my promise to give you my tongue.
I like it when you talk filth to me, Mr. Kingsley.
Fuck.
He curses softly.
Let's hold off on the Mr. Kingsleys until I'm about to deliver another one of those orgasms you like so much.
I grip his hand tighter, loving how I affect him. There will most definitely be more Mr. Kingsleys later tonight. I don't know what it is he likes so much about them, but I am here for it. We enter the pub and I watch Jack steel himself. I have full confidence in him, And I think he does too. But I don't miss this brief moment where he has to hold on to his shit. Keeping a firm hold of my hand, he leads us into the pub that's far busier tonight than I would have expected. It's a Monday after all. I would have thought it'd be one of their quieter nights. Between the punters sitting at the bar watching the footy replay on the TV, to the noisy guys playing pool down the back, to the jukebox in the corner playing Bow River, I would have sworn it was a Friday night. Axe and one of the other guys came with us. The paparazzi have mostly given up on finding a story with Jack, but a few still linger, so Axe keeps close whenever Jack leaves the property. He and his team members stay behind us as we move through the pub, but their presence is felt. I don't worry that Jack and I will be ambushed like we were that day the paparazzi arrived 2 weeks ago. We've only been in here a couple of minutes when a woman stops Jack and gushes, "Oh my fucking God! I fucking love you!" Jack lets her halt our progress and smiles at her. "Hi." She looks like she might pee herself from excitement as she glances between Jack and the woman she's here with. Her friend waves her hands at Jack and says to the woman, "You need a photo with him." Axe moves in, coming to Jack's side and taking over.
"We need to keep moving."
The woman's face falls, and with a quick shake of his head, Jack says to Axe, "No, we can do a quick photo." Axe nods and steps back, letting Jack take the lead. Jack lets go of my hand and engages in a conversation with the woman and her friend, laughing and joking with them as they take photos. I love watching him like this. The woman keeps checking each photo and declaring she doesn't look good enough in it, and that they need to take another one. Jack indulges her each time, his eyes revealing his easy mood. He's always been like this with his fans. I remember being with some of his Hollywood friends years ago who were rude as hell to their fans, but I can't recall one instance where Jack treated anyone like they weren't someone worth meeting. A succession of texts hits my phone as he talks with the women, so I step away and check it. Lorelei. "Ashton told me you're flying home tomorrow. What time are you getting in? I'll pick you up." Jessica. "We'll get in around 11:30. Lorelei. "Jack's coming with you?" Jessica. "Yes." Lorelei. "How are things going with him?" Jessica. "You know how you really like Jack?" Lorelei. "LOL, yes." Jessica. "It turns out I really like him too." Lorelei. "OMG, I love this! We need a huge catch-up while you're home." Jessica. "I think I'll be home for a while." Lorelei. "Jack too?" Jessica. "Have you ever known Jack not to charm his way into things?" Lorelei. "So true. I can't wait to see you guys. XX." I feel a hand on my back, and thinking it's Jack, I turn to smile up at him. It's not Jack, though. It's some random guy who's looking down at me like he wants to fuck me. "Haven't seen you here before, darling," he says, with a country twang that matches his cowboy hat and plaid shirt. "That's because I don't come here." I eye his hand. "Can you please remove your hand from me?" He does as I request, blasting a smile my way. "Sorry, baby, but you've got me all worked up. What's your name?" I'm about to tell him I'm not interested when Jack steps in. And holy hell, the look in his eyes reveals the level of possessiveness he's feeling. His arm comes around me as he pulls me tightly against his body.
"Everything okay here?"
he asks, looking down at me before glancing at the guy. "Yeah," the guy says, reading Jack perfectly and taking a step back. Raising his hands, he adds, "Sorry, mate." Jack gives a tight nod and grunts, "Yeah," as his hold on me tightens. The guy walks away, and I pat Jack's chest. "Easy, Tiger." He barely hears me, though, because he's too busy watching the guy leave. When he finally gives me his attention, he growls, "Fucking assholes who can't keep their hands to themselves." I've never been the kind of woman who finds it hot when a man gets his fists out over a woman. And while Jack didn't do that, thankfully, I'm fairly certain he would have if it came down to it. And damn, if that isn't getting me hot right now. I grip his shirt. "I need you to fuck me." "Fuck," he rasps. "I'm working on it." As he throws a glance around the pub, presumably looking for Bob, I pull at his shirt to drag his attention back to me. "No, Jack, now. You need to fuck me now." Heat blazes to life in his eyes as understanding works its way into his mind. Not needing to tell him what I want a third time, he takes hold of my hand and forces his way through the crowd to locate the bathrooms. A minute later, he's got me locked inside a bathroom with my skirt yanked up. "I seem to recall you refusing to fuck me in a public bathroom whenever I tried to get you in one," he says as I reach for his cock. He's right. I never have sex in public toilets. I can't stand the idea of the germs. But I'm like a possessed woman right now, and I don't even care about the germs in here. Hooking a hand around his neck so I can pull his lips to mine, I say, "You inspire filthy things in me, Mr. Kingsley." He growls something about loving my indecent ways, but he barely manages to get it out because I steal his ability to speak when I kiss him. His hands are all over me a second later. On my breasts, under my top, reaching under my skirt. It's like he wants to touch all of me at once. We collide in a frenzied race to get him inside me. Well, that's what I'm racing towards. Jack, on the other hand, seems fixated on my breasts. "Jack," I say, pulling his face out of my cleavage, "I need your dick." "Baby," he says, trying to slow me down. "Give me a second." I'm so desperate for him to fuck me that I don't want to give him that second, but I force myself to. I curve a leg around him and grind myself against his dick while kissing his neck. He can slow down, but I'm not. "There's a vibe in my bag. You should get it out." "Why is there a vibe in your bag?" I keep kissing his neck. He smells so damn good. "I always carry one." "Fucking hell," he growls, reaching in my bag. "You are a dirty girl, Jessica Calvary." "Just hurry up already," I demand, moving my lips to his. "I am so fucking ready for you." A second later, he has the vibe on my clit, and I let go of his lips and rest my head back against the toilet door as pleasure works its way through my entire body. Jack dips his mouth to my neck and kisses his way down to my breasts while he works the vibe. After he sucks my nipple into his mouth, he says, "You want to take over so I can fuck you?" Fuck yes. I take the vibe from him. I then wrap my legs around him when he lifts me, and I moan my approval when he finally thrusts inside me. Between how ready I am for him, the vibe on my clit, and Jack fucking me like he wants to ensure I never forget his dick, I come fast. He does too. It's hot as hell, and I decide that sex in a public bathroom maybe isn't as bad as I thought it would be. Maybe. I'm still not sure how I'll feel about these germs later. He pulls out and zips himself back up. I shoo him out of the toilet so I can pee. When I exit the stall, a woman looks at me in the mirror while she washes her hands. She has to be at least 80. "He's a looker, lovely," she says. I smile and move to the sink next to her. This bathroom isn't too bad now that I look at it. It's old, but at least it's clean. Flicking on the tap, I nod. Yeah, he is. His face is so familiar, but I can't place where I've met him before. I suppress my laugh. Jack gets around. She says, her face thoughtful, like she's thinking hard about where she knows Jack from. It'll come to me. I finish washing my hands and dry them. I'll tell him you said hi. Tell him he has a fine ass, too. I was always a sucker for a good ass. I'll be sure to tell him, I say as I open the door to leave. Jack is your people. He's all about the ass, too. Jack's waiting outside for me, along with the noise. I couldn't spend hours in this pub. It's far too rowdy for me. I like some cold chisel in my life, but not when I can't hear myself think. Axe and his guy aren't far away. I don't even feel dirty knowing that they know what we just did. What's got you smiling like that? Jack says when I draw close. That woman in there? At his nod, I continue. She likes your ass. She also thinks she knows you from somewhere around here. Oh, and she thinks you're a looker. Do not let any of this go to your head. God knows you're already cocky enough. He grins and claims a kiss before putting his arm around me. It's all going to my head, sweetheart. I've got to take what I can get. Fuck knows my woman isn't forthcoming on the compliments. We settle into an easy back and forth on how he thinks I should be more generous with those compliments, and how I think he doesn't need the encouragement. We find Bob and get him into Jack's Land Cruiser. And we go home, where Jack proceeds to deliver 2 more orgasms that are bound to add to the mess in my mind over him. A mess I am more than okay with.
Chapter 30. Jack. It's dark when my phone wakes me. Not even 5 in the morning. I'm in such a deep sleep that the ringing phone struggles to rouse me. In the end, it's Jessica who stirs me. Jack. She shakes me awake. It's Rodney. My agent. I roll onto my back and put the phone to my ear while trying to get my eyes to open. It's fucking early here, Rodney. And this is going to wake you right the hell up. What? It looks like there's an issue with Jagged Point. I sit up, my eyes wide open now. Jagged Point is the sequel to Broken Point, one of my biggest blockbusters that released a year ago. Filming is set to begin in 6 months, and while I might still be figuring out my shit where my career is concerned, I have no intention of walking away from this film. What kind of issue? I watch Jessica as she leaves the bed and walks into the ensuite. The kind where your services may no longer be required. Fuck. I shove my fingers through my hair. What happened? The shit that's just hit the media is what's happened. Dave isn't convinced you'll be ready in time. He thinks your headspace is too fucked. Dave is the director, one I thought I had a solid relationship with. What shit are you talking about? He's not making any sense. The shit where you got yourself into a fight over some woman you're screwing. Dave has been on the phone to me today, and let's just say he's 1 step away from finding your replacement. I have no fucking idea what you're going on about. Get online. And after you do, get onto your publicist. You need to do some fucking damage control on this one. I'll be in touch when I know more. He disconnects, and I pull up the internet on my phone so I can search for the shit he's referenced. I fucking hate searching for this kind of stuff, and I'm only doing it because this movie means something to me. Fucking hell, I mutter as I scroll the reports. What's wrong? Jessica asks, slipping back into bed. People took photos of us last night at the pub. I look at her, and photos of me and that guy was all over you. They've twisted the story, saying I got into a fight with him. I pause before telling her the rest. I don't want to tell the rest, but she's going to find out sooner or later. I'd rather it be from me. Some of the stories are focusing on you and on our past. I'm sorry, sweetheart. She takes my phone and switches it off, placing it on the bed before moving next to me. This was always going to happen. Well, not the bullshit about a fake fight, but the stuff about our past was always going to come up. I'm ready for it, Jack. Are you? It's going to be brutal having to relive it. She reaches for me, placing her hand on my arm. Her touch is so fucking gentle and loving that my chest squeezes. Yeah, maybe, but fuck them. We know the truth of us, and that's all that matters. I'm not even going to read these stories. Not this time. She pauses. Why is Rodney stressed over this? The director of my next film is looking at dropping me from it. You still want to do this film? I nod. Yeah, it's the sequel to Broken Point. That film was huge, and the sequel will be massive. Okay, so what do you need to do to make this happen? Call the director? I place my hand over hers. I fucking love how your brain works. Well? She's looking at me as if to say, get the fuck onto this, Jack. And she's right. I need to get the fuck onto it. I kiss her quickly before moving off the bed. I need to call Rose first, and then I'll call Dave. As I exit the room, I think about how Jessica's default move is to support me. Whatever I need, she always gives me. And I know for damn sure that if I ever needed to step in and slay my dragons for me, she will. She'd slay every last one of those fuckers. I don't know what to tell you, Jack, Dave says 2 hours later when I finally get him on the phone. For a guy who used to take my calls without hesitation, he took his sweet time answering this one. Things don't look good from where I'm sitting. We're not sure we can take the risk on you. Those stories are bullshit. I've been sober since the day I ended up in that hospital. I'm taking my medication. I get my sleep and exercise in. I spend my days reading, for fuck's sake. I'm a fucking angel. I've heard that from too many actors to believe it so easily, he says. And I feel this movie slipping through my fingers. What do you need from me? Tell me, and it's yours. He releases a long breath. Fuck, Jack. I don't know. It's true that you don't know what you've got until you lose it. I didn't realize how much I wanted this movie until this moment. Leave it with me, he finally says. I'll see what I can do. After we end the call, I sit at the table outside and contemplate my immediate future. I also reflect on my past. I've fucked up a lot of things in my life. And while I've messed many things up with my career, I've mostly managed to keep it on track. Even after I walked away from the movie I'm supposed to be filming at the moment, I didn't feel like I'd screwed anything up beyond repair. This new development feels heavy. It feels like I might have finally fucked up something important. This isn't a place I'm familiar with, and I don't know what to do with it. How'd you go? Jessica asks, coming outside. I pull her onto my lap, fucking grateful for her presence. Not good. She puts her hand to my chest, over my heart. I'm sure that's unintentional, but I connect random shit all the time, and I like this connection. Tell me, she says. I like that too, and I share the conversation I've just had with her. I also share how I'm feeling about not being in a familiar place and feeling out of my depth. You have far more resilience than you know, she says when I'm finished. If you think back over everything you've gotten through in your life, from the stuff that's happened with your father, to your mental health, to your addictions, to us, to the career you've built out of nothing, that's a lot to get through in one lifetime. This might not feel familiar, but that's only because you're thinking of it in terms of the actual situation. She moves her hand to rest at my waist. Think of it in terms of the skills and tools you're going to need to access to get through it instead. That might feel more familiar. Whatever I did to deserve Jessica, I am fucking glad I did it. I told you you're a smart woman, I say as I process what she said. I've been thinking of it in terms of the situation, but I think you might be onto something here. What's the worst thing that could happen if you lose the movie? I take a few minutes to think about that. The fans will be disappointed. She smiles.
You have the biggest heart, Jack. At a time when I imagine most people would tell me how this would affect them, here you are worried about your fans. Don't ever change. I'm no saint, sweetheart. I was worried about myself at first. But when you got me to think about it, I realized that while I could miss out on future movies if I'm dropped from this one, that wouldn't be the worst thing here. I put my fucking heart and soul into the first movie, and we made a film that meant something to a lot of people. I want to finish what I started, and I want the people who came along for the ride to experience the rest of that ride exactly how we always planned for them to. Right, so fight for it, Jack. Think about how you've approached problems before and use what you learned then to approach this problem. She reaches for my phone to check the time. But first, we have a flight to catch, so get your ass in the shower and get packing. You're looking good, Jack, Lorelei says when she picks us up from the airport. Like, really good. She smiles at Jessica before looking back at me. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. I pull Jessica close. I have no intention of stopping what I'm doing. We make our way to Lorelei's car, and she drives us to Jessica's apartment. Axe and his team follow. I finally agreed to cutting the team back to 4. I assumed Axe would have finished up by now, after we cut into his time off, but he told me he's good with staying on, especially now that we're moving the job to Sydney. I have no idea what's in Sydney for him, but I've gotten the impression there's someone important to him here. I sit in the front with Lorelei while Jessica spreads herself on the back seat with her laptop. She's been in hardcore work mode since we boarded the flight from Grafton. I could watch her work for hours. The way she takes charge turns me the hell on. Lorelei and I catch up on the drive to Jessica's apartment in Darling Point. She shares with me what she's been up to since I last saw her months ago. Lorelei coming into Ashton's life was the best thing that ever happened to him. She challenges him in a way no other woman ever has, and in a way that makes him a better man. I'll never forget that first day I met her. I was drunk, but I have clear memories of the woman I could tell had bewitched my best friend. I'd never come across a woman like her, and was instantly bewitched too. Bewitched in the way where I hoped like fuck that Ashton didn't screw things up with her, because I knew instantly that they belonged together. Being sober for their wedding was something I was more than grateful for. Ashton is my oldest and best friend. I wouldn't want the most important day of his life to have been one I barely remember or barely showed up for. As we pull into a car park in Jessica's apartment complex, my phone rings. Rose. I've been waiting on this call for hours. Rose, I say, exiting the car. How'd you go? Good. We've got some positive social media pieces out and more appearing, so that should help. But what we really need to focus on, Jack, is getting you out there if you're serious about this. You need to make some appearances. She's not telling me anything I don't know. I've been in this game long enough to know what needs doing. Jessica was right earlier when she told me that although this situation doesn't feel familiar, the things I'll need to do are. The problem is, I got out of LA for a reason. The reason hasn't changed. And while I feel like I've made progress, I'm not stupid enough to think I'm ready to throw myself in the deep end again. However, I found a reason to explore my options. So I say, I'm open to that, but I'm not willing to compromise my recovery. Have you got anything that fits that bill? Jack, everything on my list fits that bill. I made sure of it. I made a mental note to deliver the best damn orgasm of Jessica's life to her later. I owe her for finding Rose for me. I'll email you through a list, she continues. I'm unsure if you're wanting to stay in Australia or whether you're happy to go home and get back to work there, so I've detailed opportunities in both countries. Let me know what works for you, and I'll make it happen. Home. Rose thinks my home is in LA, and while that's where the house is that I've lived in for years, I've already stopped thinking of it as home. My home is wherever Jessica is. What I need to work out now is how much time I'm willing to spend apart from her. For the time being, I'll stay in Australia, I say. I'm not ready to leave Jessica yet. I'm also well aware of the importance of sticking with my routine. Constance will be proud. Maybe she'll stop trying to force meditation on me now. A man can live in hope. I'll go through your list and email you this afternoon. Are you hiring a new assistant soon? I'm beginning to fucking wonder if all the women in my life are secretly conspiring to force my ass into gear. Why? Because it's time, Jack. If you're looking at taking on some appearances and getting back to work in 6 months, it's time. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. Good. We end the call, and I help Lorelei and Jessica with our bags. Jessica's phone rings and she steps away to take the call. I reach for the bag she's got so she can focus on the call. Her eyes meet mine as she speaks, full of thanks, before she shifts all her attention to the call. Axe steps in and helps with the bags as Lorelei and Jessica go ahead. I'm going to need a little time with you this afternoon to go over your schedule, he says. I like working with Axe. His attention to detail is beyond anyone's I've ever had as security. He's quick to make decisions and takes a no-nonsense approach to every situation. He's also fucking capable when it comes to dealing with the paparazzi and clearing them away. Is after lunch good for you? He nods. Yeah. He pauses before adding, my guess is it won't be long until the paps turn up, so I'm going to get the guys to ensure everything is as secure as it can be here. We can talk after I take care of that. That works for me. We head up to Jessica's apartment, which is a 2-level waterfront garden apartment with jaw-dropping views of Sydney Harbour, Harbour Bridge, the CBD, and the Opera House. It's fucking stunning, and being in one of the most sought-after areas of Sydney, I imagine cost her a small fortune. The open-plan living and dining area on the bottom level open out to a lawn, covered terrace, and pool. The lavish kitchen fills a lot of the space downstairs, all gold and cream, while opulent lighting throughout creates the kind of luxurious ambience that screams Jessica. I follow her upstairs, which is just as classy as the lower level. This is our room, she says, leading me into a large bedroom. I barely notice the room because all I notice is the use of the word our, which I fucking love. My office is across the hall, and I'm pretty sure I'll be in there all afternoon and most of tonight. She comes to me and puts her hands to my chest before sliding them around my body and resting them on my ass. After we have lunch, that is. I had my housekeeper stock my fridge this morning, and I think you should make us some of your gourmet sandwiches for lunch. I bend my face and kiss her, taking my sweet time. I don't recall you liking bread this much 6 years ago. I didn't. I cared too much about it ending on my hips. Also, you didn't know your way around a gourmet sandwich back then like you do now, so this is mostly your fault. I grin. I'll take the blame. And I'll introduce you to all my different sandwiches. You'll never give up bread again. Jesus, Jack, how many different sandwiches do you have? I still kind of care about my hips. Enough to keep you interested for a long time. And I'm going to dedicate my time to creating more so I can keep your interest for life. Trust me, those shirts of yours will do that. You do not need to find me more sandwiches to tempt me with. She lets me go. We should get back downstairs to Lorelei. She's staying for lunch. I'm on it. You catch up with her while I make lunch. I could get used to having you around, she says, turning to exit the bedroom. My eyes instantly glue themselves to her ass, and I follow her out. You'd better get used to having me around, sweetheart. I'm not going anywhere soon. I intend on making her sandwiches for life. We have lunch with Lorelei, who tells us she's concerned about the level of stress Ashton is under in London. Jessica assures her that his stress should ease soon, that the new team he's hired over there should make a difference. After she leaves, Jessica holds up in her office while I chat with Axe about our security measures he's putting into place here. I then go through Rose's list and select options from it that I don't think will disrupt my recovery. I text Constance my daily check-in. She texts back that she's still wondering when I'm going to get my shit together and text her on time. I let her know I'll forever be a work in progress. I then wander out to Jessica's terrace that overlooks the river, pull up a chair, and spend a few hours reading the book she recommended to me. I make a simple dinner of chicken and salad for us, and Jessica stops work for half an hour to eat with me. We sit outside and chat a little about her meeting tomorrow. She tells me she's confident she'll achieve Ashton's goal, and then asks me about my phone call with Rose. I tell her I've decided to slowly start showing my face here in Australia, but that I'll continue putting my health first. We only get half an hour together before she has to go back to work, but I love every second of that half hour, and can't help but think of all the dinners out here we've got ahead of us. Just after 11, Jessica slips into her bed next to me, where I've been reading for an hour. Today was long but good, she says, rolling onto her side and snuggling against me, her arms and legs owning me in ways I've thought about many times over the years. I place my book on the bedside table and put my arm around her. What was your front runner? She looks up at me, her eyes shining with memories. I know that's what's happening because it's what's happening for me too. The question I just asked her is a Jessica and Jack tradition. When we have kids, it'll become part of our family lore. Where some families do highs and lows, or favourites, we do frontrunners. It started the first year we were together. I was nominated for an Oscar and was a frontrunner. I found it a little stressful due to the pressure my agent at the time put me under to win it. Jessica and I had a fight one night, thanks to my stress forcing all my common sense out the window. I ranted about hearing that fucking term everywhere I went. I told her I wanted it fucking removed from the dictionary because being a frontrunner wasn't all it was fucking cracked up to be. I was irrational, and she didn't hesitate to point my shit out to me. She told me I was a dickhead for not appreciating everything I had going on in my life. She then proceeded to use the term every day for 2 weeks straight until the Oscars. One of her ways was to ask me at the end of every day what my frontrunner of the day was. What was the best thing that had happened to me that day? The question stuck, and she asked me it every night after that. That's a hard choice today, she says softly, pressing herself harder against me. Why? She smiles. Because there are a lot of nominees that could win today. My gut tightens. Tell me about all of them. Watching you handle the stuff that came up for you today was high on my list for most of the day, she starts, her fingers moving lazily over my chest. I was so proud of you for working through it calmly and not letting it get to you. But then, having dinner with you tonight, that moved up my list fast. Having you here and discussing our day, I'd forgotten how good that is. However, I think the nominee that might be the frontrunner is lying with you here now. There's nothing better than having this at the end of a hectic day. She angles her head to find my eyes. I think I've been chasing the big things the last 6 years, thinking they'd fill the void you left behind. But it's not the big things that I need. It's these little things. With you. They're the consistent frontrunners in life. Fuck, I growl, pulling her body on top of mine before taking hold of her face. I fucking love everything you just said. And I agree. I'll be a happy man for the rest of my life if I have these little things with you every day. Her lips meet mine, and she shows me how the little things affect her, how much they mean to her. I show her the same. We move together slowly tonight, the mood between us having shifted. We've had days of the kind of sex that being separated for years demands. Tonight, we have the kind of sex that talking about our future has inspired. Unhurried sex, during which we take our time exploring each other's body, unlocking the secrets from our time apart, reminding each other of how we like to be touched, of how we want to be loved. After, when I have Jessica wrapped tightly in my arms, I whisper in her ear how much I love her. I promise that all her frontrunners will involve me and those little things she loves. And I mean every word I say. My frontrunner, every day I have her in it, is Jessica. And I won't ever take her for granted again.
Chapter 31. Jessica.
Christ, Jack says as he drives my car out of my apartment complex on Wednesday morning, through the crowd of paparazzi who have camped out overnight. I survey the vultures before glancing at Jack. He's annoyed, but he's not over-the-top annoyed. His attitude is much like it was yesterday after his agent gave him bad news about his next movie. His therapist is worth every cent he's paid her, because this Jack I'm witnessing now has his shit together in ways he never has before. This Jack is a man I love even more than the Jack I've always loved. Axe prepared him for this yesterday,
And Jack prepared me this morning before we left. It's the reason he's driving me to work rather than me driving myself. Axe alerted him to the paparazzi's presence after we woke up. I agreed to skip running outside this morning due to the size of the crowd outside and instead opted to run on my treadmill. That annoyed me because I prefer to run outside, but I knew it was the best idea for today at least. Jack and Axe are hopeful the paps will thin out once they have what they came for, and then I can get back outside. As we drive past the crowd, I say, "Did you call your mum?" He wants to spend the day with her today.
Yeah, I called her this morning.
He looks at me.
She's decided we need to go out for tea and scones. Fuck knows how that will all end up with these guys trailing me.
How's her pain today? Her arthritis flared badly over the last week.
She says it's manageable, but we both know she tells me that so I won't worry.
My phone sounds with a text. Mira. We need to book in a hike this weekend. Jessica. Not if you have those same germs your children and husband have. Mira. I do not. Those germs skipped me. Jessica. Still, I think maybe I'll wait a week to ensure those germs have well and truly passed by. Will. Not a bad idea. Mira. Will Johnson, you are the worst husband. Jessica. Always so practical. Will. It's also not a bad idea because I saw your apartment complex on the morning show earlier. How's that going? Jessica. I'm not paying it much attention. Will. Atta girl. Mira. Fine, we're locking in a hike for the following weekend. Will. Make sure you pack that compass, Jess. Jessica. That sound you just heard was my eyes rolling out of my head. Sorry, I say to Jack. That was Will and Mira. She's booked me in for a hike, not this weekend, but next.
How often do you girls hike?
We try for every weekend, but it doesn't always work out like that. I'd love to do it more often, but she finds it hard with the girls.
I'll go with you.
I seem to recall you whinging and bitching whenever I suggested we hike. He pulls up to a red light and leans towards me, extending his arm across the back of my seat.
And look at me now, running for fucking hours with you. Book me in for a hike.
I'm about to mention that he has his bossy pants on today when a photographer pulls up beside us on a scooter and starts snapping photos. Jack follows my gaze and lets out a string of curse words. His body tenses, and I'm convinced he's going to either pull the window down and give the guy a piece of his mind, or open the door and do that. However, Axe strides into view and has a short, sharp conversation with the photographer, who gives him the finger before taking off. Jack slides the window down after the guy leaves.
Thanks.
Axe jerks his chin, those dark glasses of his shielding his eyes. I can imagine his serious expression, though. I've barely seen him wearing anything but that expression.
Don't ever engage with these guys, he says. Leave that for us.
Jack nods, and Axe walks back to his SUV behind us as Jack places his hand on my thigh.
You good?
I curve my hand around his neck. I'm good. I'm not letting any of this near my mind. He searches my eyes.
I'm glad.
I deleted all my social media last night, and I'm not reading anything online, not this time. I thread my fingers through his hair. I'm not that same girl, Jack, the one who let them get to her. You don't need to worry about me.
He smiles. I know you're capable of looking after yourself now, but I will never stop worrying about you, Jessica. The light turns green. Jack keeps his hand on my thigh, but directs his attention back to the traffic. I keep my hand on his neck and my fingers in his hair. And I allow the smile forcing its way onto my face. This feels good, I say, even with those photographers chasing you for a photo and people writing lies about us. This feels good. Yeah, sweetheart, he says, giving me his eyes again. It does. Colin Delacourt enters our meeting looking like a predator coming in for the kill. He leaves it like the puppy he is. The fact Ashton doesn't call to check how the meeting went shows me he had full faith I could get the job done. All of this means I'm in the best mood when Jack walks through the door of my office just after 5 p.m. Jesus, Jack, I say as he strides towards me dressed in a suit. If you're trying to get my attention, you should know you have it. All of it. Every last drop of it. He hits me with a sexy grin, one that matches how sexy he looks in that dark suit. How do you feel about Italian for dinner? I stand from behind my desk and walk around to meet him on the other side. Taking hold of his jacket, I say, that might be the hottest thing you've said to me today. Good, because I'm taking you out for dinner to celebrate your meeting today. What if my meeting wasn't a success? We haven't spoken or texted all day. His hands come to my hips. I don't believe that for a second. Careful. You might make me fall in love with you a little bit more if you keep this up. He bends his mouth to my neck and leaves a kiss there as he moves into me. That's my highest goal right now, sweetheart. He murmurs against my skin, bringing his hand to cup my cheek before taking possession of my lips. I lose myself in this kiss. I'm unable not to. When Jack makes something his mission in life, he usually succeeds at it. How's everything out there? I ask after he finishes with my lips. I hate to bring the paparazzi into our private time, but I want to know how he is and what he's been dealing with today. The crowd is mostly dispersed. They got what they were after. If they continue on this way, you can run outside tomorrow morning. Oh, can I, Mr. Kingsley? You'll allow that? I'm half joking, half not. I wouldn't be me if I didn't challenge him telling me what I can do. At the same time, I know where he's coming from, so I'll listen to him on this. Poor choice of words, he says, with an apologetic look. Then gripping my hips again, he spins me to face the desk and speaks against my ear. That Mr. Kingsley, though, is hot as fuck. And you know I can't control myself when you say it. Placing my hands to the desk, I bend as he forces me down. That's my highest goal right now, but you should close the door first. I'm gonna fuck you with it open, he rasps. A second later, he sweeps my hair to the side, grips my neck, and kisses me there while pushing my dress up. He tears my panties from me and takes hold of my ass with one hand while unzipping his pants with his other. Those were my favorite panties, I say, even though him tearing them from me has me all bothered. In the same way, leaving the door open has me all bothered. He rubs his cock against my ass, growling, I'll buy you a fucking closet of them. He then finds my clit, and after giving it some attention, pushes 2 fingers inside me. Fuck me, you are so fucking wet. I surrender completely,
bending right over onto my desk and riding his fingers. I've never had sex in my office, but I'm ready to do it again. There's something hot as fuck about Jack taking me on my desk with the door open for anyone to walk through. He's into it too. That's clear from the way a string of curse words falls from his mouth when I begin using his fingers like I am. It's also clear from the way his fingers dig into my hips as he grinds that dick of his harder against me. And then from the way he withdraws his fingers from my pussy, kicks my legs further apart, takes hold of my hips with both hands, and slams his dick inside me. I grab the desk to brace myself and moan my approval of everything he's doing. Fuck, I love it when he fucks me like this. Hard, rough, deep, like he can't get enough of me. Yes, baby, I cry out, so damn close to my orgasm. He growls, chasing that orgasm, his hips working faster as his rhythm switches up, and then we're both coming. Holy fuck, I say after we're done, as I straighten and face him. That was some good sex.
Yeah,
he agrees, kissing me roughly.
And just for the record, I fucking love it when you call me baby.
I pull my dress down and fix my hair, watching him zip himself up. I'll keep that in mind for the next time you do something useful with that dick. He leans in for another rough kiss, a smile teasing his lips as he kisses me.
You do that, sweetheart.
He finishes getting his clothes sorted.
Now, we need to get you home and dressed for dinner.
I like that you know me well enough to know I need to change before dinner.
I do.
He looks down at me, reaching for me, slowing himself down as he says,
I missed you today.
Who knew 4 words could make me turn all gooey? Jesus. We need to find you a hobby, I throw out. Jack grins. I grab my belongings, ignoring that grin. But I allow him to take hold of my hand and take charge of getting me to the car. I do, however, make it very clear he needs to make good on his promise of buying me an entire closet of my favorite panties. I'm going to need all those panties if I'm going to let Jack take charge of me in this way. Jack takes me to dinner. He booked the entire restaurant out for us, and it has to be said that I am more than okay with this. The Italian restaurant he chose is one I've never been to. It's now one I want to eat at often. Their pasta is to die for. Between all the bread and pasta I've been consuming, it's a good thing Jack likes the idea of having extra to hold on to when he fucks me. We spend 3 hours eating, talking, laughing, and making plans for things we want to do together. Jack's decided to get back into kite surfing and is talking about us taking a holiday in Hawaii because he's heard of a great place on Maui for kite surfing. I tell him I'd love us to visit Iceland. Seeing the Northern Lights is high on my bucket list, as is hiking the glaciers in Iceland. I love watching his face when I mention hiking the glaciers. He tells me he'd like to do that with me, but I don't miss the brief moment where he appears unsure. The fact he says yes, combined with the fact I fully believe he'll get himself in shape to do it, means the world to me. After dinner, he takes me home and fucks me like he did last night. Like he's figuring me, himself, and us out through sex. I feel thoroughly loved when he takes his time like this. And when he's finished, and he pulls me into his arms to tell me how much he loves me, I decide, like I did last night,
that if he did this every night, it would be my front runner of every day. Chapter 32. Jessica. The paparazzi are back with a passion on Thursday morning after news stories about Jack and me broke overnight in the States. Jack wakes to an email from Rose that she sent over just after 1 a.m. when the stories started popping up. They're mostly about Jack's bad behavior throughout his career. Photos showing him drinking and fighting surface, along with a video showing him snorting coke. These are images that have never been published before, and they all hurt his reputation and increase the chance of him losing the role in his next movie. He takes a call from Rose early in the morning, in which she advises him not to answer any calls, texts, or emails, and not to make any comments to anyone. She wants him to let her handle this. Rodney is on the phone early too. He tells Jack things aren't looking good, but that he hasn't heard any updates on the film yet. I run on the treadmill in my apartment again. Jack makes coffee for himself and sits outside staring out over the river while I run. I watch him from the gym on my second level, wondering what thoughts are going through his mind. In the past, from what I know through Ashton, dealing with this kind of stuff would have caused him to drink. I don't believe he'll turn to it now, but I do think about how he'll find his way through this mess. We shower after my run, and then eat breakfast. I'm halfway through my yogurt and fruit when Ashton calls. "Is Jack okay?" he asks first. "So far he is." "Good." "That's not why you called though, is it?" I say, sensing tension in his voice. He lets out a long breath. "No. I need you to fly to New York ahead of me this weekend and prep for the meetings. I'm not going to make it out of here before Sunday night at the earliest." I eye Jack, who's reading an email on his phone. The timing of all this couldn't be any worse. I don't want to leave Jack to deal with everything on his own, but I can't say no to Ashton. When I don't respond straight away, Ashton says, "Jack can stay with Lorelei while you're gone. She's already suggested that." I'll mention it to him. "And I'll take care of everything for New York. Do you think you'll be there in time for the Monday meeting?" "I fucking hope so. But if I don't, you know what needs to be discussed." "I do. Having said that, they're expecting you." "I'll make sure I'm there for Tuesday if I can't make it for Monday. I don't want to reschedule with them again. We need this to go ahead." As we end the call, I contemplate all the things I need to do now to make this happen. I wasn't scheduled to fly to New York for these meetings. Ashton was going to hold them by himself. He wanted me to stay with Jack. Everything is prepared for the meetings, and he's right that I know everything to be discussed, but I'm going to have to ready myself in a whole other way if it's my responsibility to lead Beckett Pierce and Jamison Fox through Ashton's proposal. I take a deep breath. I know I can do this, but I never just do things. I level up at all times. And I damn well want the COO role in Ashton's company, so this is the perfect opportunity to remind him I'm more than ready for it. "I have to fly to New York on Saturday," I say to Jack. He glances up from his phone. "For Ashton's meetings?" I nod. "Yes, he doesn't think he can make it in time for the Monday meeting, so he wants me to take point on it." I pause. "I don't want to leave you while you're in the middle of dealing with all this stuff, but I'll only be gone for a short time." "Sweetheart, I'm good here. I've got that movie premiere to attend on Saturday night,
And then I'm going to that breakfast on Tuesday. Rose is keeping me busy, and she's handling all the bullshit that comes my way. You go do your work. Do you want to stay with Lorelei? He smiles as he leans back against his chair and shakes his head. It's the way his body looks so relaxed that helps me believe everything he's saying. It helps me believe he'll be okay. No, I want to stay right here. I stand, moving into action. What are your plans for today? I'm going to see Mum again for a few hours, and then I plan to sit my ass out there. He points to my terrace, and finish reading that book you recommended. What are you thinking about it? I think you're absolutely right that it'd make a good movie. Are you considering that? I don't know, but my brain is exploding with ideas, that's for damn sure. I got my laptop out yesterday and did some writing. What kind of writing? The kind that caused me to lose 3 hours without even realizing it. I want to ask him a million questions right now, but I sense he's not ready to talk about this yet. I think he just wants me to know where he's at with all this, but it's still in the exploratory phase that requires time and space to work through. That sounds like the best kind, I say softly. Losing time to something like writing is a good thing for him. It means he's in a state of flow, and that means his creative side has been sparked. And that means he's happy. Yeah, it is. He stands. Are you ready to go to work? I will be in about 10 minutes. If you want to get to your mum's, we could ask Axe to have one of his guys drive me. Fuck no. I want to drive you. He moves closer to me. I want to make the most of this time while I'm not working and spend as much of it with you as possible. Fuck knows, shit will get hectic soon enough. He's right. Things will change before we know it, and when Jack's filming, it can feel like he's living on another planet. Shooting a movie consumes him. He might think he hasn't given his work his all up to now, and sure, he probably hasn't while he's been drinking. But if that was him not giving his all, I can only imagine what work will look like for him going forward. I, too, want to make the most of my time with him now. I'd like that, I say, about him driving me, and about him spending as much of his time with me as possible. He kisses me before lifting his chin at me. Go, before I change my mind and refuse to let you out of my sight. I like that you think you could refuse to let me do something. It amuses me. I live to amuse you, baby. Jesus, Jack. I only just stop myself from rolling my eyes. We really do need to find you some other things to pass your time with. I don't need a man in my life whose sole focus is me. He pulls me to him and smacks my ass. You talk a good game, Jessica Calvary, but we both know you're into this. His mouth brushes against my ear. Your pussy doesn't lie, sweetheart. I'll be having stern words with my vagina later. She needs to start lying occasionally. Jack does not need her encouragement. Thursday and Friday fly by. I barely notice them in between prepping for the New York meetings, putting out other fires for Ashton, and living through what feels like 1,000 more stories being published online about Jack and me. Social media seems fixated on Jack right now. I haven't read much of it, but from what Jack has told me, everything else happening in Hollywood is taking a back seat while he's getting ripped apart. It feels like someone is doing their best to ruin him. I bring this up on the way to the airport early Saturday morning.
Do you think someone is out to get you? He's concentrating on the traffic, so he takes a moment to respond. When he glances at me, I note the frown etched into his forehead. I hadn't thought of that. If that's what this is, any ideas who it could be? No. Who would stand to gain something if your reputation is trashed? Fuck knows. But at the moment, it'd be whoever wants my role in Jagged Point, because that's the thing I'm going to fucking lose in all this. Jack dislikes with a passion the bullshit of Hollywood. He always has. The dark side of the world he works in, with the lies and the fake schmoozing and the stepping on each other to get to the top, is something he's always done his best to avoid. He's succeeded in spite of all of that, but still, he's had to deal with it at times. I know from when we were together, and from what Ashton has shared with me since, that it affects him in ways that can lead to unhealthy coping strategies. Knowing this makes me wonder if someone is doing this deliberately, hoping he'll relapse. Maybe you should look into this, I suggest, even though I suspect he won't want to.
Yeah, maybe,
he says, but the way he says it so absently makes me think he won't. I don't harp on about it. I've put it out there. Jack can do what he wants with it. A text buzzes on my phone, distracting me from the conversation. Mira. You're definitely coming home on Wednesday, right? Jessica. Yes. Why? What are you concocting that I won't want any part in? Will. You know my wife so well. Mira. A tea party with the girls. Jessica. What's the catch here? Mira. You love dressing up, and you love the girls. There's no catch. Will. There are 5 catches to be exact. Mira. Will Johnson, be quiet. Jessica. Out with it. Will. I'll give you a hint. They're all tiny, but they make the same noise that something 3 times their size would make. Jessica. Jesus. No, I don't even like tea. Mira. Will, I was going to make my case in ways she couldn't resist. Jessica. Trust me, I can resist all your ways. Mira. Put Jack on. Jessica. Why? Mira. Just do it. Jessica. He's driving. No more texts come through, but a moment later, my phone rings. You're not going to win here, I answer the call. I don't do tea parties with 7 tiny humans. Jack? Mira's voice comes through the speaker in the car. Are you there?
Hey, Mira,
he says. Oh, good. I want to invite you to a small gathering next Thursday afternoon, she says. There will be tea and cake, and any other type of party food you like. You just tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen. He eyes me.
I take it we're trying to get Jessica there.
Yes, and if you have any ideas, please share them. Mira says, also, I really like your willingness to be my co-conspirator. This means great things for our families going ahead. Conspirator is another word for traitor, I point out. He laughs and rests his hand on my thigh.
Mira, I'm all for great things for our families. Count me in. I'll get her there. What's this gathering in aid of?
Olivia started ballet a few weeks ago and is struggling to make friends in the class. I've invited 5 of the girls to the park for a tea party, hoping it will help them connect. I know having her auntie Jessica there will mean a lot to her, especially since she and her aunt had a big conversation recently about friends and how to make them. Oh, you're good, I say. This emotional blackmail is some of your best work. Is it working? Mira says, I can go harder. Jack laughs again and squeezes my thigh. I really like that squeeze. I also like this conversation, a fact that doesn't fail to surprise me. I shouldn't be surprised, though. I'm liking a whole range of situations with Jack that I never saw coming. I'm not answering that, I say, but I will be there if Jack agrees to wear his grey shirt. I don't care if you hate that shirt, Jack, Mira says, all mum bossy. You are wearing it. Another squeeze of my thigh, and Jack says, I wouldn't dream of wearing anything else. We end the call as Jack pulls into a car park at the airport. Cutting the engine, he says, I like that Mira thinks you'll go where I go. My breathing slows. This feels like an important conversation he's initiating. Maybe I'm just feeling like this because I'm about to leave him for 5 days and I'm worried about him. I don't know, but either way, I'm suddenly slammed with emotions. It's not true, I throw out. He smiles and reaches across the car to slide my hair off my face. I think it is. My only response is to blink, because he's doing his best to bewilder me, and he's succeeding. I think you've gone from not wanting me to be your friend, he says, to wanting me to give you that right alongside giving you the world. And sweetheart, I need you to know I'm working on it, and part of that is me not quitting on myself. He leans in and kisses me, taking his time to do it thoroughly. I'm never going to quit on myself again, Jessica. My heart does that rapid blinking thing again. There must be an actual word for this physical response, but it eludes me. The thing that doesn't elude me, though, is how deeply I feel what he says. How fully I believe him. Jack is doing everything in his power to manage his health and his addictions. I could never ask more from him. I watched my father quit on himself time after time. Jack knows this. He also knows how growing up with that made me into the woman I am. How it carved grooves into my heart that still hurt when I think about my childhood. My father died when I was 10. I missed out on things little girls shouldn't miss out on. I also missed out on things grown women shouldn't miss out on. I do not want to miss out on things a woman in love shouldn't miss out on. Jack knows this. If I dig deep enough, I know it's why he walked away from me years ago. The thing I know now? He won't ever do it again. He's shared some of his hardest truths with me over the last week. He wants to do better and be better in his work, in his relationships, in his life. Jack will never quit on himself because he finally sees all of the things he wants in his life that he can have if he's healthy and sober. I also know he doesn't want me to miss out on anything. He wants to give me the world. And he wants me to know I can go to New York while he stays here, not quitting on himself. I take hold of his face, gently, tenderly, lovingly. I know you aren't ever quitting on yourself, baby. I kiss him, taking my time to do it thoroughly, like he did a minute ago. When I drag my mouth from his, he says, You had to call me baby, didn't you? I smile at the pained expression on his face. God, I love this man, and how affected he is by me. For once, I didn't do it intentionally.
That's beside the point. You're still leaving me hard as hell while I stare at 5 days without your mouth around my dick. I pat his face. You survived 6 long years. I think you can last 5 days. You know what I think? What? I think you've got a vibe in your bag and time to kill before your flight. I stare at him. Jesus, Jack. Just because I fucked you once in a public toilet doesn't mean I want to do it again. He grins. Yeah, baby, you do. Get your ass out of the car. With that, he exits the car and comes around to my side to open my door. While he does that, I make all the plans under the sun to throw those bossy pants of his away.
Chapter 33. Jack. Lorelei told me you dropped over to see her on the weekend. Ashton says early Monday morning, as I sit by the river having my first coffee for the day. It's Sunday night where he is, and he's about to board a flight to New York. He called me from the airport for a quick catch-up 5 minutes ago. Yeah, we had lunch. I squint to avoid the sun in my eyes. She grilled me on how I'm coping with stuff at the moment, and then spent the rest of my visit trying to get me to agree to hang out with her while Jessica is away. That woman is a fucking keeper, Ashton. How are you coping? I can't remember a time when you were everywhere like you are now. It looks fucking rough. It is rough, and I'm pretty fucking sure I'm going to lose the role in Jagged Point. I don't read the shit on social media, but Rose keeps me informed as to what's being posted. The reports now centre on the fact that Jessica has left me, and that I'm drinking my way through the separation. It fucking pisses me off that these assholes can get away with writing pure fiction and spinning it to look like the truth. They publish lies and manipulate photos to use as evidence, and the world fucking buys into it, while we have to find ways to deal with the fallout. I let out a long breath, while doing my best to ignore the pressure in my chest. It is rough, I say, but I'm okay. I'm not lying. I could do without all this shit going on, but I'm okay. When he turns silent, I take it as him questioning my answer. You don't need to worry about me. My publicist has this under control, and my therapist has upped our call schedule. I'm handling my shit. I don't blame Ashton for being concerned, but between all the people worrying about me, I'm ready for all of this concern to come to an end. The bright light in it, though, is Jessica. I never hear worry in her voice or see it in her eyes when she calls me from New York. She asks me how I am. She accepts what I tell her, and she moves on. It's the best damn feeling in the world to know my woman has faith in me. Good to hear, Ashton says, sounding a little distracted. Fuck, I've got a call coming in that I have to take. Go. I'll see you when you get home. He disconnects, and I reach for my coffee while thinking over my day ahead. I have some work emails to go through, and then I plan on doing some writing. I also need to get hold of my agent. That fucker has been avoiding my calls over the weekend. I finish my coffee and am about to head inside when my phone rings. I'm impressed to see it's Rodney, while feeling trepidation over answering the call. This can't be good news, I answer. Nothing good ever comes from a Sunday call. It's not good news, Jack. You've been dropped from the movie. The words I haven't wanted to hear crowd my mind, and the coiled spring in my chest winds itself even tighter. It presses against my ribs. It expands, growing bigger while coiling tighter, crushing my lungs. You've been dropped from the movie. My breath turns shallow as my lungs struggle to work. I've been telling myself I'm okay for days, and I thought I was, but maybe I'm not. Fuck. This is the hard part of all this shit. It's the thinking I'm doing okay, like honestly believing that, and then discovering, when shit comes crashing down, that I'm not. This is the point at which I usually find a bottle of whiskey and a friend to share it with. That's not an option this time. It's not even fucking close to an option. I meant every word I said to Jessica when I told her I would never quit on myself. And I don't intend on ever breaking that promise. Jack? Are you still there? Rodney says. I grip my phone harder. Yeah, I'm here. You heard what I said, right? You've been dropped from the movie. How could I fucking miss it? Yeah. Who are they giving the part to? Mark Jackson. My brain connects the dots, and they all lead back to the person I hoped like fuck they wouldn't. After Jessica brought up her theory that someone might be intentionally trying to ruin me, I mulled that over. I had a few ideas of who it could be if it were true, but I pushed them aside, not wanting to believe anyone would actually go out of their way to hurt me like this. The fact it is who it is fucking slays me. Tell me, Rodney, did you fight for me? He's silent for a moment. What? Yeah. He fucking knows what I'm asking. Did you go the fuck in there and fight for me so I could keep this role? I sit forward, anger hacking my chest apart. Did you do your fucking job? I don't know what the fuck has come over you, but yeah, you fucking do! I push up off the chair and stride towards the edge of Jessica's property, towards the river, as that coil in my chest finally, snaps. Tell me something else. How long have you and Belinda been working to fuck me over? You know what, Jack? I'm going to give you some free advice here. Free because you're no longer my client. This is a small town you work in. You might want to stop now before you burn any more bridges. Oh, I am more than fucking good burning this bridge, Rodney. And yeah, I know it's a small town. I've worked in the fucker for far longer than you have. My advice to you and Belinda is to watch your fucking backs. I've never bought into the bullshit of Hollywood. Never made threats against anyone. Never fucking worked to remove someone from a film of mine. But I'm going to make an exception for you two. As of now, you two are on my shit list. He barks out a laugh. Ha! You think that's a threat? Your name is Mud. No one wants to work with you again, Jack. Good fucking luck hurting either of us. The line goes dead, and I work like fuck not to hurl my fucking phone in the river. I fail, and a moment later, I'm fucking phoneless. Fuck! It's a good thing there's no wall in front of me. I'd punch the fuck out of it if there was. That's 2 fucking agents I've gone through in a year, and a manager who my agent encouraged me to hire, most likely so he could work with her to get me off the movie his other client wanted in on. No fucking wonder Belinda was sending me to all those fucking parties filled with booze and coke. I thought I was a smart fucking man. It turns out, not so smart after all. I stalked back into the house. I fucking hate this part of my job, this side of Hollywood. But it has to be said that for the first time in a long time, I'm inspired to get back to work. I want to prove these bastards wrong. My name isn't fucking Mud, and my career isn't fucking done. Also, I think I've finally worked out why I've been dragging my feet on figuring out my career. I don't want to keep making the same kind of movies I've been making. I'm ready for a change. Fuck. I need a change. I've sensed this for a while now, but I haven't wanted to fuck with the career I've built. Alcohol and drugs aren't my only addictions. Fame is right up there with them. Switching up the projects I work on will absolutely mean a change for my career. But, like I admitted to myself weeks ago, I can't keep doing the same old shit and expect a different result. I grabbed Jessica's car keys. It's time to get to work and fix the mess I'm in. But first, I need a new fucking phone. Jack, I'm rethinking my no meditation stance. Constance doesn't bother texting me back. She picks up the phone and calls me. What's happened? What makes you think something happened?
I'm going to be honest here, Jack. I never, for 1 second, expected you to take up meditation. I'd like you to try it, but I know you well enough to know it's not something you'll likely ever do. For you to tell me you're rethinking your stance on it, something has to have happened.
Fuck, if I knew that, I would have told you this sooner so we could skip all the directors to try meditation.
Well?
My agent and manager conspired to get me booted from a movie. They're the ones who have been planting stories about me.
That's heavy.
Yes, and you'll be pleased as fuck to know I dug deep on it.
Do tell.
I want to make movies with more depth. No, I retract that statement. I'm going to make movies with more depth. I'm going to write them, and I'm going to produce them, and fuck, I exhale a breath. I'm going to take the hit to my career and not drink my way through that. She turns silent for a long moment before saying,
What makes you think you'll have to take a hit to your career?
I frown. That's a no-brainer.
Why?
Because it is. My fans won't come with me. I'll be starting from scratch.
Some will. I'll go out on a limb and say many will.
I'll agree that some will. I don't agree that many will.
So you'll find new fans. Will the hit to your career stop you being able to make movies?
No. But I'd say it will make it harder.
Are you up for the challenge?
Yes.
Will the hit to your career stop you being able to write screenplays?
No.
Produce them?
No.
Right. So you'll still be able to do all the things you want to do, even without the career you think you need to do these things.
Jesus, Constance. That was fucking twisty.
A bit like your brain.
She pauses. Tell me what else is going on here. She really does like these moments of truth. I, on the other hand, could do with them a lot fucking less. It's one thing to admit this stuff to yourself. To say it out loud to another person is a whole other story. The movies I want to make won't be as commercial. They won't be seen by as many people. I pause, not wanting to give her my rawest truth. I won't be seen by as many people.
On the upside, you may not have as many ugly stories about you show up on social media. You also may be able to live your life with more ease. I do see some benefits here. I imagine if you keep digging on this, you'll discover more.
Right. These are things I haven't thought about, but she's right.
Jack,
she says, her voice softening a tiny bit.
It's okay to feel everything you're feeling over not wanting to let go of commercial success. There's no shame in wanting that kind of success. Our job is to help you feel successful regardless of the money you make and the number of fans who watch your new movies, and to help you build a strong sense of self. I believe you can make this transition without drinking and without compromising your health.
I release another breath. I believe that too, but fuck, I never saw this coming. I've been out there making movies I loved for years. I thought I'd keep making those movies for decades longer. I never thought my brain would suddenly fucking want to make different movies. And as much as I've tried to force myself back into wanting what I used to want, I can't go back. Once we see a new path that calls us, we can never unsee it, even if it scares or confuses the absolute fuck out of us. We end the call, and I go back to work. I got a new phone earlier and came back to Jessica's place to call the woman I want to hire as my new manager, Sylvia Huxley. She was the woman that Jessica narrowed Rose's list down to. Sylvia took my call, and we talked for an hour. At the end of our conversation, she agreed to work with me. My lawyer has our contract and is going over it today. I then called Rose to advise her of all the new developments with my team. She told me she fully supported the loss of Rodney, that he wasn't contributing to my career in a positive way as far as she'd worked out. We had a conversation about my decision to write and produce, at which point she suggested she organise a dinner for me with Bert Stoll, a well-known Australian director she knows. She wants me to work on building new contacts, on expanding my network. I agreed it was a good idea and left her with it. That was after she told me again to get onto hiring a new assistant. She didn't point out the obvious, though, that I also now need to hire a new agent. I give her a day before she starts hounding me over that. Now, I open my laptop and the screenplay I'm working on. The one I started writing last week. The one I'm madly putting words down on. The one that's got me wondering why the fuck I've taken so long to do this. I haven't enjoyed working on something so much in a long time. I lose myself in my words for a few hours. My phone rings just after 1 p.m., pulling me from my computer. Jessica's face flashes on my screen, and my gut tightens immediately. Fuck, you're a sight for sore eyes, I say when I answer her FaceTime call. Why aren't you wearing that grey shirt of yours? And just like that, Jessica's grumpiness rights all the wrongs in my world. What's got you all pissy? I'm in the mood to stir her grumpiness a little more. You! She waves her hand at me through the phone. Take your shirt off. I can't look at that white one for another second. And Jesus, Jack, just wear your grey one tomorrow. I'll take my shirt off if you take your top off. She's sitting in her bed at the hotel, wearing a red camisole. That's all I can see. But I suspect she's also wearing a pair of those sinfully skimpy silk pajama shorts she loves killing me with. Why are you men always so predictable? Are you going to share with me why you're in a mood? Or should I start guessing? She suddenly disappears from her phone. In her place is the ceiling of her hotel room. A moment later, she comes back into view, sans her red camisole. I'm staring at tits in the middle of the day, wishing like hell I was with her right now. Fuck, baby. Tell me you're going to touch yourself. I'm in a mood because the idiots who run this hotel have no idea what they're doing. Honestly, how fucking hard is it to organise things that a high school student could organise? Also, you're still wearing that white shirt. That's beginning to put me in a worse mood. And yes, I'm going to touch myself. But first, I want to know how you are. I have a mind to contact Facebook and rip them a new one for letting assholes post shit about you that isn't true. I frown. I thought you weren't reading social media. I wasn't. But then one of the hotel idiots I just mentioned was talking with one of the other idiots about Jack Kingsley, which caught my attention. She told her you'd started drinking again, but the good news was that you're single again. They discussed you at length. In the end, I let them know, in no uncertain terms, what I thought of them gossiping over stuff they knew absolutely nothing about. She forces out a long breath, like she's been holding all that air inside for a long time. I can't go on with this shit, Jack. Why are people so stupid to believe it? It fucking turns me on when you slay dragons for me, sweetheart. Good, because I'm going to need to see you get that dick out tonight. She holds up a vibrator. I came prepared. Fuck, I rasp, not aware Jessica had packed that. Jack, she says with some urgency, her bossy tone making an appearance, right alongside a trace of worry. How are you? I left her a message about my call with Rodney this morning. I didn't share much with her in that message, just that I'd been dropped from the film. The fact she hadn't had a chance to call me back until now tells me just how busy she's been. The worry I hear in her voice has nothing to do with any fear of me drinking my way through this. Of that, I am certain. After all these years, I know the tone in someone's voice when they're concerned about me doing that. This, what I'm hearing from Jessica, is her hating that I've lost something that was important to me. This is her loving me. Well, your river owns my phone. I created a shit list and put 2 assholes on it. I told one of these assholes I would fuck his career at some point. And I'm inhaling sugar like it's whiskey today. That's the extent of how I'm coping with this shit. I may not have a movie to make anytime soon, but I'm still sober. She stares at me through the phone, her eyes softening in very non-Jessica ways. I'm so fucking proud of you. There are many reasons why I haven't had a drink today, one of them being Jessica. The biggest reason, though, is myself. I could have quite easily found my way to a bar and numbed all the thoughts and feelings I have over losing that film. I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it. Numbing pain is my default, after all. Not anymore, though. There's a duality to life I never fully acknowledged before. Good and bad. Ugliness and beauty. Before and after. Long and short. Constance has talked at length with me about this. I numb my pain because I categorize it as bad. I want it gone. I just want to feel good. And I want that all the time. The problem with that is the good feeling alcohol gives me isn't what I'm truly searching for. I know that now. I was never getting to the true good because what I felt when I numbed wasn't real. It was a manufactured high that never stuck around long enough, that always crashed me further down than before. It left me still fucking searching, having to repeat the cycle over and over, spiraling me into a pit of hell I could never escape. I was searching for the wrong high all this time. Experiencing life sober has shown me what the true good feels like. It's lying in bed with Jessica at the end of a long day, listening to her frontrunner. It's protecting her from spiders. It's having Mira look to me for help getting Jessica to a tea party. It's searching for giraffes in the sky while a child hangs off my every word. It's knowing the woman I love is thinking about me an ocean away, hoping I'm okay after getting bad news. I haven't had a drink today because I know that once I move through feeling like shit over losing this movie, I'm going to find my way to the good. I'm going to feel it right down to my bones, and I'm going to have that with Jessica standing by my side. And as much as I want all of this for her, I want it for myself more. I have to make myself happy so I can love her like she deserves. The thing I've come to is this. Maybe pain isn't bad. Maybe its purpose is to help us feel the good so deeply it brings us the kind of joy that no manufactured high will ever give us. You were right, I say to her. Someone was out to get me. Right. So when I said I was proud of you, it wasn't only because you're still sober, it was because of everything you just said to me. I like a good shit list. I like that you now have one because honestly, Jack, how you've never had one is beyond me. I also like that you're inhaling sugar. As far as I'm concerned, you don't inhale enough of that. And if you take it up, I can too. She takes a breath and wiggles her ass back against the headboard of her bed. So, who was out to get you? I'm also adding them to my shit list. And why do you still have that shirt on? Jesus, Jack, show me some skin. I'm dying over here. I grin. I remove my shirt and catch her up on everything she needs to know. I then spend the next 2 hours getting my dick out for her, asking her about her frontrunner, talking with her about my screenplay, and mentally mapping out the rest of our lives. I have no doubt Jessica will take over that map once she knows about it, but I'm getting a head start on it. Right alongside getting a head start on figuring out how to move her faster towards the life I'm mapping.
Chapter 34. Jessica. Beckett Pierce is an imposing presence, and not just because he's good-looking in the kind of way any person who likes dick would sit up and pay attention to. He arrived for our Monday meeting 20 minutes early. That alone impressed me. He then went on to tell me his assistant had just emailed me a large amount of information regarding the development Ashton is proposing to him and Jamison Fox over the next 2 days. The email was in response to some information I emailed the two men yesterday. He made it clear he's more than interested in the development and what he'll need to sign on for it. He's not playing his cards close to his chest, which quite frankly is making my day. I've had enough headaches over these 2 days of meetings. I like that Beckett is being so forthright. I look at him as he greets Jamison. Both men appear at ease in their own skin, like they own the world they inhabit. They're also both devastatingly handsome. The power they wield only adds to their looks. Neither man had a partner they wanted me to make plans for today, and my research on them revealed they're both single. I imagine the women in this city fall over themselves to get close to these men. I'm only interested to know whether they're assholes or not, though, because if I have to work closely with them, I need to know how to handle them. Please take a seat, gentlemen, I say, drawing their attention. As I mentioned in my email, Ashton will be joining us in a few hours. Until then, I'll run you through the proposal. They sit, and I spend the next 3 hours going over the development proposal. Beckett and Jamison ask questions along the way, but mostly they both take notes on their laptops and let me speak. Just before 12, Ashton joins us, entering the room in a cloud of purposeful energy and striding towards us with a determined look in his eyes. I also note the exhaustion lining his face. Beckett and Jamison wouldn't notice it, but since I know Ashton as well as I do, I can't help but see it. "Gentlemen," he greets them, coming to stand behind the chair next to mine. Looking down at me, he says, "Jessica." I stand. Immaculate timing. I just finished going through everything. Approval flares in his eyes, and he turns to the men. "How about we break for lunch, and then come back to get into the details?" Beckett pushes his chair back and stands, meeting my gaze. "Thank you for your presentation, Jessica. I appreciate the effort you put in to help us grasp the magnitude and scope of this development." Jamison stands too, his dark eyes zeroing in on me. Whereas Beckett is good-looking in a sharply defined, clean-cut way, Jamison oozes a darker, more forbidden appeal. If I was into men who've grown their hair out enough to require it be pulled back into a man bun, who've tattooed the back of one hand, and who wear danger like a suit, I'd be into Jamison Fox. I've read his personal history, and out of everything I know about him, the thing I like most is that he's scrapped his way to billionaire status. One of the reasons Ashton selected him is that scrappy, "don't fuck with me or I'll fuck back harder" side he's known for. "Thanks," he says, his voice as dark as his eyes. "Lunch will be served in the restaurant in 15 minutes, I say. "We'll meet back here an hour after that." Beckett and Jamison exit the room while Ashton says, "Have you seen the news on Jack today?" His tone signals his worry. "No." I'm not as inclined to worry as Ashton, not after speaking with Jack last night and seeing something new in his eyes. Something that shows a new level of determination in him. "Good. Don't look it up." "You can't say that and just leave me wondering, Ashton." He gives me a look that tells me that's exactly what he intends to do. "I recall how this bullshit affected you last time. If you and Jack are doing this again, I hope to fuck you aren't reading any of the shit they're saying. I don't want to watch you go down that path again." I always thought I managed the pressures of dating a movie star well. It wasn't until Jack told me all the ways he observed those pressures affecting me that I began questioning my long-held belief. I had to admit to myself that Jack was right. I didn't cope as well as I thought. Ashton saying it only confirms it. Jack's right about something else, though. I will eat those assholes for breakfast now. "Maybe I'll spare you from my fishing spear after all," I say, as I process his concern over me. When he looks at me like he has no clue what the fuck I'm going on about, I add, "You won't have to watch me go down that path again. I'm a cake-loving, bread-worshipping, pasta-gorging woman who is okay with the assholes of this world gossiping about the size of her ass. Jack loves my ass, but mostly, I love my ass. And they can say whatever they want about it and me. I don't care. However, I do care what they say about my man. So out with it. Tell me everything so I can prepare accordingly." He takes all that in and appears torn about giving me what I'm after. At my arched brows and look of expectation, he finally says, "They've gone back to focusing on why you and Jack broke up and have started digging through your sex life. Sian has talked to them and shared things you supposedly told her about Jack." Fuck. Sian and I did not end well. She wanted far more than I would ever have given anyone except Jack. So I can imagine her bitterness has led her to talk shit about me. I told her nothing about Jack, which means everything she's said is a lie. What things? Anger slashes across his face. "It's all bullshit." I'm aware, but I want to know. And since I'm not going to look it up myself,
I need you to tell me."
"Fuck," he mutters. "She said Jack forced you into threesomes, and that was one of the reasons why you broke up with him. That he cheated on you regularly, but you didn't care because you'd fallen in love with one of the women you guys had a threesome with. She also told them you introduced him to drugs and alcohol, so you're the reason he's an addict. And then she carried on about how you came between him and his father, saying you're the reason he doesn't have anything to do with his dad now."
I stare at him, stunned, which is something new for me. Not much stuns me about the assholes of this world, but this has. And I thought she liked me.
Ignore her.
I'm not ignoring that bitch. I just added her to my shit list. He looks at me like he doesn't know what to do with me, but he leaves it and moves on.
"Jack's telling me he's okay. Is he?"
"Yes. You should be more worried for Shan. I'm not the only one in our relationship who has a shit list now."
"Fuck,"
he mutters again. I feel like this muttering could become a thing now that he has to deal with me and Jack back together. I make a mental note to torture him a little. It's only fair after he tortured me with his asshole Mondays last year. "You haven't asked me how this morning went," I say, referring to the time I just spent running the first half of today's meeting for him.
"That's because I don't need to."
That statement does weird things to me. Ashton has been my mentor for a long time. He has taught me the most valuable things I know about business. He's let me take charge of many things over the years, but handling this kind of proposal is new for me. If I'd fucked this up, it would have cost him billions. That he trusted me to get the job done and then didn't check up on how it went means more to me than he'll ever know. But then again, maybe not. Ashton reads me almost as well as Jack does. "Right," I throw out, a little flustered over these thoughts and feelings he stirred. "We need to discuss the COO role. Honestly, Ashton, it's time to just give me the job already." Amusement flickers in his eyes.
"Check your emails,"
he says, before turning to stride to the door.
"And the first thing you need to take care of as COO is ensuring that what happened in London doesn't happen anywhere else. And so you're aware, if it does, I'm not fucking getting involved."
I stare after him, my heart galloping all over the place. I just got promoted. I am now the fucking COO. Holy fuck. I pull out my phone. "Jessica, I know you're sleeping, but I just got promoted." He's not sleeping, though. My phone lights up with his face as he FaceTime calls me.
"Congratulations, sweetheart. It's about time Ashton got his shit together."
I agree, but holy shit, Jack. I didn't know this would feel so good.
"This new role doesn't require you to work more, does it?" "No, scrap that question. I'll take care of it if it does."
I roll my eyes. This new caveman thing you've got going on is disturbingly hot, while also being annoyingly cliched. He grins, and it settles itself deep in my core like those sexy grins of his always do.
The contradictory nature of that statement leaves me unsure of your preferences going forward.
I'm sure the caveman in you will help you out. Why are you awake?
I was up late writing.
I smile. I love that reason. It beats the reason I thought you might give me. The grin dies on his lips.
You saw the story?
No, but Ashton caught me up on it. Not that he wanted to. I forced him into it because I needed to know who to add to my shit list. I'm sorry she made all those lies up.
This will all eventually go away. I need you to know that. Some other poor bastard will catch their attention, and they'll forget all about us.
I know. I pause, not wanting to let him go, but knowing I need to. Okay, as much as it pains me to say this, I have to go. I'd much rather force you into taking your clothes off and doing something useful, but I'm on a tight schedule here. I'll call you tonight.
I love you, Jessica.
I love you too. Go get some sleep. We end the call, and I gather my laptop and handbag before slipping out of the conference room. Axe is stationed outside and quickly falls in line behind me. Jack insisted I bring him to New York, and with the new stories on social media, I'm glad I agreed. I came across a few photographers last night who'd discovered my location. I'm guessing more have filtered in this morning.
Where are you heading?
Axe asks, moving next to me, his face more serious than usual. I need to go to the front desk. Why?
Let's just say the crowd has increased significantly today. The good news is I've spoken to the hotel, and they're not letting these guys in.
I shoot him a regretful look. I bet you're wishing I hadn't been so stubborn as to only agree to one of you guys coming with me. Jack had pushed for all four to come. I told him he was being ridiculous. We'd argued for a good hour over it, at which point he'd thrown his hands in the air and told me I wasn't taking this situation seriously enough. I should have let him send 2 men. I make a mental note not to be so stubborn in future.
No point wishing for shit.
Axe says. He's a man of few words. I like his efficiency. We take the elevator down to the lobby, and I take care of the business I came down here for. We're on our way back to the elevator when a guy shoves his phone in my face and snaps a few photos. Axe is on him instantly and drags him outside. The incident is over before it even really began. However, Axe leaving me to get rid of this guy gives another 2 men the ability to approach me. It turns out the hotel isn't that great at keeping these assholes out. They're taking photos before I realize what's happening, and they're throwing questions out faster than I can keep up.
How did it feel to have Jack force you into having threesomes with other women?
Did you become a lesbian because of Jack? Did he make you hate men?
How does it feel knowing you ruined Jack's career?
Are you guys just taking a break, or is it over for good now? I'm a woman who can handle herself in most situations. I'm never lost for words. I always know what to do, and I can stare down a motherfucker if I need to. This situation, though, catches me right off guard. All these questions they're bombarding me with mess with my ability to respond. It's because this concerns Jack, one of my 7, one of the people I would lie, steal, cheat, or kill for. It turns out that while I will absolutely do all of those things for him, I just need a minute to get my shit together when the time to do them arrives. I stand in the lobby gathering myself when I catch sight of Axe striding my way, a feral look on his face. Dear God, I make a mental note never to anger this man. I feel a little scared, and I'm the one he's coming to save.
The fuck do you think you're doing?
He roars at the 2 men, barreling his way into them, taking hold of them both and dragging them towards the front door. He's like a tornado the way he crashes his way through the situation. Wait! I call out as he stalks away with them. I've finally gathered myself and have something to say. Axe doesn't hear me, though. By the time I catch his attention, he's at the front door and almost has them outside. I glance out there, and before I can stop myself, I'm striding out those doors and coming face to face with the crowd of paparazzi on the footpath.
Jesus, Jessica,
Axe says, moving behind me.
What the fuck are you doing?
I look at him, feeling like myself again. I'll just be a minute. After that, you can carry me back inside if you need to. I won't even put up a fight. Turning back to the Paps, I say, I've only got a minute, but let me clear some things up for you assholes. Jack and I have not broken up and will not be breaking up again. He did not insist I watch while he shared his dick with other women. I did not fall in love with one of those women I supposedly shared his dick with. He also didn't share his dick with anyone while I wasn't watching. In case you're dumb and not getting this, Jack did not share his dick around while we were together. Also, I didn't make him drink or take drugs. And while none of this is actually any of your business, Jack has not started drinking again. I'm only telling you that because I'm proud as hell of him for not letting you assholes get to him. You have no idea how hard this stuff is to live through. Relationships and life are difficult at the best of times. Take a fucking second and think about how you'd manage yours if assholes were posting lies about you. I puff out an angry breath before turning to Axe and nodding to let him know I'm done. He takes me at my word when I told him he could carry me back inside and hoists me into his arms. He then uses sheer force to push his way through the crowd that has caged us in and gets me back inside the hotel to safety. When he deposits me on the floor inside, he says,
A little notice would be good for next time, and perhaps a press release rather than an impromptu press conference would be just as effective.
I'll take it under advisement.
I'd appreciate it. Jack will bust my fucking balls if something happens to you.
He really would. Jack's a self-professed lover, not a fighter, but I know without a shadow of a doubt that if something happened to me, Jack would go in swinging. In exactly the same way I just went in swinging for him. And while I told Axe I'd take his suggestion under advisement, and while I'd never want to put him at risk of having Jack come after him, I won't hesitate to go in swinging for my man again, if needed. Chapter 35. Jessica. Ashton and I kick ass in New York. Beckett and Jamison both sign on to Ashton's development without too much back and forth. I celebrate the fact we will own a hotel in this city soon, and I will never have to deal with these idiots at this hotel ever again. I sleep on the flight home, but I'm still tired when we arrive back in Sydney late Wednesday night. Jack picks me up from the airport, and after loading my bags into the car and having a quick conversation with Ashton, he slides into the driver's seat and looks at me.
We're not doing this again, sweetheart.
I'm practically curled into a ball, half asleep in the passenger seat. His tone wakes me up. Doing what?
Being on 2 time zones.
I frown. That's going to be hard to achieve when you go back to work. He shakes his head.
No, we'll make it work.
I'm too tired to follow this conversation, so I just nod and say, okay. He leans across the car and brushes his lips over mine.
Go to sleep.
I close my eyes and drift off. The gentle rocking of the car as Jack drives us home lulls me into a deep sleep. The next thing I know, it's 5 a.m, and I wake in my own bed, wrapped in Jack's arms. Jesus, I muttered to myself as I push the covers off and wiggle my way out of Jack's embrace. I can't recall the last time I was this tired or slept for this long. I make my way downstairs to source coffee and take it outside to sit and wake up. I love quiet time out here by the river, but I don't ever seem able to find enough time for it. I'm always on the go, which is the way I like it, but I often think about making more time for this. I've been sitting out here for an hour when Jack joins me. He makes us fresh coffee and brings a chair to sit next to me.
How'd you sleep?
I don't remember any of it. I don't even remember getting out of the car when we got home last night.
You didn't wake up. I had to break my back and carry you to bed.
He grins as he says this.
How much cake did you eat in New York?
I shoot him a fake glare. You are lucky I love you, Mr. Kingsley. I make sure to use the Mr. that always gets him hot.
Fuck, he growls. I deserved that one.
I curve my hand around his neck and thread my fingers through his hair. How are you? I hate those long-haul flights where I lose a day and don't know what's happened in the world. I have no idea how you do it so much.
I don't anymore. I hate them too.
He reaches for my hand at his neck and brings it to his mouth so he can kiss it. Then he lets me thread my fingers in his hair again as he says,
I'm good. Fucking happy to have you home. I don't sleep well without you.
I know what he means. It may only be a short time since we started sharing a bed again, but that time feels like forever. I didn't sleep well without him either. Did your lunch go well yesterday? Rose set up a lunch with a director she thought Jack should meet. She's a powerhouse at what she does. She brought these two men together in 2 days.
Yeah, we talked for hours. I think we'll try to work together at some point. Rose was on the money when she connected us.
I smile. I think she's going to do amazing things for you. How are you going with your search for an agent?
You and Rose will be fucking ecstatic to know I found someone.
I grip his hair as I lean in close and kiss his neck. He feels it coming and angles his head towards me, turning to catch my lips after my mouth brushes his neck. He takes his time kissing me, getting me bothered in so many good ways. When he lets me go, I say, Who?
Chase Knight.
He was your first choice, right? Jack and I had a conversation about his need for a new agent on Monday night after Rodney screwed him over. He wasn't sure he'd find an agent fast. He assumed people would be hesitant to take him on.
Yeah. It turns out he knows of the shit Rodney pulls. He didn't believe anything he saw in the media about me. He did, however, spend an hour or so grilling me over whether I'm taking my medication and doing everything I need to stay sober. I respect him for that. We're both getting into a relationship here. We need to know we have each other's back.
You grilled him too?
Yeah, the poor fucker had to sit through an hour of me too.
Good. I'm glad. He reaches for me, pulling me onto his lap. Once he has me in his arms, he kisses my throat before murmuring,
I didn't share my dick around while we were together, huh?
My impromptu press conference. We haven't had a chance to discuss this yet. I take hold of his shoulders and tilt my face back so I can find his eyes. Are you mad that I said something? He chuckles.
No, sweetheart. The only one in this relationship who gets mad at the other is you.
That's not true. You got mad that I refused to take 4 security guards to the States with me. And I recall plenty of times you've been mad at me in the past.
I wasn't mad at you over that. I was fucking frustrated, but not mad. Rose enjoyed your choice of language. She told me that if I ever fire her, I should consider hiring you.
Axe was frustrated with me too, I think.
Yeah, he was. But I think he respected the hell out of you for doing it.
Good, because if those assholes keep going at you, I can't be held responsible for my actions. He tightens his arms around my waist.
I don't fucking doubt it. And I love you for it.
I'm hungry. You should take me out for breakfast.
You reckon your ass can handle more bread?
I smack him playfully. If you're not nice to me, I won't suck your dick later.
Fuck,
he growls, standing, taking me with him, killing me with his display of strength that I know all those muscles of his are responsible for.
You can suck it before I take you out.
He breaks his back, carrying me upstairs. I give him a blowjob he won't forget in a hurry. He makes me lose my mind when he delivers an orgasm I won't forget in a hurry, and then takes me to my favorite cafe for breakfast.
Jessica!
Doris, the owner, says as we walk through the doors of her tiny cafe that is one of Sydney's best-kept secrets. When she sees Jack behind me, her eyes almost bulge out of her head, and she exclaims,
"Oh my goodness! We haven't seen you for far too long. Get over here!"
She turns towards the kitchen to holler,
"Paul, Jack's here!"
"Jack Kingsley?" Paul yells back, sounding surprised.
"Do we know any other Jacks?"
Doris looks back at Jack, bustling her way out from behind the counter to pull him into her arms for a hug. When she lets him go, she says,
"Where the hell have you been? We thought we'd done something to offend you."
I look between them, confused as to what's going on here. Doris and Paul's cafe was our favourite cafe when we were together. We came here daily, unless we were away for Jack's work or travelling. Sometimes twice a day if I wanted croissants and Jack was in a mood to come back and get me more. I've never stopped coming, and while Jack hasn't lived in Sydney since, I assumed he'd visit when he was in town. It doesn't sound like he has. He shakes his head as Paul joins us.
You didn't do anything.
He glances at me.
I couldn't come here. After Jessica and I broke up. It reminded me of her too much.
Jesus. Jack's sentimental ways hit me right in the feels sometimes. I doubled down on coming here because it reminded me of him. Not that I would have admitted that to anyone all these years. He went the other way for some reason. We wasted so much fucking time. When he puts his arm around me and pulls me close, I say, "For the record, I am still mad at you." He bends his face to mine to hear what I say. When I'm finished, he says,
I have no doubt.
"Oh, God, I'm so glad to hear that," Doris says, her hazel eyes flashing with excitement. She pushes her curly red hair behind her ear, trying to contain it, before motioning at the table in the back corner that she always reserved for us at breakfast. "Your table is free. I'll get coffee." She stops and eyes Jack. "Do you still drink the same coffee?" He nods, sending her a smile.
Yeah, Doris. Nothing's changed for me.
Good. She places her hands on her hips. "Bacon and eggs too?"
Fuck yeah. No one makes bacon and eggs like you guys,
Jack says. That makes her happy. Her entire body lights up. "Okay, sit. We'll have your food out soon." Jack and I sit at our table, and I narrow my eyes at him. "Did you stop going to any of our other places?"
Sweetheart, I stopped going to all of them.
I'm fucking glad we're back together now,
because I can start eating my favorite food again.
"Of course you did," I mutter. He's far too sentimental for his own good, but it can't be denied he makes me feel like the only woman in the world. A text hits my phone, distracting me. Mira. "Are you there?" "Jessica." "Yes." Mira. "Jack?" "Jessica." "Yes." Mira. "Good. Put him on. Jessica. Wow, does that mean he's your best friend now? Mira. No, my darling, no one will ever take that job from you. I just need to ensure he's still planning on getting you to the tea party this afternoon. I hold my phone out to Jack. Mira wants you. He engages in a text conversation with her and then gives me the phone back.
If I don't get you there by 3, my balls are as good as gone. I'd forgotten how much like you she is.
Ooh, let's be late and see what happens.
Fuck no. I'm getting you there by 2:30.
You are such a pussy, Jack Kingsley. Doris brings our coffee, and Jack and I settle into a conversation about the screenplay he's working on. We also discuss the book he's still thinking about turning into a movie. He tells me he mentioned the book to Bert Stoll, the director he had lunch with, and that Bert seemed interested to know more about it. I could listen to him talk about the projects he's interested in for hours. It's in the way his eyes come to life and in the way his shoulders and body move while he talks. When Jack is inspired, his entire body feels it, which makes me feel it. We spend a few hours at the cafe, eating, talking, and catching up with Doris and Paul. When Jack stands and tells me we have to leave, I don't want to. I'm enjoying being back here with him. But he's insistent and drags me out to the car to take me home.
I want to get some writing in before the party, he says, opening the car door for me. And I'm thinking you might need a nap.
Jet lag is hitting me, so he's right. I could do with a nap. Fine, I grumble, getting in the car. One of the things I love about Jack, his ability to put up with my grumbly moods. Hell, sometimes I think the man actually likes it when I'm moody. He gets in the car, turns it on, places his hand on my thigh and says,
I'll let you suck my dick after your nap. Don't ever tell me I'm not a giving bastard.
I refrain from encouraging him. Jesus, this man. I love Jack, Mira says, half an hour into the tea party. I mean, look at him. I look at Jack, who is playing a game of I'm a little teapot freeze dance with the girls in the park. He didn't hesitate to jump in and play when Mira asked him to. The girls love him, just like Mira does. I love him too, but she needs to stop getting carried away. He puts the toilet rolls around the wrong way, you know. I throw out, and he dumps his dirty clothes on the floor instead of putting them in the laundry basket. Oh, and let's not forget how he puts a pretty much empty bottle of milk back in the fridge. I can go on if you want. She laughs. Babe, we can all go on about our men. I just love him because he's so easygoing. He reminds me of Will. She leans into me and adds, plus, he loves spending time with my girls. Anyone who loves that gets all the ticks of approval from me. He really does love spending time with the girls. And that gets ticks of approval from me too. I'm busy watching Jack play the dancing teapot game when Will comes our way. Look who the cat dragged in. Tell me, how do you get away with being late, but I have to be here at 2:30? Who told you to come at that time? He says. I watch Mira and Jack with the girls. Jack didn't want to be late. Will follows my gaze and chuckles. Mira has that effect. I'm glad to see you're still alive. I imagine you never expected to ever say those words. His laughing eyes disappear, and he turns serious. Never. And I'm only saying them now because I want you to be happy. And since I know you're a woman who does not forgive easily, if ever, I know Jack has had to prove himself to even be anywhere near this party. Good. He gives me a questioning look. Good?
Yes, good. Mira's in full-blown love with Jack. I can't be trusted not to fall completely. One of the three of us needs to keep their damn head over that man. I know I can trust you to get the job done. You can. We go back to watching the girls dance. So, Ashton finally made you COO. I would say congratulations, but we both know you earned that years ago. I love your hard-ass ways, Will Johnson. You're not going to love them when I start pushing you to move on. We're going to get in a fight, aren't we? Only if you stop thinking with your head. He glances at me, giving me a look that says he thinks I've already stopped doing that. Your goal has always been CEO, Jess. I move so we're standing side by side, arms against each other. Leaning my head on his shoulder, I say, I'll still love your hard-ass ways when we get in a fight. I do want a CEO role, and Will is right that I may never get that opportunity with Ashton. He's also right that I don't think with my head as much as I should when it comes to my career. The thing is, that was the career I always wanted, but somewhere along the line, my vision changed. I like working with Ashton. Against all my better judgment, I like spending my days with one of my 7. And I'm not sure I want a CEO role more than I want that anymore. Auntie Jessica! Olivia runs my way, her cheeks flushed with excitement and happiness. Come and dance! I lift her into my arms and press my nose to hers. Are you having a good time, baby girl? She nods enthusiastically. Yes. Jack said we can look for shapes later. We can definitely look for shapes later. She wiggles in my arms, wanting to be put back down. When her feet hit the ground again, she takes off running back towards Jack. Hurry up! She cries as she runs. She hasn't shut up about Jack since that weekend, Will says. I stifle a laugh. You sound pained by that. I am fucking pained by that. I pat his chest. Welcome to the rest of your life. His groan makes me smile as I walk to where the girls are dancing with Mira and Jack. Are you ready to get your teapot on? Jack says, a playful glint in his eyes as the girls giggle and dance around us. Why do I get the feeling you could do this all day long? Couldn't you? No, and I'm concerned that you could. He slides his hand around my waist and pulls me close. I'll keep that in mind for when our girls have a tea party. Who said anything about us having any girls? You're right. We may have boys. Or we may have just us. Those brown eyes of his shimmer with a whole array of emotions. Sweetheart, you can't expect me to watch you with these girls and not want that for us. Holy hell. He is going to do that thing he does so well and talk me into having children with him. When he says things like this to me, I don't stand a chance against him. I put my hands to his chest. Stop talking and start teapotting. This conversation is finished. This conversation is just getting started. With that, he gets back to dancing. I join in and secretly love every minute of it. Not that Jack needs to know that. Jesus, I need to stay on guard with him at all times. We play some other games and then the girls sit and have their tea and cakes at the little table Mira has decorated so beautifully with flowers and fairy things. They're having a wonderful time, I say to Mira, in between her fussing over the girls. She looks at me, and I don't miss the worry in her eyes. Do you think so? I smile. Yes. And I overheard Olivia and one of the girls talking about playing at each other's house. You've done good, Mama. Relief fills her eyes, and I feel her emotional relief like I do every time she fights mummy battles and wins for her girls. Oh, thank goodness. She pauses. I just want her to be happy, you know? We all need at least one friend in this world. Yeah, I say softly. We do. My attention is drawn to Jack when his phone rings. He puts it to his ear and has a quick conversation before coming our way.
Mum just called,
he says, a trace of concern in his voice.
She's had a fall and asked me to come over to help her.
Is she okay?
She's in some pain. I want to get a doctor to check her out.
We should go.
No, you stay here. Olivia is looking forward to staring up at the sky with you after she has her tea.
Okay, I say, because I know she's looking forward to that. Take my car. I'll get Will to drop me at home. He nods and leans in to brush a kiss across my lips.
I'll keep you updated.
Have I mentioned how much I love that man? Mira says as we watch Jack leave. Far too many times. I'd like to add to my previous list. He uses 10 glasses a day rather than just using the same glass to drink from all day. He leaves the toilet seat up, and he thinks I want to suck his dick at all hours of the day. She pats my arm. Oh, honey, make the most of him wanting his dick sucked. Once you have kids, there won't be enough time for that. Seriously? You are the worst best friend, and we aren't having kids. She laughs. It kind of barks out of her like she wouldn't be able to stop it even if she tried. She then looks at me and says, I'm going to enjoy this. This what? This dance you and Jack are going to do because, let me tell you, that man is already plotting how to get you pregnant. Mama! Hazel says from the table where Will is helping her eat. She babbles something else I can't make out, and Will makes eyes at his wife that signals his request for help. With one last pat on my arm, Mira says, I give him a year. If he doesn't have you knocked up by then, I'll eat my hat. After she leaves me to help Will, I decide I need to find a bathroom. The small park is busy this afternoon, and there's a short line for the toilets. While I'm waiting, a guy lights up a cigarette not far from me. I throw him a glare. Honestly, I believe people should do what they want in life, but have a little respect for others. Can you please smoke that over there? I ask, motioning at the space he could use that would help keep my lungs free of his smoke.
I'm happy where I am,
he says, looking like he gives no fucks about anyone. I can't stand the smell of cigarette smoke, but more importantly, my lungs don't like it. I can already feel the smoke working its way into my chest, and not in a good way. I have asthma, and would really appreciate you not doing that near me.
Yeah, well, bitch, I have sore legs and don't want to use them unnecessarily.
Are you fucking kidding me? I cough. He stands right where he is and continues smoking. He also intentionally blows smoke my way like the asshole he is. I debate my need to use the toilet and decide I will actually pee myself if I don't stay in this line. I don't bother wasting precious breath on the asshole, though. I need to conserve all my breaths right now. The women in the toilet take their sweet time, meaning I have to endure an entire cigarette. I face away from the guy and do my best not to inhale the smoke. But it's impossible not to take some of that smoke in. By the time I get back to the party, I'm wheezing and looking for my inhaler.
Are you okay? Will says as I rummage in my bag. No, I wheeze, struggling to get air in. I can't find my inhaler. Fuck, he says, taking my bag and searching for the puffer. My chest tightens as my airways constrict. The pain is coming on faster than usual. It's not in here, Jess, Will says. It is, I wheeze. I always have it. Fuck, I need that inhaler. He upends the bag and dumps all the contents on the grass. I can't see it. I can't either. I also can't focus on that anymore. All I can focus on is getting oxygen in. But I'm drowning. I can't find a breath. My throat has closed. I'm suffocating. The world is spinning, coming in and out of focus. Will's face, Mira's face. Is the earth tilting? Why is there no air? I collapse to the ground. My legs can't do this anymore. Where is the air?
Chapter 36. Jack. Mum's house is 20 minutes from the park. Axe and his guy follow me. The fucking paparazzi follow them. And when I get to Mum's, there are 2 photographers camped outside her house too. These guys are fucking relentless. And I've reached the end of my patience with the whole fucking thing. I can handle them saying shit about me, but I can't handle them saying shit about Jessica. And that's what they've started doubling down on. I exit Jessica's car in a burst of angry energy and stalk towards the 2 photographers waiting outside Mum's. Ripping my sunglasses off, I get in their face. You arseholes need to fuck off and leave my mother alone. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy, one of them says. We're all just doing our jobs here, you included. No, my job description doesn't fucking have you in it. It kinda does. My fists clench. Axe moves close. Don't do it, Jack. Fuck. He's right. This is what these arseholes are looking for. They want to see some classic Jack Kingsley behaviour. I force out a frustrated breath and take Axe's advice. Thanks, I say to him on the way inside. Yeah. He stops when we reach the front door. These guys aren't worth you taking a tumble. I often forget that in the heat of the moment. I appreciate the reminder. He nods as I step through the door. He then closes the door behind me and turns to go and do his thing. Mom! I call as I walk down her hallway. She still lives in the house I grew up in, having kept it when she divorced my father. Fuck knows why she chose to stay here. The house is massive. Too big for one person, with its 8 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, and rooms I don't even know what to call. I encouraged her to sell and downsize, but she was adamant that she wanted to grow old in the home she raised me in. I get my sentimental ways from my mother. I'm in the kitchen. Fuck, I say when I join her. Why are you on your feet? You should be resting. She smacks me away when I attempt to move her to a chair. I'm fine, Jack. I only called you because Liliana insisted on it. I make a note to thank a neighbour for that. You said you were in some pain. Where? I'm always in some pain, darling. This isn't anything new. Right. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to sit your ass down, and I'm going to call your doctor. And before you put up a fight, you should know it's a waste of breath. I'm not taking no for an answer. Her lips flatten, and she sends me a dirty look, but she does as she's told and sits. I don't know what I did to deserve a bossy boy like you. I'm hardly bossy. Have you met Ashton? I pull out my phone and frown as I look at the 5 missed calls and a text from Jessica. Fuck. I put my phone on silent for the party and forgot to take it off. Mum says something about Ashton, but I barely hear it because all I can hear is my heart fucking thumping in my ears as I read Jessica's text. Jessica. It's Will. Jessica's had an asthma attack. No puffer in her bag, so I called the ambulance. We're on our way to St. Vincent's. It's not good, Jack. I've experienced some bad attacks with Jessica, but she's always had her inhaler with her. This is bad. This is fucking worse than bad. My skin turns cold. My mouth turns dry. My pulse goes fucking haywire. Jack?
Mum's voice sounds as alarmed as my mind. What's wrong? You've gone white. My head jerks up and I look at her. Jessica's at the hospital. She's had an asthma attack. Mum's hands flap in front of her. Go. I have as much trouble figuring out my thoughts as I do taking a breath. I want to get Mum to the doctor, but I need to get to Jessica. Jack, you need to go, Mum says, her eyes wide. I swallow, trying like fuck to lubricate my throat. Yeah. I'm out of the house and on my way to the hospital before my brain catches up. Axe took charge the minute he laid eyes on me, insisting on driving me. He weaves in and out of the traffic with the kind of skill I imagine the military taught him, pulling up outside the front door of the hospital with a screech. Go in. I'll park the car and meet you inside. And whatever you do, Jack, avoid the fucking paps. I'll be as fast as I can, he says. I exit the car and race inside, following the signs to the emergency department, doing my best not to run into anyone. I fail at that, shoving a few people without meaning to. I barely acknowledge them, though. The only thing I acknowledge is that I need to fucking get to Jessica. Fuck! It feels like it takes me 3 fucking days to locate the emergency department. When I arrive, I head straight for the reception counter, but Will steps into view, halting me. What halts me more is the expression on his face. Where is she? I demand. He looks how I feel. They're working on her. Where? I madly look around me. There are too many fucking people here, and too many doors and corridors and fucking signs that I can't make sense of. When Will doesn't answer me fast enough, I demand again, Where is she? He places his hand on my arm. Jack, come and sit down. I yank my arm away from him. I don't want to sit down. I want to see Jessica. We can't see her. We just have to wait. My heart pumps furiously. It feels like it's fucking ricocheting in my chest. My face feels like it could explode any second. I need to fucking see Jessica. What I do not need to do is fucking wait. I turn away from Will and stalk to the reception counter that is now free of people. I need to see Jessica Calvary, I tell the woman behind the counter, who's staring at me with recognition. When she doesn't say anything, I roar, Now! I need to fucking see her now! She blinks and recoils like I slapped her. Wow! I've read that you can be an asshole, but I never believed it until now. I work my jaw. My partner is in there. I jab my finger towards where I think Jessica is, and I need to see her. I don't really care what you think of me. I just need to know Jessica is okay. Do you think you can help me with that? Sir, another woman says sternly, coming up behind the one I'm glaring at. This kind of behavior isn't tolerated in this hospital. I'm going to have to ask you to take a seat and calm down. If you can't do that, I will have you removed. I'm about to tell her what I think of that when Axe joins me. Jack, let's take a seat, mate. You're attracting a crowd, and what you're doing isn't helping you find out how Jessica is. I don't give a fuck if I'm attracting a crowd, but I do give a fuck about finding out how Jessica is. Fuck. I hold up my hands and apologize to the 2 women. I'm sorry. I'm worried about her and not thinking straight. I'll sit down. The stern woman nods, but doesn't loosen any of the rigid lines from her face. Thank you. Axe and I take the seats next to Will. When I ask him where Mira is, he tells me she took the girls to her mother's place and will be here soon. I rest my elbows on my thighs and even out my breathing before looking up at him. Jessica didn't have her inhaler on her? He shakes his head. No. She thought she did, but it wasn't in her bag. Fuck. I look back down at the floor and shove my fingers through my hair. How bad did the attack get? Will exhales a long breath. This has shaken the fuck out of him. It came on fast. Faster than any attack I've ever seen her have. Thank fuck the ambulance came fast. I don't know what would have happened if they didn't get there when they did. He pauses. She was almost unconscious, Jack. The pounding in my ears starts again, and I feel clammy as fuck. Have the doctors told you anything? No, nothing. You know how the ED goes. I do. I have memories of me sitting in the ED waiting room for hours on end, waiting to hear news of Jessica. I fucking hate these waiting rooms.
This time, though, feels 1,000 times worse than any of those other times. She was almost unconscious. She's never been this bad. I can't fucking lose her. Chapter 37. Jack. An hour and a half pass in which we only hear some news because I get sick of sitting and waiting. Axe has to calm me down again. I'm not fucking good at this shit. The news we're told is that Jessica is still having trouble breathing and that they are still working on her. Will takes the news well. Me, not so much. Although I am glad to know she's conscious after Will told me how close she was to not being conscious earlier. Ashton and Lorelei arrive half an hour after we receive the update. Ashton strides towards me with the kind of worried look I've only ever seen on him when I haven't been well. Any news? I shake my head. Nothing new since the last update. Lorelei hugs me. She's going to be okay, Jack. I fucking hope so. Do you want anything? A coffee? Something to eat? No. She looks at Will and Mira. Do you guys want anything? Mira stands. I need to stretch. Lorelei latches onto that. I'll come with you. I watch them walk away, my mind shifting to Jessica. I'm all the way down the rabbit hole of imagining a range of worst-case scenarios when a doctor approaches. We've stabilized Jessica for now and have her on a BiPAP machine so we can assist her breathing. At some point, we'll move her to the ICU ward so we can monitor her and continue treatment there, he says. Jessica has been on a BiPAP machine before. It gives her chest muscles a break and reduces her breathing effort. I know from her previous hospital admissions that if this doesn't work, they may have to intubate her, which is something they want to avoid. It's also something she's been able to avoid in the past, so I'm hopeful she will again. Thank you, Will says. We'll let you know when we're moving her. You'll be able to see her once she's settled in ICU. The thing I've learned over the years is that nothing moves fast when you're waiting in the ED. It'll be hours before we'll see her. I take the opportunity to use the bathroom, go for a walk and stretch, and get a drink of water. Will meets me in the hallway on my way back. How are you holding up? His question slows me down. It's been many years since Will checked in on me. I'd never imagined the day he'd ever do it again. I'm okay. You? He nods. Same. I wait for him to either keep walking or to turn and walk back to the waiting room with me, but he does neither. He stays where he is and watches me like he has something to say. Just say it, Will. Whatever it is. Let's get it out there. I expect something about me drinking. That always seems to be everyone's go-to response when I experience stress in my life. Not that I blame them. It has been how I've handled stressful times. But for once, it'd be nice if everyone had as much faith as Jessica does that I'm not going to do it now. He surprises the hell out of me when he says, I don't like what you did to Jessica, but I've never had to walk a day in your shoes, so it's not my place to judge it. Fuck, I curse softly. That's not what I expected you to say. Yeah. Well, when Jessica told me you didn't cheat, I never expected that. I hated watching her lose herself back then. Yeah, I know. I hated it too. But maybe if you're thinking of trying to help her out in the future by doing something like that, run your plan by me first. Or Ashton. Or Mira. Anyone, Jack. I don't ever want to watch Jessica go through that again. Fuck me. This is Will letting me know shit between us will be okay. I have no plans to help Jessica again. Fuck knows. That woman can take care of her own damn dragons now. That's the fucking truth. We walk back to the waiting room together. Will sits with Mira, who gives me a small smile and mouths, Are you okay? I nod back that I am and take the seat next to Lorelei, who puts her hand over mine and sends me a smile. Ashton is on her other side, staring ahead like he's plotting how to single-handedly take over this hospital and direct every doctor's attention to getting Jessica better. Fuck. These are my people. Jessica has mentioned her 7 to me. It turns out I have 8, and 4 of them are right here by my side. We have to wait 2 more hours to see Jessica. These are some of the longest hours of my life, and I've almost lost my damn mind by the time I finally walk into the ICU and lay eyes on my woman. The ICU isn't a great place for someone who's losing their mind. It's sterile. It feels solitary, lonely, and those fucking machines everywhere, beeping, flashing, a reminder that life isn't promised forever. The sight of Jessica lying in that bed, hooked up to those machines, with that mask on her face, hits me hard in the chest. I have to work like fuck to contain my response, to keep my shit together. She's awake and reaches her hand out for me. "Fuck, baby," I say, my hand practically fucking strangling hers as I take the seat next to her bed. My other hand is all over her arm, her shoulder, her neck, her face. Fuck. Every cell in my body is straining to see for itself that she's breathing, that she's alive. She can't speak, but her features crease into a look that says, "I'm okay, Jack." Gripping her hand like my life depends on it, I say, "I was so fucking worried about you." She gives me a slight nod. Blink and I'd miss it, but it's there. She's exhausted. Seeing this only increases my worry. The nurse interrupts, doing some checks on Jessica. I sit quietly and wait for her to finish, not taking my eyes off Jessica for even a second. When she's done, I take Jessica's hand again. "You should get some rest. I'm going to let the others in to see you, and then I'll be back." I press a kiss to her cheek before leaving. I don't want to go anywhere, but I know everyone else wants to see Jessica for themselves. Once they've seen her, I'll stay as long as the hospital lets me. Will and Mira go in first, staying 10 minutes. Ashton and Lorelei also spend the same amount of time. Then, the doctor needs her. So by the time all of that is done, 40 minutes have passed. I'd swear it was 40 fucking days. "Visiting hours were over a while ago," the nurse says when I go back in after saying goodbye to everyone. "Since Jessica came in late, we'll let you stay, but only for another 15 minutes. She needs her rest." I refrain on telling her what I think of the visiting hours. Instead, I say, "Thank you. I appreciate it." Jessica's eyes are closed when I return, but they open slowly when she hears me. "They're letting me stay another 15 minutes, sweetheart, but then I have to go. I'm going to be right outside, though, so I'm close by if you need me." She frowns and gives a tiny shake of her head. She can't talk, so she can't tell me to go, which is what I know she's trying to say. I bring her hand to my mouth and kiss it before smiling at her. This face mask isn't the worst thing. She rolls her eyes at that. And fuck if it doesn't give me hope that she's going to be okay. I sleep on the chairs in the small ICU waiting room. Axe tries to get me to go home, but I refuse. "You can go," I say, not wanting to force him to sleep here. The guy is huge. I'm not sure he'll even fit in one of these chairs. "I'm not going anywhere," he says, folding himself into a seat. It's a long night, and when I wake at 6, Axe is sitting across from me, drinking a coffee. "I've got another week with you before I have to fly out to the States for another job. Let's do our fucking best not to end up back here," he says. I stand and stretch. "I take it you like these chairs as much as I do. Even fucking less." I chuckle. "You think you'll be back after you finish in the States? Or is this it for us?" I don't think Axe's usual job is basic security like he's been doing for me. So my guess is it's the end of the road for us. But I'd be a happy fucker if he returned. I trust Jessica's life with him in a way I'm not sure I trust it with anyone else. He gives a quick shake of his head. "This is it for us." I figured. And I'll be sure to mention to Jessica to get her lungs on board with your plan of never coming back here. His mouth lifts at the ends in a way they never do. It's not a full smile, but it's the closest thing to a smile I've ever seen on his face. I look at the doors to the ICU ward and curse the fact that visiting hours don't start until 10 a.m. It's going to be a long fucking morning. Ashton and Lorelei arrive at 9 a.m., bringing me fresh clothes and toiletries. "How is she?" Lorelei asks. "Stable. Still on the machine." "Okay. Well, stable is good." "Yeah." but I prefer for her to be off that machine. Every minute she stays on it is a minute that could lead to her needing to be intubated. I change and freshen up before coming back to wait to see Jessica. One of Axe's guys comes to take over from him, but he refuses to leave. I encourage him to leave and get some proper rest, but he refuses me too. I think he's as concerned for Jessica as we all are. It's a damn shame he's leaving us in a week. Will and Mira arrive just after Ashton and Lorelei. We all sit and wait for 10 o'clock to arrive. I check in on my mum while I wait. She tells me she's good and to stop worrying about her. The women in my life would make shit a lot fucking easier for me if they just let me worry a little fucking bit. I tell her that as soon as I've got Jessica safely home, she and I have a date with her doctor that she's not getting out of. At 9:58 a.m, I'm at the ward doors. At 10 a.m, I'm buzzing to be let in. At 10:01 a.m, I'm ready to lose my shit that I haven't been let in. "Jack," Ashton says, joining me. "She's going to be okay." I look at him. I'll believe that when I've got her back home with me. He nods. He'd be the same if it was Lorelei lying in that bed in there. Hell, he's the same with Jessica. He just holds it better than me. At 10:02 a.m, the doors finally open and I stride into the ward. 2 visitors are allowed at a time. We all agreed I'd go in first for as long as I want. The problem with that is I want all the time. I won't take it all, but I fucking want to. Jessica's awake, and fuck if she's not sitting up. She's still attached to all the machines, and she still has the face mask on, but she's sitting up, and she's smiling at me. It's not much of a smile, but fuck, it's a smile. I bend to kiss her cheek. I then take her hand, kiss it, and sit next to her. Last night was the longest fucking night of my life. I can only imagine what it was like for you. Are you okay? She nods and squeezes my hand. She then looks at the table on the other side of her. I follow her gaze and realize she's motioning at a pad and pencil on the table. Standing, I move around to it and roll the table in so she can reach the pad. A moment later, she scribbled a note to me. "I feel better today." I glance up at her. "Have they told you how much longer they think you'll need the machine for?" "They're hopeful not much longer." "Are we talking many hours here?" "A few, I think." I scrub a hand over my face. Thank fuck for that. "I'm sorry I worried you so much." "Sweetheart, you don't need to apologize. Fuck, you can't control your asthma." "I should have had my inhaler. I don't know what happened to it." "You need to stop focusing on that and just focus on getting better." "How's your mum?" "She's as fucking stubborn as you, but in answer to your question, she's okay. She's agreed to go to the doctor with me once I've got you home." "You should take her today. There's nothing you can do here. If you think you've got any chance of me going anywhere, you're dreaming. I'm not leaving this hospital until you do." "Jesus, Jack, you think I'm the stubborn one?" "No, I don't think it. I know it." The nurse comes over to check on Jessica and asks me to leave for 15 minutes while they do some things. Jessica scribbles me one last note before I go. "I love you." I never knew what I would do to hear those 3 words from this woman. I thought I did, but I didn't. Fuck. I don't even know who the Jack was who had her in his life 6 years ago. He certainly didn't fully appreciate what he had. Now, I will go through hell for Jessica. I will walk through it, run through it, crawl on my bare knees through it. I will fight off every last demon for her. I never want to have to know what it's like not to have her love again. I stand and bend to kiss her cheek. I love you too, baby. The nurse takes half an hour with Jessica. Will and Mira take 15 minutes. Ashton and Lorelei take the same. I surprise the hell out of myself by not forcing my way back into her during all this time. Instead, I grab coffee for Axe and myself and go for a long walk. Axe stays close and we chat for a while about his time in the army, but he takes a call during our walk and slowly falls behind. The hospital is busy again,
and most people pay me no attention. I get a few second glances and a few looks of surprise, but no one approaches me. It's the only good thing about Jessica's stay here. Rose calls me just after 11. "Is this good news or bad?" I ask. "How's Jessica?" I haven't called or emailed her, but it doesn't surprise me that Jessica has made the news. I catch her up, and she says, "I wanted to touch base to check on her, but also to let you know 2 things. Firstly, social media seems to have slanted to stories that are slut-shaming Jessica. They're pretty nasty, so if I were you, I'd encourage Jessica not to read them. And secondly, some good news. Christy Goulding has just done an interview for her new movie and has spoken about you in it. She's admitted that you didn't sleep with her. Social media has picked it up and is running wild with it today. She said some wonderful things about working with you and what a gentleman you were to her. And while I think a publicist is smart as hell for this, we'll take it. It'll be good for you, Jack." Christy was the woman I let Jessica think I slept with. I agree with Rose that Christy's publicist is smart to get her client to talk to me at a time when my name is front and center on social media. I also agree that this will be good for me. Mostly, though, I fucking hope it helps settle all this shit down so that these stories about Jessica stop. Unable to help myself, I pull up Instagram and do a quick search for the slut-shaming stories. It's a bad fucking move, because 5 minutes later, I'm ropeable. I'm furious enough to stalk outside, where I hope to find a photographer to give a piece of my mind to. "Jack," Axe says, hot on my heels. "If you're doing what I think you're doing, stop and think about it." I don't stop. I pick up my speed. My woman is lying in the ICU, fighting for her life, while these motherfuckers are publishing bullshit about her. I'm not fucking thinking about it. I'm sick of thinking about it. I won't fucking stand for it. I exit the front doors of the hospital and spot the paparazzi. For once, I'm happy to see so many of the assholes. I stride their way. "Get your fucking cameras out," I explode. "And record this so I don't have to repeat myself." I jab my finger at the hospital. "Jessica is in there. She's been fighting for her life. And you fuckers are posting shit slut-shaming her. You should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. A man can sleep with whoever he wants, and you say nothing. Yet a woman does it, and she's made to feel bad about herself. I'll tell you what I think. I'm all for a person exploring their sexuality. I'm also for equality for everyone. And when Jessica and I have children, we will teach them to explore and own every piece of themselves." I have a shitload of shit that I could continue with, but I pull myself up and stop. I've said the most important thing I came out here to say. If I continue, I may lose members of my team that I've finally started rebuilding. And for once, I'm thinking ahead. Fuck me, Constance will be fucking proud. And Rose might not wipe her hands of me. I think she'll be able to salvage something out of what I've said. "You and Jessica are perfect for each other," Axe mutters as he walks me back inside. I couldn't agree more with him. Jessica's doctor keeps my blood pressure high most of the day. Instead of taking her off the BiPAP machine in the morning, like Jessica thought might happen, they leave her on it. At one point, I start to believe they aren't going to take her off it today. But then, she picks up, and they finally remove that mask from her face just after 4 p.m. And my heart finally stops pounding in my ears. "Jack," she says, after the doctors and nurses leave us. "I'm okay. Stop fussing." I am fussing. I know I am. I prefer to call it caring for her. But I can't help it, and I have no intention of stopping. "You need to get used to this. I see a lot of fussing in your future." "Jesus," she says, her voice all raspy. I wait for her to say more, to give me one of her little rants where she tries to boss me into something, but she stops there. "You don't have the energy to argue with me, do you?" She shakes her head. "No." I grin and fold my arms over my chest as I lean back against my chair. I fucking hate it when you have an asthma attack, but this inability to argue with me is amusing to watch. She grabs the pad and pencil and scribbles something for me.
I'm still mad at you. My grin only grows. I have no doubt, sweetheart. I'm not sure I've ever felt the kind of relief I feel right now. I'm also not sure I felt as determined as I do now to make Jessica my wife. She better be ready for a whole lot of fussing and bossing.
Chapter 38. Jessica. Jesus, Jack, I do not need a full-time nurse. He helps me out of the car and inside, all the while continuing to fuss over me. I may need that fishing spear after all. I was discharged from hospital today after being in there for 3 nights. Jack was also in there for 3 nights. He refused to leave. The nurses on the ward I was moved to after ICU fell for his charm. I'm fairly sure, from what Will has told me, the nurses in the emergency department and ICU didn't meet his charm. I'm just glad he made it through my stay without completely losing his shit.
I'm not so convinced about you not needing the nurse,
he says, depositing my bag at the bottom of the stairs before helping me settle on the couch. I look up at him. I will not let you put your dick anywhere near me if you get me a nurse. He only takes a moment to process that before saying,
Well, I'm not sure your lungs are up to sex at the moment anyway.
My eyes widen. I'm not kidding here, Jack. No nurse.
Fuck, he mutters. You and my mother are the fucking same. She's refusing to let me take her to the doctor now.
Bronwyn called me yesterday to see how I was. She told me she'd take herself to the doctor. I did encourage her to let Jack take her, and I think she should, but I find it highly amusing watching Jack deal with her. My phone sounds with a text. Mira. How soon is too soon for Auntie Jessica to have visitors? Jessica. If you ask your favourite person, he will tell you a month or more. If you ask me, I will tell you it's never too soon. Mira. He is now no longer my favourite person. Jessica. I knew I could get you there. Mira. We'll drop over later this Savo. Love you. XX. Jessica. Wait, tell Will I know what happened to my inhaler. He and Jack have been going over and over this for days. Mira. What? Jessica. It was in my car on the floor. It fell out of my bag. Mira. I imagine Jack is investigating a range of new bags for you to stop this happening again. Jessica. God, yes. The man is too much. That was Mira, I say to Jack's questioning look as he sits next to me. You have been rightfully removed from the top of her favourite people list.
So long as I'm at the top of your list, I'm a happy man.
You won't be if you hire a nurse.
The nurse is struck off my list.
What else is on that list?
Rest. Lots of it.
I told Ashton I'd go into work tomorrow.
I told him not to expect you for at least a week.
I can work from home.
Not if you're sleeping, you can't.
I can sleep at night.
Your doctor told you you'd likely sleep a lot the first few days at least.
I'm young and healthy, Jack. I really don't think I'm going to be sleeping for days. He stops and looks at me with pure frustration. It's laced with so much love, though, too, that it puts my heart on standby to do that blinking thing it started doing.
Sweetheart, I'm good with you arguing over every last thing with me, usually. But not this. This is too serious for me not to fight back over.
I know it's serious, but I don't do well being fussed over.
That's because you haven't learned how to be fussed over. I'm going to teach you.
And there goes my heart,
rapid blinking all over the place. Well, you can start by gathering me some cake, I throw out, and making me one of your gourmet sandwiches for lunch. He grins. I see you're intent on breaking my back during your recovery. I don't touch the fact he intends on carrying me upstairs all week. Seriously, this man really is too much. I'd also like you to wear your grey shirt while you do that. I've asked my new assistant to order me a wardrobe of those shirts. I stare at him. You have a new assistant? Yes, I hired her yesterday. You were with me yesterday. Why do I not know about this? You were napping most of the day. Who is it? It's the woman you had at the top of your list you sent me, Michelle. I stare at him some more, and suddenly my world is shifting right in front of me. It's like the pieces of a puzzle I haven't been able to put back together for 6 years are sliding into place. This is me and Jack fitting back together. I know we've been slowly doing that for weeks, but I feel it's so much more now. It's us arguing over the little things and the big things. It's us helping each other, supporting each other, driving each other crazy. It's us sharing our families, sharing our ups, downs, and everything in between. It's us loving each other. To the stars through difficulties. I loop my hands around his neck. I love you, Mr. Kingsley. His hands come to my waist so he can pull me onto his lap. His lips come to mine and he kisses me for nowhere near long enough because he's worried I'll have trouble breathing. Damn that fussing of his. And then, in a voice I've never heard from him, but want to hear 1,000,000 more times in my life because it unleashes so many butterflies in my tummy, even though I'm not usually a butterfly girl, he says, I need to be able to say that back to you. You can say that back to me any time. No, I can't. I can only say, I love you, Miss Calvary. And damn if those butterflies don't flap up a storm. I was never the girl who needed a man, or a woman for that matter. I never imagined marrying Prince Charming. I didn't dream about the perfect wedding or think about honeymoon destinations. So I never in 1,000,000 years thought I'd feel what I'm feeling right now. I tighten my hands around Jack's neck. What do you need to be able to say to me? His eyes crease with the kind of lines that reach deep into my soul. I need to be able to say, I love you, Mrs. Kingsley. He cups my cheek. I planned how I was going to do this, but I can't wait a second longer. Tell me. He smiles, letting go of my cheek. When you felt better, I was going to fly you to our beach. I was going to book out that restaurant you loved there, so it was just us having dinner. We were going to eat pasta. We were going to dance. We were going to talk late into the night. And then we were going to walk down to the beach, where I was going to charm you into saying yes to being my wife. We were going to spend the next week in Venice and Rome. And then we were going to fly home to Australia, where I was going to marry you straight away before you could change your mind. I blame the medication I'm on for the swoon I'm experiencing. I slide myself closer to him, needing every inch of that closeness. Do you know what I love the most about what you just said? What? The part where you said our beach, and didn't have to elaborate for me to know exactly which beach you were talking about. I brushed my lips across his, lingering there for a long moment. We've been to so many beaches I can't count them, and we've loved most of them. But still, I knew which beach you meant as soon as you said those two words.
That's because it is our beach.
I smile and shake my head. No, Jack. It's because I know your heart.
Fuck, he rasps. Say yes, sweetheart. Tell me you'll spend the rest of your life with me.
You haven't actually asked me yet. Before I know what's happening, he's got me off his lap and positioned on the couch, and he's off up the stairs. He disappears for a couple of minutes, and when he returns, he has a ring box in his hand. Dropping to his knee in front of me, he says,
"The day I found you on our beach was the best damn day of my life. I screwed us up, but I've come to the belief that maybe we had to go through everything we have, because I'm not sure we'd be the people we are today if we hadn't. You are the absolute best woman I know, Jessica, and I don't want to do any more days in my life without you. I want to renovate bathrooms with you. I want to kill spiders for you. I want to be in charge of buying you cake. I want to own all your grumpy moods. I want you to boss me into changing my passwords. I want to hold your ass every day. I want to get you all bothered with my shirts. I want to love you and cherish you and fuss over you." He opens the ring box. "I want to be your front runner, and I want you to be mine for every day of the rest of our lives. Will you marry me, sweetheart?" The ring he bought me is the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. A light pink, oval diamond set in paved diamonds and rose gold. But it's not what I'm staring at. I'm staring at the man I love open his heart to me and tell me all the ways he wants to love me. If I thought he made me swoon before, I didn't know how next level he could take this. I cup his face and kiss him. I kiss him in such a way that he will know, without a shadow of a doubt, that I want to be his front runner for life. And when I finally let his lips go, I say, "You are the absolute best man I know, Jack. Yes, I will marry you."
Epilogue. Jack. 1 month later. I watch my wife as she talks with my best friend across the room. I take in the long, white dress she's covered her curves with. The slit in that dress that reveals a long, toned leg, and the tiny belt at her waist that meets the long dip in the front of the dress. Mostly, though, I take in the way her smile finds her eyes and never lets them go. I didn't expect Jessica to choose a white dress to marry me in. I didn't think she'd opt for any tradition today. It turns out my wife knows how to surprise me. My wife. Mrs. Kingsley. I will never grow tired of calling her these things. Lorelei joins Jessica and Ashton, and Jessica laughs at something she says. As she laughs, she turns her face, and her eyes meet mine. She stills and watches me for a moment. She then lifts her phone and taps something into it. A second later, my phone sounds with a text. Jessica. I have a vibe in my clutch. Jack. Fuck. My wife is a filthy woman. Jessica. You want to fuck me, Mr. Kingsley? Jack. I always want to do that. Ashton says something to her, dragging her attention from her phone. I watch and wait.
Lorelei keeps her talking, and then Mira joins them, and I know I'm going to have to step in if I want my wife's lips around my dick anytime soon. I shoot her another text. Jack, when I said I want to fuck you, I meant now. She reads the text, and she looks at me as she sends her reply. Jessica, do you think fucking me will be your frontrunner today? Jack, today is the kind of day a man has many frontrunners. One of the times I fuck you is sure to be on that list. Jessica, always so presumptuous. Jack, that I'm going to fuck you more than once? Jessica, yes. I may pass out from exhaustion after the first time. Jack, since the first time is going to be in a public bathroom, I hope not. Jessica, Jesus, Jack. I told you I'm done with public bathrooms. Jack, where are you planning for me to use this vibe then? Jessica, upstairs in our room. She is interrupted by Mira again. Darling, my mother says, coming to stand next to me, I think I'm going to go up to my room. I'm tired after the long day. I turn to her. I'll take you up. No, you go and be with your wife. She places her hand on my arm. I'm so proud of you, Jack. For finding your way through your pain and coming out the other side. For loving Jessica as well as you do. And for loving all of us the way you do. I'm proud to have a son who does his best to be a good man every day of his life. The other side. It turns out it does exist. And I'm a happy fucker to have been proven wrong. I look at Jessica. The other side isn't a mystical place addicts talk about. It does exist. And while I have to go to war with my demons every day of my life, I know we all do. I know that if I wasn't fighting the demons I am, I'd be fighting something else. Some days are hard. Some are easier. But they all bring good into my life. I know that to be true because I'm looking at her. Jessica's with the girls. I'll walk you up to your room, I say to Mum. This is going to be one of these occasions where you don't give me a say, isn't it? You're finally catching on. She rolls her eyes. This is something she's learned from my wife. Some days I have no hope of winning the battles I find myself in. Not now that these two have joined forces. I did win the battle to take Mum to the doctor after she took that fall last month, though. Jessica came through for me on that one. She talked Mum into listening to me. Talked is an exaggeration. Jessica doesn't have to talk her into anything. My mother adores Jessica. If Jessica ever decides to stop working for Ashton, Mum says as we walk up to her room, she could be a wedding planner. I've never been to a wedding quite like yours. It was beautiful. I smile. It was. It was more than fucking beautiful. Jessica was onto the wedding plans the afternoon of the day I proposed to her. She originally suggested we marry in Positano, but since I was adamant I wanted the wedding to happen in the next month, and since Will and Mira couldn't get time off work to fly overseas in that time frame, she settled for a Sydney wedding. We booked at Ashton's Sydney hotel. The entire hotel. Jessica told me she might have to share me with the world, but she refused to share me on our wedding day. She rebooked accommodation for every guest who was already booked here. For some guests, we had to pay them to get to cancel their reservation. For some, that was a small fortune, because Ashton's Hotel is one of Sydney's most sought-after fucking hotels. It was worth every last cent. It was a small wedding. Only our 8 came. Jessica's 7 has now become 8 with the addition of my mother. Mira and Lorelei wore pink dresses as Jessica's bridesmaids. Olivia and Hazel wore a different shade of pink as her flower girls. Ashton and Will wore dark, 3-piece suits that matched mine except for the black dress shirt I wore to their white. Jessica filled the ballroom with flowers and twinkling lights and pinks and golds. She also filled it with our favourite food, served around the room by our favourite Sydney restaurants and cafes. Like a street market, all decorated with those flowers and lights. She told me I've missed out on 6 years of this food. We have a lot of eating to do. I told her I'm ready to work on that arse of hers. She told me she'd be sure to cover the cost of looking after my back in my old age. Thank you, darling, Mum says when we reach her room. Ashton said to tell you he's leaving here at 10 tomorrow morning. I'll be ready to leave with him then. She smiles up at me. You and Jessica have a wonderful honeymoon, and don't think of me once. We'll see you in a month. Our first stop is Positano, where I originally intended on getting my wife pregnant. She put an end to those plans when she told me she wants us to have at least a year together without a child. She pointed out that we need this time to rediscover each other and build us strong. I told her I was fucking grateful to be marrying a smart woman because I'm still an impulsive fucker who would get myself into all sorts of trouble without her. She smiled and kissed me and said, I never want you to change, Jack. As I walk away from Mum's room, Axe falls in line next to me. He agreed to head security for our wedding. The timing was perfect. He arrived home from his mission in the US 3 days ago. My next job fell through. Zane's sending me to Italy to head your security for the honeymoon, he says. I grin at him. I've had some fucking good moments today, Axe. This one ranks right up there. The guys Zane's assigned to Jessica and me are good, but none come close to Axe. Him being assigned to our honeymoon makes me a happy fucker. I walk back down to the ballroom, thinking about how much I like having a hotel to just us. I've stayed in too many hotels to remember during my life, and am not a fan. I miss my own bed too much, and I dislike the whole fucking ordeal of dealing with people who think it's okay to touch me and get in my space, without a thought for the fact I'm a human being like them, just trying to get through my days in peace and fucking quiet. If a man's going to stay in a hotel, this is the way to do it. A text comes through just as I reach the ballroom. Josephine.
Congratulations, Jack! Jessica just texted me some photos. I'm so happy for you two. I'm sad I couldn't make it, but can't wait to see you guys in a few months.
Jack, do me a favor and stay inside in the lead up to your trip. I'm not accepting the broken bone excuse again. Josephine.
God, I miss you. Love you. Have a great time in Italy. XX.
Josephine should have been here today, but she broke her leg 4 days ago. She's decided to fly out to visit us in a few months. Even Jessica is looking forward to her visit. That was something I didn't see coming. Jessica hasn't always been Josephine's biggest fan, but after I proposed, she started messaging Josephine, trying to build a relationship. She told me that if I loved Joe, she could too. They seem to have bonded over baking, of all things. I'm living in hope that when Joe visits, the two of them spend their days baking me all the cakes under the sun. Sugar and me have become good fucking friends. Jessica's talking with Doris and Paul when I get back to the ballroom. They made her favourite croissants for tonight. Fucking world-class croissants. I've never tasted anything like them, and I've eaten some croissants in my time. I've never been to a dry wedding. It wasn't bad, Will says, joining me at the bar where I'm getting a sex on the beach mocktail. It's one of Jessica's favourites that she's insisted on having tonight. She told me to think about getting my dick out in Positano every time I drank one. To say I've been hard most of the night is a fucking understatement. I look at him. I've never been to one either. His lips twitch. It's not quite a smile, but we're close. Yeah, Will and I are working on our bromance again. Jessica's words, not mine. Mira comes our way, smiling at me as she hooks her hand around her husband's neck. Jack, why is Jessica still in this room? She's dying for you to use that vibe. Why am I not surprised you know this? I say, while Will looks on as unaffected by that announcement as he is over everything our women come out with. There are no secrets in this family, Will says. I'm aware of far too many things I wish I wasn't. Mira laughs. You wouldn't have it any other way, Will Johnson. Oh, I think I might, he says. You should try me. A text hits my phone. Jessica, I've changed my mind. I can't wait to get you up to our room. I turn to look at her. Jack, get your ass in that bathroom now. Jessica, I see you're wearing your bossy pants today. Jack, yes, and I'm ready for you to do something useful with them. Jessica. I see the last month has been productive for both of us. Jack. How? Jessica. You've taught me how to be fussed over. I've taught you how to be useful. I start walking. Jack. I'm giving you 1 minute. Jessica doesn't begin walking. Jessica. Steady, Tiger. I see Ashton coming your way. Ashton comes into view. Lorelei and I are going up to our room. She'll be here in a moment to say goodnight, but I wanted a minute first. I eye him, a slight frown settling across my face. This is all very formal. Ashton is my oldest friend. We've been through all kinds of shit together, but right now, he's stiff as fuck. Yeah, I'm trying to say something to you, he says gruffly, and I realise he's choked with emotions. Ashton doesn't usually struggle to say anything to me, so this catches all of my attention. That day I got the call that you were in the hospital. I wasn't sure where you'd end up. I know that likely doesn't feel good to hear, but it's the truth. You scared the absolute shit out of me that time, and that's saying something because you always scared the shit out of me when you weren't well. That I stood at your wedding day, watching you experience something I've wanted for you for a long time, sober and healthy, is something I will never forget. I'm happy for you, Jack. So many thoughts flood my mind. Things I've thought too many times to count over the past 9 months. That I couldn't have done any of this without him. That he fucking saved me by not giving up on me. That his friendship is one of the best things in my life. I don't say any of these things, though. I don't need to. Ashton knows how I feel. Instead, I say, I scared the shit out of myself that time too. Then, I say, start planning for Jessica's maternity leave now, my friend. She'll be pregnant in a year. He looks at me. You actually think that having a baby will necessitate maternity leave for Jessica? I grin. No, but it'll necessitate the fuck out of her taking it from me. As he walks away, I think about all the ball-busting Jessica will do in her attempt to delay getting pregnant. I also think about how I'll step the fuck in. And fuck if all these thoughts don't get me hard again. I find Jessica's eyes across the room as she taps on her phone. Jessica, I've changed my mind again. I want you to fuck me in our room in front of the mirror. I want to watch your fingers inside me. Jack, they say women want sex more when they're pregnant. Jessica, they also say they vomit a lot. Jack, I can live without your lips around my dick for a few months. Jessica, why are you still over there when I just told you I want to watch your fingers inside me? Jesus, Jack, have you gone soft since getting married? I start walking. Jessica starts walking. Jack, I have a wedding present for you. Jessica, you already gave it to me. I gave her a necklace that's been in my family for generations yesterday afternoon before she kicked me out of our room. That was another tradition she followed that I never saw coming. Jessica, Mira and Lorelei stayed in the penthouse last night, while Ashton, Will and I stayed in a suite with the kids. Jack, I have another present for you. Jessica, what is it? Jack, I'll show you in our room. We meet at the door. Jessica slips her phone into one of my pockets and brings her hands to my chest. Eyes glued to mine, she says, I don't want to wait. I'm tired of waiting for things. Waiting a month to marry you was the longest month of my life. Fuck, I love this woman. I put my arms around her and rest my hands on her ass. One of my favourite places for them to be. Undo the top buttons of my shirt. She presses herself against me. Are we going to start fucking in public now? I brush my lips over hers. You have a filthy mouth, Mrs. Kingsley. She moves her hand to the top button of my shirt and slowly undoes it. You love this filthy mouth, Mr. Kingsley. She undoes the second button. And the third. Her eyes flare with heat as they meet mine. I really like the way your mind works sometimes. Only sometimes? Well, sometimes you get some harebrained ideas. but it needs to be said that I am here for this idea. I wore one of my 20 grey shirts underneath my dress shirt for her. My mother suggested you take up wedding planning if your COO gig ever comes to an end. I have to agree. This is my favourite wedding I've ever been to. That's because it's your wedding. Yeah, baby. But also because it's not even 9, and everyone's happy and done and leaving. She kisses me. I have another present for you, too. Jessica gave me new cufflinks yesterday. She engraved tiny stars on them, along with her updated initials, JKX. Do I get it now, too? Well, it's a house, so no. A house? We've discussed looking for a new home, but I assumed we'd find one together. Yes, that house at the end of Will Street. We're going to flip it. Does this mean you're going to get your hands dirty with me? Honestly, I feel like I need to tattoo some things about me on you so you stop asking me useless questions. You know I never get my hands dirty. I bought this for you because God knows you'll need something to do with your hands when you get me pregnant, and I refuse to let you put your dick anywhere near me. Sweetheart, you're going to be all about the dick while you're pregnant. You always did like to live with your head in the clouds. She presses her hand to my chest. Are we going to stand here talking all night, or are you going to do something useful? I scoop her into my arms and stride towards the lifts. I don't need to be told twice. When the lift doors close behind us, I let Jessica down and back her up against the wall. Reaching under her dress, I say, "We're starting a new tradition, Mrs. Kingsley." A sexy smile flares across her face. I like it when you talk dirty to me, Mr. Kingsley. That Mr. Kingsley is the best damn sound in the world. I will move heaven and hell, battle demons, and go to my knees to hear her call me that every day of the rest of our lives. I will be Jessica's frontrunner, always and forever. But just so you know, I'm still mad at you.
Epilogue. Jessica. 3 years later. Those two are so cute together, Mira says, joining me and Lorelei on the terrace of mine and Jack's Carbon Beach home, overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Are you referring to Jack and Ashton or Stone and Dana? I say, as I watch my husband and his best friend try to wrangle our 1-year-olds down on the beach. Well, it's amusing watching Jack and Ashton, but I would never use the term cute to describe them. Do you know what's not amusing? Lorelei says. What? Mira says. The fact that Dana's dress is now dirty. I told Ashton not to let her near that sand. Not to mention the fact his and Jack's suits are also now dirty. I say, honestly, those men are clueless sometimes. When Mira laughs, I say, what's so funny? I'm not seeing anything that's funny right now. Jack's movie premiere starts in 2 hours. We don't have time for dirty clothes. I was just thinking how I was when Olivia was 1. I don't worry about half of the same things anymore. Mira says, dirty clothes? Meh. You can brush that sand off, babe. He's got more than sand on Stone, I say, eyeing the dirt on my son's white shirt. I make a mental note to dress him in black the next time Jack might dirty him up. Jesus, who am I kidding? Jack is always finding opportunities to dirty him up. Stone should just live in black. The delighted squeals of our children, Olivia and Hazel included, float up from the beach, and I can't help but let go of some of my annoyance. I wouldn't want our children not to experience this kind of fun with their fathers. Where did Will go? Lorelei asks, glancing around for him. He went in search of sunscreen, Mira says. Thank God one of our men has some sense about him, I say. Yes, Mira agrees. But he could have done it sooner. Jessica, Rose says from the door to the terrace.
We need to leave in the next 10 minutes. I look at Jack's publicist and nod. Yes, so am I going to round him up or are you? She's been with Jack long enough to decode my code. She steps out onto the terrace. You sort everyone else, I'll sort Jack. I move into action, gathering my people. My 7 has morphed into 10. 10 people I would lie, steal, cheat, or kill for. Jack's already doing his best to turn my 10 into 11. I suspect Lorelei and Ashton might do that before he does. I'm putting up a good fight. Birthing a child is no joke. The only good thing about pregnancy, in my opinion, is that Jack was right. I wanted sex all the time for a while there. Once I have everyone sorted, I head into mine and Jack's bedroom to spray some last-minute perfume on and grab my clutch. I've just sprayed Jack's favourite scent over my skin when he moves behind me at the vanity and snakes his hands around my waist. His eyes meet mine in the mirror for a moment before he bends his face to leave a kiss at the nape of my neck. Fuck, you look beautiful. His growly voice moves through me like it always does. I cover his hands with mine, wanting that connection along with every other connection we have right now. I'm mad at you. His mouth curves into a grin. Sweetheart, you're always mad at me. I'd be worried if you weren't. I wanted stone clean for tonight. More of that devastatingly sexy grin. You had the first year of his life to fuss over him and keep him clean, baby. Our son isn't going to be clean for the next couple of decades. He kisses my shoulder. But I'll tell you what. I'll give you a daughter who you can fuss over and keep clean. Never let it be said I'm not a giving fucker. I roll my eyes and smack his hands away. You're too busy for another child. He reaches for my hand as I take a step away from him and pulls me back. I'll quit everything for another child. I stare up into those eyes of his that I could stare into for eternity. He would quit everything for another child. Jack loves being a father. He's already started quitting things to spend more time with Stone. I don't want you to quit the things you have coming up, baby. Fuck. He curses softly. You kill me when you call me that. And he grazes his lips over mine. You know I'll give you anything when you say it. You're a devious woman, Mrs. Kingsley. You've worked too hard to quit this movie. Jack has produced 2 films since we married and is working on his 3rd. He made the book I loved into a movie and then wrote a screenplay that he made into a movie. This 3rd movie he's producing is one his agent, Chase, found for him and has worked hard with him on. He's also working on it with Bert Stoll, the Australian director he wanted to work with from the first day they met. It's been a labour of love for the 3 men for 2 years. He has to finish what he started. He nods, turning serious. After, we'll have a daughter. His tone and the look in his eyes and everything about him right now tells me how much he wants this. It all also tells me this isn't something he's going to let go of. I cup his cheek. It generally doesn't work like that, Jack. You can't just say, we're going to have a daughter, and poof, a daughter appears. A son could just as easily appear. His eyes hold me hostage as he says, Jessica. In the way I know he means, sweetheart, we've reached the end of my patience here. Jack knows I'll give him another child. Hell, the man knows I'm full of shit when I argue and grump my way through complaining about birthing a child. Nothing good in life comes easy, and having Jack's children is right at the top of my list of good things. I move into him, right into him. I curl my hand around his neck and thread my fingers up into his hair. And I give him my heart. After, we'll have a daughter. Fuck, he growls, giving me his heart right back. Then he gives me his lips and finally kisses me in the way I live for, long and deep and with every piece of himself. When his lips leave mine, he says, I want to sell this place. We don't come here enough to keep it anymore. We spend most of our time in Sydney and Nimboida. We spent our second honeymoon right after our first one, renovating our bathroom in Nimboida, and Mavis has taught me all her cookie secrets. When Jack travels for work, Stone and I travel with him. He refuses for us to ever be in 2 time zones, and he does his best not to travel for work too much. It means he's almost a recluse in terms of how often he's spotted for work things. His fans are good with this in a way he never imagined they would be. Not that he cared after the shitstorm that happened when we got back together. After the day Jack gave the paparazzi a piece of his mind when I was in hospital, he stopped bothering with them. He instructed Rose not to even respond when shit was published. He decided that going forward, he wouldn't be playing defense. Jack was surprised at how many of his fans stuck with him when he transitioned from his action films to the serious dramas he makes now. So many came with him, and so many more discovered him. And he won his first Oscar. I agree. I say, we spend more time in Italy than LA. We should buy a house there. But right now, we need to get going. He gives me a pained look. You know how much I hate these things. I do, but we're doing them your way now, so I think you're going to start enjoying them. Jack declared he was done with movie premieres after his last one. Rose told him to calm down. I agreed with her. This is his business after all. Following a long discussion, he told her he'd do them, but he'd do them his way. He'll walk the red carpet. He'll promote his film. Afterwards, he'll take the cast, crew, and their families out to dinner to celebrate their hard work. And he'll spend time with those people who came together to make something with each other, going a little deeper with them, getting to know them. He's done with not knowing the people he spends his time with. He smiles. You're right. This is the beginning of something new. God, how I love new beginnings with this man. But what I love the most is turning these beginnings into traditions. I love building a family and a life with him, and knowing that at the end of every day, I get to come home to him and lie in our bed talking about all these things we're working on together. To the stars through difficulties. I take his hand. Come on, Mr. Kingsley. Let's go and make some memories so we can get to the best part of the day. His hand squeezes mine. I fucking love that I'm always your front runner. I smile at him. Always, baby.
Epilogue. 7 years after they married. Jack Kingsley welcomes daughter. Jack Kingsley did what he does best today. He surprised the world with the announcement that he and his wife, Jessica, welcomed their new daughter, Camilla, sister to Stone, 5, into the world. A photo of Camilla's tiny fingers gripping her mother's appeared on his Instagram account. His fans went wild.
They're lucky to see an Instagram post from him once every 6 months. This one, simply captioned, Camilla Kingsley. She's got her mother's fingers. Sent them into a frenzy. No one knew the Kingsleys were expecting another child. We're happy for the beautiful couple. They finally had the daughter their daddy has talked about for so long.